Someone tell
Not
me
yet.
when I'm live. I need to know when I'm
Not
live.
yet.
Wait, what? Which
Not
one?
You're
yet.
live.
Yeah, it's live
Not
now.
yet.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Really? That was fast.
Yep.
It's not usually that fast. Are you sure?
You're live, yeah.
You guys
I'm
usually
an
take like
ad
6
for
minutes to
movies
tell
right
me
now.
that the thing is live. Okay. The chat.
Yeah, it's
the,
live.
the
You're
chat.
live?
Do you hear me in the stuff in things? I need the chat to tell me so that I can get confirmation.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
the I can
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you from the link.
We're live. Okay, Lizzie, that's cheating. That's cheating. Okay. So we're here again doing the same thing we've already done twice, 2 weeks in a row because blame Liam. Liam asked me if we were doing part 3, and then it made me look and see how many we had left, and I noticed we had 10 left, and I was like, I guess technically, yeah, we can do part 3. So
Show ended too.
now we're doing. Wait, what's up?
I mean,
The show
what are
was
you gonna do
also
otherwise?
That's true. The show is also over, and this is gonna be the last week that we're doing the Invincible.
It's the boys next week.
No, it's not.
Oh,
It's
God.
not.
No.
You're not doing the
That's
boys
not
next
true.
week? Oh man.
Liam
vast
can have his
majority of
own
universes-
stream if he wants to do the boys. I am not
Vast
interested.
majority of these
I'll join. Don't worry,
universes
Liam. I'll join you.
I dropped the
Thank
boys
you.
after season 3, so I haven't even seen.
I want
the
you
last
to be
two.
aware. The boys is the most popular it's ever been.
That's
Really?
That's not
Somehow.
surprising. That's not surprising.
I don't
That's,
believe that.
That's not surprising.
Hey,
'Cause it's the final season, so people who
But
dropped
it's
No,
so
but it was
bad.
really good the first season.
People who dropped off of it because they are really pissed off because they just didn't like season 3 or 2 or whatever. A lot of them are going to show up to watch the first few episodes just to like see how it ends or whatever. It is. I
Like,
guarantee you,
hate
throughout
watch.
season 5, the viewership of each episode is going to drop significantly, and then it's going to spike again in the final episode of the show.
The last episode.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. That is my prediction as to what the last season of The Boys is going to do. That's generally what happens when it comes to last seasons. Usually,
Ruga, someone paid $10 to
I
put
can.
the Umbra Witches.
I am.
Bye.
Look, I understand that I am not a homosexual, but I am capable of reading, sir. I know how to do it.
Are you sure about that?
I am.
Lisa?
I am. Are you asking me that, Lizzie?
Yes.
Are you the one that's gonna ask? Okay. All right. Anyway, let's see.
Oh,
I would like to
Faithful to
pay
no one.
for Umbra Witches faction from Bayonetta. Also, if possible, have DMC be talked first. Have DMC. Does DMC here? DMC is here. Okay, yeah, we can do that.
On the topic of factions, what defines a faction?
Nothing. At this point, just add whatever you want.
yeah.
So, I see.
A lot of them ended up not being a faction. It was the whole planet.
As we've done these longer and longer,
Super Smash Brothers roster is a faction.
it is not a faction.
Ah.
But I mean, if you want to, I don't care.
I was joking around.
I mean, if that's something you want to do, if that's the vibe you're feeling.
If
All right, hold on.
you wanna be
Sorry,
gay.
like, I gotta get the Bayonetta picture and do that. Stop it, damn it! No, you whore! Not Bayonetta. The computer thing in my hand. Here we are. And sorry guys, give me 1 second.
Bayonetta. Isn't that lady with the big butt?
The big butt.
Yeah.
I mean, there are
He's not
other
wrong.
descriptions you can use, I suppose, but sure. I guess it would depend on what you would consider a big butt. Let's see. Boom.
Would
Okay,
you consider her a big butt?
I don't remember. I don't have her butt size memorized. All right, here we go.
Clearly not a true
I'm just saying,
fan.
like, if you have like a fucking
Fake
9
fan.
foot, she's like 9 feet tall. She's 9 feet tall. Her
She's
clothes,
9 feet tall.
Yes, her clothes
I
are
didn't know that.
clothes are made of hair. She's got like so many different things that you could mention as descriptors for her, and you're just like the big butt
Big butt.
lady, which can describe like
butt lady.
tons and tons of women, both fictional and non-fictional. I just feel like there was, the chick with the guns on her shoes. I would be like, yeah, clearly. I don't know. I just feel like description wise, that was like 0 description skills coming from
He could have been less descriptive. He could have said the white lady.
the white lady.
I mean, yeah, I could have said the white lady with glasses.
That would have been more descriptive, kind of.
But actually, that would have been what. Yeah,
Glasses
the
would have
glasses
been more
part, yeah.
descriptive. See, you tried to be less descriptive, and you were more descriptive. There's issues.
That's fair.
All right, let's see. I wasn't here for last week's stream. Can I get a quick summary of Super Earth's position? Do I have to do summaries of all of them? There's 38.
Every
man.
s-
Wasn't Super Earth in the first one?
You have to describe every media in existence now.
All of them, every single one. I don't remember, but yeah, I think Super Earth was in the first one. I think the enemies of Super Earth was in the second one, and we went over this Super Earth in the second one again because we were doing the enemies of Super. I think I don't know. I could be wrong. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm actually I'm not sure because normally I give them 15 freebies and then they have to super chat to add anything. We have 10 already here from previous weeks. Should I even give any freebies, or should we just go with what we have?
I had a few cool ideas, I guess.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
We should add a few.
Do 5.
You just add 5 because every week we don't finish.
Yeah.
We didn't finish last week. We didn't finish the week before that.
Wasn't there there was still like 20 last week?
Last week there was exactly 15. We got through all of the super chatted ones, and we never even touched one of the freebie ones. And then last week we had 15 left. We added a bunch of super chatted ones. We got through all the super chatted ones. We did 5 freebies, and then the stream ended. We still have 10 freebies. All the freebies who were here in the first week.
They've been here
that we just never got to yet. So a part of me is like, let's just get through them, and then if people want to super chat more, they could super chat for more.
Pay for more freebies? That sounds like a good idea.
Pay for yeah, sure, pay for freebies. Why not?
It worked before.
He was very against that last week.
I don't even remember. I was very against. Yeah, I don't even remember where Helldivers is. Oh, Survive Pre-Scourge.
It's in.
Yeah. Super Earth to Survive Pre-Scourge. Does anyone remember? Because we did this 2 weeks ago. Does anyone remember why we put them in Survive What the specific conversation was? It was
fast FTL, and they can probably kill Viltrumites.
Considerably higher number of people, faster, ability to chuck black holes at people, ability to nuke planets in non-existence. It's not like they don't have things.
Wasn't there a conversation about them possibly making like a Scourge virus or a version of it? Or was that like...
probably a conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, that happened.
Any kind of technological advancement, the fact that how long it'll take them to actually dominate Super Earth, like the entirety of Super Earth, compared to their the speed of their technological advancement. Like, even if they don't have things that are good enough to kill them now, it won't take that long for them to be able to do that. I don't know. I don't remember the exact conversations, but I can think of stuff that would put them in that area. But it does make sense that they wouldn't be in rape, because I don't know if they're raping billions of Viltrumites. But I think you could potentially argue that they have things that can kill Viltrumites, but who knows? Have you played Bulletstorm? If so, a video would Grayson Hunt fit into Cyberpunk? I have played Bulletstorm. As for whether or not I'll put in a video, I don't know. I'd have to revisit the game because I don't really remember it that well. I remember the gameplay. I don't remember the story or the characters at all, though. They weren't. I don't think they were particularly memorable, but the gameplay was fun. It was like arcadey, and you would get points for how viciously you murder people and combos that you could do by murdering people. It was a fun game.
I had an idea for a faction, and I think it counts more as a faction than most.
Have we decided whether or not we're going to add freebies, or we're just going to go with what we got, and then if you want to...
What's up to you, big man?
What's up?
Big swamp man?
Yeah, we should add Horizon Zero Dawn, even though I've never played it.
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Why?
Put coin 5 times. If it's heads, then you do 1 extra. If it's
tails, are we just adding things that we don't like? What are we adding?
I mean, you would just be adding anything. I see. Look, Missy says I say no freebies. I think I'm gonna go with Missy's whole thing with no freebies because we 2 weeks in a row. This is our last week doing it. 2 weeks in a row, we have not been able to get through these.
Is this a continuation? I saw the last stream, but I didn't see the second.
This is the second continuation, sir.
The second continuation. Okay,
I didn't see the second week in a row that we're doing.
Are you not what? Are you?
We're gonna go through the freebies, okay? If you want to super chat more, then you could super chat, and we will add.
Be watching the stream.
Wait, what? What's up?
Oh, he said he's on Baldur's Gate. I said
I'm saying what if one of the freebies was Baldur's Gate?
What a slut. Was D&D one of the? No, we didn't do D&D, did we? No.
Oh man, D&D should be on.
Well, then
D&D
you
would be
should
cool.
super chat it. I don't know.
And
What
pay
is
for
this?
it.
I mean, I'll do it. I'll do it.
I don't have
Then
money, I'm
we're
sorry.
not adding no more freebies because I'm trying to finish
Freebies.
the list. Next week we're not doing another Viltrumite one. So
It's
I'm
really
surprised
bad.
this week was still like.
It's
I have to
gotta-
wait till season
I'm
5.
surprised I'm here to see it.
I don't know why you're alive. You're a living person.
No, I mean like I was watching like the past 2 streams while I was like at work.
Yeah, see, everyone's
I
saying
didn't
no
finish
more
the second
freebies.
stream.
Bad stuff yet. Y'all never come up. That's true. That's not bad. Okay, let's go with Bayonetta. Let's just start doing this. Let's do the Bayonetta. Wait, is this you said this is specifically the Umbra Witches? Do we know how many Umbra Witches there are? Who's played Bayonetta?
I've played like
I have not played Bayonetta.
I can't talk much about it.
Okay, so
Unfortunately.
I don't even know how to spell
this
her
is me
name.
talking. I played the first 2. I did not play 3. The story's nonsense. It's extremely difficult to follow. The Umbra Witches are super powerful. They have the ability to stop time. They have like ridiculous levels of power. At the end of the first Bayonetta literally kicks like a giant creature the size of a fucking planetoid into the sun from Earth. And it takes like a couple minutes and it flies all the way into the sun with like just a single kick. She is more powerful than any Viltrumite by far, and there are more Umbra Witches than just her, but I don't know if we have a legit number on how many Umbra Witches there are. Also, as far as we know, they're not capable of leaving the planet Earth, the Umbra Witches, at least not far. There is a scene where they fight in space in one of the games, but it's right above Earth. Like, we don't know if they can leave the solar system or the galaxy or anything like that to go and find them. So they're basically just stuck in one location. So this is another situation where you have a bunch of massively powerful characters that are on one planet. But again, I do not know how many there are. I have no idea.
Is there a relative number? Like you just don't know at all?
No, I don't think we have any idea. I don't think we know dozens or hundreds or thousands. I don't think we know in the slightest. So if someone knows a number, that may make it easier. Because if it's just dozens or if it's hundreds, then the Viltrumites will probably mess them up pretty badly. However, because like they just won't be able to defend the entire world across the whole planet at all times, that's just something they're not going to be able to do. So I don't know if I can answer this unless someone can tell me how many Umbra Witches there are. If there aren't that many, then we're probably going to say maybe survive post Scourge, but instant death to pre Scourge, possibly. But if there are like thousands upon thousands upon thousands, then it'll probably go a little bit higher. I'm gonna put them right here next to survive post, but instant death to pre, because pre-Scourge you're literally talking about billions of Viltrumites. I just don't think the Umbra Witches have the numbers to fight them off, even if they can freeze time and shit. Like their freeze time abilities are limited to a very short amount of time they can have them frozen. I don't think they could stop time, kill billions of Viltrumites, and then put time back to normal or save the lives of. Like, there are Viltrumites that can literally just wipe out countries. So I just think that would probably not be the case. So I'll put them right here underneath the DCAU. I think that makes the most sense, depending on their numbers. And he also wanted the DMC to move up. Who has played DMC? Devil May Cry. Oh, no. Is it going to be one of these streams where I'm the only fucking person who knows any of this shit? This will be fun.
To be honest, like all the stuff that I did kind of know was already used. God damn it. Okay, so Devil May Cry. There's no one fucking here to argue with me. Okay, so guys, the people who are actually in the stream, which there are a fucking 10. There's 10 people in the stream. Are you serious? Okay, there's 10 people. Can't believe none of you know what DMC is. But which one of these on the list? I know of it.
I played half of the first one.
I just never played it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Well, I'm talking about knowing. And if you played half of the first one, you'll know it. So look at what we got so far on the stream. Do you guys know any of these? Because if not, we're gonna have to start taking more freebies.
I know Sonic.
So that's
I know Killer
Sonic,
Clown.
right?
United States. And Captain Planet.
We got the Unbidden from Stellaris. We got Sonic. We got the EDF. We got the Crazy
Is that
Clowns
No
from
Man's
Outer
Sky on there?
Space. What's up?
Is that That's not no Mexican. I'm sorry. My fault.
No, I'm fucking saying them out loud right now.
Yeah.
All you have to do is
I'm
shut up and
sorry.
listen to me say it. The clowns, crazy clowns from outer space. The I forgot what they're called. Not the Union. The dudes from Undead Unluck. War of the Monsters. The Old Republic Sith. Planet Hulk, Sakaar, and then Captain Planet. So, do you guys know those? Because we might actually have to do freebies.
I know Sonic.
Yes.
I
I
can
can definitely
several
wrap
of these.
Old Republic set.
Jesus
For
Christ.
several of these.
Oh my god. Okay, so we might have to accept freebies. Because you guys don't even know any of this shit. Alright, that sucks.
I know
That's
several of these.
trash. That's some trash ass shit, guys. Oh man. Okay, well whatever. I guess I'll talk about DMC for a second by myself with no one else to say anything, which is super lame. I think DMC is mostly screwed. Mostly. Like, the only, like, for the most part, Earth in the DMC universe is just a normal Earth with a couple of changes. There's, like, certain factions that have superpower abilities and magical abilities, and they do get invaded by demons a lot, and there's certain humans who could fight back against those demons, but I don't think any of them match anywhere near what a Viltrumite could do. And I disagree with people who say that characters like Dante and Virgil and shit are like universal, multiversal beings. I think that there is no evidence of that whatsoever, and it's people taking small statements and making them into bigger things than they should. I think they're mostly going to get murdered. Mostly. I'll say you probably maybe challenge post-Scourge for a little bit, but what do we have here? Who do we have here? We have... Mass Effect? Would they challenge him more than Mass Effect? Probably more than the Combine too. I'll put him up to challenge post Scourge, but I just don't think they'll be able to save most of humanity. And I think there's actually Viltrumites that could probably do some serious damage to even the strongest characters.
Wait, have we done Avengers, Earth Mightiest Heroes?
Are you watching the stream?
Earth Mightiest Heroes.
Are you watching the stream?
We haven't done that. No, we haven't done that.
He said no already.
Jeez.
No, I'm watching it. No, I'm watching it.
Jesus. Then you would know.
I don't think we. I'm like talking out
pictures.
loud. I don't think we done Earth Mightiest Heroes.
All right, let's see. Move UNSC up. Add what is that? DCAMU? Oh, the DC animated movie universe. Is that really going to be that much different than the DCAU, like the regular DCAU we already did? Liam, you remember all the DCAMU movies, right?
I do.
MU. Okay, well then you can fucking...
I think it might do worse. Yeah, it's weird.
You think it might do worse?
It's like it's a smaller kind of. If you do like... Oh.
See, me and a friend of mine always had a joke about the DCAMU that it was that we just called it the Damien verse because Damian Wayne took
badly
over.
Accurate.
Yeah, like Damian Wayne took over as the main character of pretty much all the movies that he was in for a long time. Like the whole middle section of that movie, of that movie universe was just Damian Wayne movies. Yeah, like all the there was like 3 Teen Titans movies that had Damian Wayne as the star. And then you had 2 Batman movies that were where Damian Wayne took it like as the main character, even over Batman in a couple of them. There was like 5 Damian Wayne movies in a movie franchise that only had like 12 movies total. So it's just like
16
something. I don't know. It wasn't a lot. It was like a third of the movies had Damian as the main character, which I just found very strange. So we called it the Damian verse. All right. So
I didn't realize, but wait. I thought it was.
Yeah. Oh wait, that was you that fucking paid. I just realized that was you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you move UNSC up. Okay. There. You're above the MCU. Do you feel better?
There you go. Yes.
Feel better? Does that make you feel good?
It's more accurate, so yeah.
It's closer to accurate.
Yeah, it's closer.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we put.
I'd settle for rape, but people wouldn't believe. They're fake fans.
Okay. Oh well, you only paid €2, so that means you only get one thing. You get the DCAMU.
No, I paid £2.
Or...
I paid £2, which is nearly $3.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Our money is backed by the word of the United States government, and yours isn't.
And our money's worth more still. It's crazy.
So yeah, because ours
Guess
is
the word.
ours is literally an IOU, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Like ours is an IOU slip because we're off of we're not on the silver or gold standard or anything. Our money literally has 0 value because there's nothing backing it at all.
It's negative value, actually.
And we just give you paper, and you're just gonna pretend that this is worth something,
Take it like a bitch.
and you do. So the fact that yours is actually backed by a real currency and ours isn't, and ours is still worth a lot, kind of says something.
Well, it's worth a lot less than ours.
Not a lot less.
I wouldn't say a lot
It's
less.
not a lot less. And you're exaggerating when you say €2 is like $3. It's not. €2 is not like $3.
Well, it's not euros, it's pounds.
I don't care. What is that's a weight. What is that? That's nonsense. Just making up words, using words wrong. That's what you're doing. How about Invincible Earth versus Viltrumite Invasion? Then we would just be spoiling the end of the series. Basically, we'd just be talking about the end of the series. DCAMU is over, like literally over the entire multiverse. Was destroyed by the anti-monster. Well, it would depend on what we're talking about. When you say the DCAMU, are we talking about Earth? Are we talking about the entirety of the universe, including like the anti-monitor and all that shit? What are you talking about, Liam?
I'd say Earth.
Earth.
Maybe like the extended justice. I'm gonna say the I don't know, like the good like the people who fought the anti-monitor.
Well, they just dominate. They fucking annihilate.
The team assembled by the monitor.
Well, here's my whole thing. Right, here's my whole thing. Even if the Viltrumites do win, like in this very unlikely scenario where the Viltrumites just wipe out the DC Earth, right? Flash is just gonna fucking reset it because that's what he does every single time. He's done it twice.
Yeah.
Like he's just gonna reset everything. It's like, okay, we'll do it again.
Is it not more than twice?
In that universe, he's done it twice. He did it in the Flashpoint Paradox, and he did it again in the last
Apocalypse War.
Apocalypse War, and then he created the Tomorrowverse. And I don't know what's going on with the Tomorrowverse. They don't really seem to be releasing that many movies for it. But it would not surprise me if he did it again at the end of the Tomorrowverse. He's like, "Are you just gonna keep fucking doing this?" It's very
Only
possible.
If they win hard enough.
It's very possible that Flash can run back in time and shit and undo it and basically like, because here's the thing that I don't. Well, there's a lot of things I don't like about the whole Flash going back in time and altering everything. He changed like one little thing, and it changes shit that it shouldn't change. Like, it changes shit that changes before the events of what he changed. Like, it changes things from different planets. It changes the universe as a whole because he does one little thing on his planet. So it's possible we can go back and change shit and the Viltrumites don't exist anymore. Or the Viltrumites are in a totally different state. Or the Viltrumites are good
they could
guys.
be even stronger.
Or they could be even
Flash
stronger.
does a single backflip in the past and suddenly...
That's literally how it works. That
Well,
is
the
literally
way
how it
they
works.
explain it in
movie,
DC.
They say it's like a time boom. You know how when you break a sound barrier.
Well, they don't say a time boom. They say it's like a shockwave, but yeah.
Yeah, and then I think the best explanation that I've seen was in, funny enough, the Flash movie, where they talk about it, and he's like basically it's like a bowl of spaghetti. It's like time isn't linear. It's not like if you change one thing, it changes everything from that point on. If you change one thing, it's like a bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of goes and swoops around, and everything loops around other things, and time is just attached from the beginning of time to the end of time. It's all connected, and if you change one thing, it rewrites all of it. And it's like, well, that's stupid. I mean, it's a good explanation for what you're trying to talk about, but it's a dumb concept to introduce as a time control mechanic. Because it means that you can literally... Because it means like going back in time and changing literally anything allows you to write whatever you want for what the new universe is like. Like literally, you can just keep... It's just literally it only exists so that DC can keep rebooting shit as many times as they want without having us be like, this is stupid. Because they wrote an explanation for it within the universe. But I'm still going to say it's stupid because the explanation is stupid. But...
You would be correct.
Technically, just because of that, like the DC has to win. Because even if the Viltrumites could somehow win, or even come close to winning where a lot of Earth is destroyed, Flash will just rewrite everything, and the Viltrumites might not even exist, or they'll be completely different, or whatever. So they have to win.
Unless they kill Flash. But they couldn't.
They can't. I don't think
So
they
I
can
personally
catch Flash.
So I personally think that the Viltrumite's actually good for the DCAMU, because unlike the DCAU, most characters in the DCAMU aren't even close to Superman's level. And if we even try to say that DCAMU Superman is equal to DCAU
Is that
Superman,
what they call it, DCAMU?
I've never heard that before. I don't think
better than what I've been saying, DCAMU or whatever.
it is better, but I don't know if that's what they because I've never.
I'll stick to it. DCAMU. Let's go with it. Okay, continue what you were saying, Mr. DCAMU.
But yeah, like even if we say that DCAMU Superman is equal to like Justice League Unlimited Superman, unlike the Justice League Unlimited version, there's even I'm just saying, like even if we be that charitable, nobody else in the universe really typically comes close to Superman. Maybe like one or two characters like on that Earth are on Superman's level, while in the DCAU you could probably name at least 5 that can actually do some type of damage to Superman.
I mean, Wonder Woman. Okay, I disagree. Actually, Wonder Woman is shown to be on a relative level.
I'm saying like not many. There's not that many.
No, I know. I'm
characters
saying
compared to the DCAU.
I would also say
Green Lantern's a bum.
I would also say that their speed levels are way higher
than the DCAU.
Yep, on average, because we see like Superman, like at least in combat speed specifically, because we see Superman use his combat speed like to keep up with the Flash. And he shows in combat he can be relative to the Flash, where we never really see that in the.
But you could say that. Yeah, but you could say the same thing about like the Snyderverse one as well as the DCAU one to an extent, but that's mostly because the Flash is never going at full speed.
No, we saw Flash. We actually saw Flash, and he is exhausted after doing it. Run away from the Omega beams, and Superman does a similar thing for a while. He doesn't do it because he's not as fast, but he is able to be relative to him.
I don't know, because then you're talking about taking an animation and like converting it into real time. Like a second in that animated sequence is also a second.
I'm not.
I don't know if you can necessarily.
No, I'm not talking about how fast they're going. I'm just saying he shows relative speed to the Flash.
Yeah,
I'm not saying how fast he. I'm saying Flash is going fast enough to where he's tired. And Superman's keeping up with his speed.
But I think the story directly goes against that because Flash can literally go so fast he controls time, and that's something that Superman can't do.
I don't know if you didn't right. Like Superman is actually capable of tagging and like hitting the Flash while he's trying to dodge him.
Oh, I'm sure he does that all the time, but that's because Flash is trying to avoid fucking with time. Like. He holds back his speed constantly. I don't think you can necessarily say that that's the case. It's not like every time Flash moves, he's going at light speed.
Yeah, because not to mention like this version of Flash is very hesitant with time travel because of the flashpoint he knows he created.
That's true, but the Flash Superman catches is actually mind controlled and is not holding back. Would be no reason to hold back.
Which movie was this?
It was a Teen Titans movie, actually.
I think it was Teen Titans. I think it's where all the Justice got possessed by Tygon or something.
Get his ass kicked
I don't know. I feel like anytime you bring mind control into it, you kind of have to take it with
I am trying to consult it, but I'm just saying it is a thing.
Maybe, but I don't necessarily. But I think that if you I remember the movie you're talking about. I did watch it. I didn't remember this specific moment.
It wasn't a great movie.
No, it was not. I actually don't think that what'd you call it? DCAMU? I don't think DCAMU's good at all.
I really like the first and the last are really good movies.
Yeah, but you even said yourself there's 16 movies.
Yeah, I know.
It's not good.
Hey, I'm not defending the universe. I think it's weird how the ending in the beginning is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they botched the whole Hush plot where they made Hush just a jacked up version
don't even. Jesus Christ, yeah.
Well, I don't like I know people like the Flashpoint Paradox as a movie, but I just don't like the concept of them. Like the idea that he went back to save his mom, so now Wonder Woman and Aquaman are at war, but also they used to be lovers.
That made no sense to me.
Aquaman cheated on his wife. He's like, "'Cause you saved your mom," and it's like the concept is bad. Even if you want to say they did the bad concept well, it's a bad concept.
Apparently, the explanation for that is like the butterfly effect.
They already, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I already gave
the
I told you I already gave the explanation. It's like time is like a bowl of spaghetti or whatever. That was the explanation that the movie gave, the Flash movie, the Snyderverse Flash. That's the explanation they gave.
Yeah.
But like the whole butterfly effect thing is a dumb concept. Like the way that DC does it is even dumber. Because it's like the butterfly effect in the original story, which by the way was a short story. If you've actually read that story, I think it was called The Sound of Thunder. I think it's the first thing that did the butterfly effect. It's a really old short story, and basically what it is a bunch of basically there's this company that discovers time travel, so it decides to sell it to people, and basically what it does is they bring people back in time to hunt dinosaurs. But you can only shoot the dinosaurs at the moment right before they were about to die anyway, so it doesn't actually change anything. And there's a specific path they have to walk on, and it's like you cannot step off this path. Anyway, at one point in the story, someone accidentally steps off the path, and then he doesn't think anything of it, and he keeps going. And then when they go back into the modern world, the world's all fucked up, and there are dinosaurs still alive on the world, killing everything and destroying everything. And then he doesn't know what's going on, and then he looks at the bottom of his shoe and realizes there's a butterfly on the bottom of his shoe that he stepped on when he stepped off the path. And it was like the idea was like one single ripple that you do in the past can have major effects in the future. It's just a concept, right? This whole point of the story is just something to think about. But the story doesn't go beyond that and try to make like a really deep, character-driven, huge universe. It's just a short story that you're just supposed to think about the concept. They took that concept and they threw it into a world that's supposed to some extent make sense, and it doesn't. It's like you shouldn't have put that in a movie. It's bad. I actually think the movie, funny enough, the movie Butterfly Effect does it way better than which is not a good movie. But has anyone ever seen Butterfly Effect with Ashton Kutcher?
Well, I've seen one of those movies.
I think there's two. But the first, it's not great. But basically, the Butterfly Effect film, Ashton Kutcher has this diary or this journal that he wrote throughout his entire childhood, and he realized that he has the ability that any line that he reads from that journal, he will go to the time that journal is basically talking about. So he goes back in time and he changes little things about his life, and when he goes back into the present, his life is totally different based on little changes that he's done at different times in his life. He's a totally different person, but it's different because he's making small changes in his own life. And those small changes make sense in the movie as to why that would affect his life in that way. It's not like I killed a fucking fly and now, Wonder Woman's fucking Aquaman and Aquaman's cheating on his wife. Like, what does that have to do with the fly dying? Like, it's dumb. It doesn't make any logical sense. Like when you follow through. But anyway,
yeah.
It was just DC's excuse to be able to keep retconning their story over. Not retcon. Well, yes, retcon and reboot their stories over and over and over and over again. Which, if you've listened to my videos for any amount of time, is one of the things that I hate the most about DC and Marvel comics is that nothing is permanent and nothing matters. Because they could just keep redoing it, and they're going to keep redoing it. So just the concept of the Flashpoint Paradox, I don't like. And so even that one,
agree.
Yeah. So even that one, if you're like, oh, like that's a strong start. Even if I agree that the movie was done pretty decently, there's still that thing in the back of my mind where I was like, this is a dumb fucking concept. It's just irritating. So the only movie that doesn't have that on it at all, no stench whatsoever, is the final film of the entire movie series, which by that point it's way too late. I
mean, Wonder Woman Bloodlines was a good movie.
Was that a part of I don't think that was a part of the DCAMU.
Apparently, it's considered part of it.
I thought that was a totally standalone movie.
No, apparently it is, even a different style. So
it's like different. It's different animation. They don't reference.
It's considered the same thing online.
Oh, I think people are wrong. I think that was an entire. I think that was an entirely standalone film.
It might be part of the Tomorrowverse, which is the reboot that takes place after.
No, it way predates the Tomorrowverse.
Yeah, because it's like It's pre-2020. I can't remember how early before.
It way predates. But yeah, I always viewed that as a standalone film. But I thought that one was okay. Yeah. I liked that one. I liked that one, right? But I always thought it was standalone. I put it in with the DCAMU. That's gonna be weird to say.
Yeah, there's weird different terms for it, like the Tomorrowverse.
No, the Tomorrowverse is after DCAMU. Tomorrowverse started with Superman. Man of Tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, but they're connected.
Well, yes and no. They're connected for the Flash, but they're not connected for anybody else. Because he
and Constantine.
He time travels. Yeah. Like.
Yeah.
It is a in-universe reboot, is what they like to call it. I think Star Trek, the Star Trek movies were the first ones to do that, where they started doing reboots that at least in movie and television form. I think Star Trek was the first one to do it, because the first Star Trek movie came out, and I'm talking about the ones that were made by the guy. I don't remember his name. The new ones with the fucking younger people playing Kirk and all that. Anyway, when that movie came out, it was essentially a time travel plot where the Romulans went back in time and altered things, and now like Kirk and Spock and all were going through the same events they've already gone before, but slightly differently. And old Spock was there, but he's like, we're in a totally new timeline. Everything's different in this one. So it was technically a sequel while also being a reboot. And I guess it was kind of cool, sort of, but it's like they're doing it like every time now, and it's like I don't know, it's lost its cleverness to me. It's just kind of, it's just, I get it, okay, like so many things are doing it now, but it is what it is. Whatever. Anyway, where do you guys think I should put this thing? If
I would put it below the MCU.
Below the MCU.
What?
Because there's only two characters. There's only three characters really in that universe that could arguably, specifically on that Earth, that could contend with a Viltrumite, which is like Raven, and Superman.
Okay, I want you to be at
I think Liam disagrees with this. Liam, what do you think?
I wouldn't say it would be that low. I just don't think it would be.
Jesus Christ, do you not remember what they did to Darkseid? They have magic which can kill anything.
Yeah, but then Darkseid ended up winning with the Paradooms. Like, they're not very smart.
Yeah, didn't those parademons like beat the fuck out of Green Lantern?
They beat the
parademons are part Doomsday.
Defeat the Light Show.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Green Lantern's
they kill baby Darkseid.
Yeah, that's how they defeat Darkseid, is they kill him as a baby, which is like Flash goes back in time because Constantine's like, hey, you should do this, and like
and you know how they beat him? Constantine used magic which can kill anything.
Even a baby Darkseid.
Yeah, he gave baby Darkseid some poison.
Exactly.
So are they just going to do that to every Viltrumite?
Well, also, like Rouga said, he can just also, if it ever gets bad enough, they can just reverse time and reset it, so they win.
Did you guys see that movie, or I guess it was a short, where Constantine gets punished because he like told Flash to go change time? And did anyone see that short and was like, wait, why isn't the Flash in here? Like, why is it Constantine?
Flashpoint? Speed Force?
No, I'm saying like some dude shows up. I forget who it was. I think it's
I
think
know.
It was Spectre.
I get that. The reason why is because Constantine's soul can be taken by him, so he can do that. But Barry's soul is owned by the Speed Force.
I understand that, but that's not Constantine's problem. Barry changed the timeline twice. Constantine didn't do anything. He doesn't have control over whether or not someone changes the time stream. That's all on Barry. I don't understand why Constantine got shit on for that.
He tricked him into doing it.
No, he didn't.
He tricked him into killing Darkseid.
Oh, but he didn't trick him into going back in time.
Yeah, he told Flash to do that, and Flash was like, "I don't want to."
Flash was going to go back in time anyway.
He knew Flash couldn't do it, so he made sure Flash would do it no matter what.
I don't know. I feel like that's more on Flash.
Yeah. I don't think, considering, the reason they did that, they didn't do it, just because somebody took over the Earth. They did that because the Earth was fucked. Like, it was literally said that, like, the Earth would only have a certain amount of days left to survive. And most of the humans were dead. So, like, they did it not as, like, these aliens came and took over our planet.
They said they would survive. They said the Earth would survive. They would just lose, like, half the population.
They would.
Yeah,
It said that they would lose billions before they could actually make the Earth stable.
Which means they could fix it.
Well,
they have
the
time
Viltrumite
diagonal,
We
so-
decided no, we're not
Well,
going
the
to do
Viltrumite's
that.
only going to do that.
Yeah.
That it's going to take it over, and it's fine. Well, I mean, it's not fine, but you know.
Yeah,
But
they
they
would just
cannot.
like. There's a
cannot
couple of
lose.
characters I think could contend to it with a Viltrumite, not like a bunch of them at once.
I think
Swamp Thing
most of
probably
them could. I mean, we've kind of first we know Shazam definitely could, and most of the league is also like Wonder Woman would mince a lot of Viltrumites at the same time.
Yeah, and the other thing is that this version of like the intelligent characters aren't as intelligent as the DCAU, so they wouldn't even be able to figure out the weakness. Like they're intelligent, but they're not as intelligent.
I mean, the weaknesses aren't like they don't really use the weak any version. The sound weakness, quote sound weakness, the frequency weakness is like barely used.
Well, the frequency weakness is something that's not easy to entirely figure it out. I mean,
yeah,
Batman might figure out at some point if he could study a Viltrumite, but
yeah, if they kill one and they study it, but even we've kind of seen, even if you use it, it's definitely debilitating, but they can still fight with it.
Not in the show. Not if you're talking about the show.
No, because they're using it on Mark variants, and he still kills things.
No. They use it on one Mark variant that gets killed, but we don't see the fight. We don't see what happens. We only get the aftermath.
They used it on regular Mark. I don't know. They did something where they counteracted the frequency, and Mark just kind of went crazy.
Mark was basically floored when we saw it.
I think it's used at Thrag. It's used on Thrag at one point. He pretty much ignores it.
Not in the show. If you want to talk about the comics, I can't tell you, but in the show, everyone we see get hit by that frequency, which is really just Mark. He's always floored by it. Like it's like instant success, you know.
That's a good point. Could Deadman could just take over Frag, to be honest.
I don't know if that would work. I'm not saying
Why?
I don't think he would be able to possess him. I don't think the Viltrumites would not be aware that he's being possessed or that something's going on.
Well, no, I'm saying he could possess Frag, and then Frag could fuck up a lot of Viltrumites.
He wouldn't be able to possess him for long, because Deadman there's a limit to his possession abilities.
Yeah, it depends on the mental strength.
You can only do it for a short amount of time, and for people who have high will, which I don't think is necessarily the case, but like we see him possess Batman, and he literally can only stay in him for a couple of seconds. And he's like,
also, Deadman can't kill anyone while he's in there.
I mean, sure. Is that true?
Oh, I didn't know that.
There is the possibility that Raven could just release Trigon and everyone is fucked in that scenario.
See, I was thinking about Trigon too, but I wasn't sure if we would count. Well, for one, she would never release Trigon, but even if she would do that.
We've seen that if Raven is pushed enough, like she saw Damien's death, and that released Trigon.
To be fair, that
wasn't on purpose.
It might happen if it gets bad.
It wasn't on purpose to release Trigon. It's because if she can't keep her mental shit intact, but also if Trigon is released, who's to say that he'll even want to fight the Viltrumites? He's going to go after Earth.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
he might eventually go after the Viltrumites, but he won't go after immediately.
If they're there.
Yeah, but like if they're in the middle of a fight and Damien gets murdered by a Viltrumite and she freaks out and Trigon gets created, I just don't think Trigon. I don't think the first thing the Viltrumite's going to do is, hey, let's fight this giant demon dude who's clearly attacking the Earth just like we are. And I don't think Trigon's going to be like, hey, let me attack these dudes who are fighting the dudes who just imprisoned me for who knows how long. So it's like I just don't see them being like, we're going to solve all of Earth's problems by fighting each other.
I don't know about that because he fight Darkseid.
God damn it, I do not remember these movies that well.
He gets freed and he fights Darkseid.
Is there a reason as to why he fights Darkseid?
No, he just kind of wants to fuck him up.
Well, he's talking about the last movie.
Yeah,
Apocalypse War.
He thanks his daughter for freedom, so I actually think
he freed him, because she lost control.
Yeah. Then they recapture him and then they like free him again, and I.
So maybe it was a bunch of back and forth. It was about back and forth.
There's a bunch of relationship going on there. But anyway,
the first time, I forgot the first time. To be honest.
Okay,
everyone forgets the first time.
No, they
the
don't.
first time that,
you always
like,
remember the first time. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying I don't. I'm just saying I don't know what happened.
He doesn't remember the first time
he got released.
That's pretty sad.
That's that's
Well,
depressing.
I'd say
it just wasn't that good, you know.
I'd say like the
you remember it
as the right placement, but like
I remember it at all.
If it's the DCAMU Dark Side with the Paradooms, I don't really see the Viltrumite surviving that, considering one Paradoom is able to pick up multiple Leaguers.
If this was Dark Side from the DCAMU, he would for all of them.
He would outsmart them, yeah. And probably create Viltrumite Paradooms.
He has the Omega beams.
If he can make Paradooms, he could definitely make fucking built.
Yeah. I'm not saying like Dark Side we factored into this. I'm saying just like if you go like based on the Earth from the DCAMU, I don't think they would do they wouldn't do much better than the MCU Avengers, if at all. But if it's like Dark Side with the Paradooms, it would go up to rate.
They would do better than the MCU Avengers. Just because they have magic and they have like psychic fuckery.
Well, it depends on which MCU we're talking about, because the picture shows like 2012 Avengers, or I think it's Age of Ultron.
Well, I mean,
Yaku's asking, would the Imperium of Man versus the Imperium from Dune make more sense as a matchup? You know, since the Imperium of Man is a ripoff, they could. But I wanted to do Star Wars because Star Wars, when most people talk about like the ripoffs of Dune, they talk about Star Wars. They don't talk about Warhammer. But because I would argue that Warhammer as an entire universe is not inspired by Dune, but the Imperium of Man specifically is a bigger ripoff of Dune than Star Wars is. It's basically just the Imperium from Dune with like a different coat of paint. They are literally the same thing. Like every single thing about the Imperium of Man that exists, there is a version of it in the Imperium of Dune with not even a name change. Like God Emperor, Imperium, las guns, like literally all of that is in Dune. That's all Dune shit. They just took it basically word for word and put it into the Imperium. But Star Wars didn't do that. But yeah, I don't know why I wanted to do the Republic. I just thought that would be cool. I didn't actually think about doing the Imperium of Man until I was already making the Star Wars video. I'll probably do the Imperium of Man at some point. Although I'm sure
I'm surprised you chose the Republic instead of the Empire.
Well, I did the Republic because I've done the Empire. I've done CIS like 3 times. I've done the Empire like 3 times. I've never done the Republic. So I'm going to do the Republic. Fair. You know, and yeah, but I mean, I could do whatever. It's whatever. It's like, I mean, if I at some point, if this channel exists long enough and we all don't die at the end of the universe when the sun explodes, you know, I'll probably at some point do Dune versus the Empire and Dune versus, you know, the Necrons and Dune versus fucking CIS and Dune versus everybody. Who knows? But it just depends on, you know, how well the video does.
Dune Battle Royale?
How long? Dune Battle Royale. Just Dune versus everyone. Can Dune go through the fucking sci-fi gauntlet? Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. But, yeah. Anyway, he's asking that because the next video that might come out tomorrow morning, it depends on how long this stream lasts for, to be honest with you. Because the video is basically edited. There's just a couple little alterations I have to make here and there, and then I'll upload it. Yeah, that video is coming out tomorrow. It's going to be the Imperium from Dune against the Republic from Star Wars. I think people are going to be really annoyed with the stuff that I say in that video, but it is what it is. Whatever. Anyway, where do you guys think the DCAMU or whatever should go? You think it should go above Marvel, but that's it?
I think it's higher than that. I think it's like
because we have the clones, we have the Empire, like 2 slots above that. Do you think they're doing?
No, it's higher than this. I think it's like challenges. It challenges the post Scourge for sure.
Okay, so is it above Mass Effect?
I could kind of see. I don't know if they could challenge the Billions, so I don't know if it can go into that tier.
Yeah,
I don't think they would be able to.
I don't think it's gonna. Nah, man.
Is it above the One Punch Man S rank heroes?
I'd say tough.
I would say yes because they have magic.
They do have magic.
Okay, so according to basically everyone in the Discord, the Dune universe doesn't have space combat because the space guilds don't allow it. Well, everyone in the Discord is painfully wrong. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Once Paul Atreides takes over and becomes Emperor of the Imperium, he owns Arrakis. It's his world. That's where all the spice comes from. He controls the space travel within the universe. There's nothing the Spacing Guild can do about it. The Spacing Guild can only do space travel by asking Paul Atreides. So it's now if you were talking about specifically the rebellion, like the not the Atreides Imperium, but like the Fremen rebellion, which Paul Atreides was in charge of, then you would be correct. But if you're talking about the Imperium, that's when Paul actually takes control of the entire universe and becomes the Emperor of the universe. Then no, he has all the spice. The guild can't tell him what to do with it. They have no power at that point. He essentially runs them. So that would be a no answer. That's just more people who Google shit and don't know what the actual story is. Because if they actually read the books or like looked or like actually knew the lore or whatever, they would know that when I say Atreides Imperium, I'm talking about after he runs everything. Because it's not called Atreides Imperium when he's still in the rebellion. That's a totally different faction after he takes over everything. Okay, anyway, what were you guys saying? Above or below the One Punch Man Earth?
Let's see. I think above.
Above.
Okay, so then there's the Bleach guys who I don't know anything about them, and then there's Mass Effect. So you think they're above Mass Effect?
It's single planetary.
A single planet.
Okay, so no.
But I feel like characters like Superman might output more damage in a ship from Mass Effect.
Yeah, but there's only a single Superman.
Well, there's characters who are or very similar in power to him.
This is still the DC, right? The step away for half a second.
Yeah, also, we do see people like Wonder Woman, by the way, who Wonder Woman in the universe can go hands with Darkseid and fucking Doomsday.
Well,
so she's actually way more of a top tier than she is normally.
I do want to bring up, at least with Mass Effect, it is a actual space war that's happening. It's not just pretty much an assault on one planet.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily an advantage.
It's necessarily an advantage, but it's certainly more impressive than just having one stronghold that's pretty much.
Well, no, it's an advantage. It can only be an advantage because if you have the ability to traverse space and actually attack back, it means that you have some say on what happens.
Actually, I take that back. That's not even true because they have the Green Lantern Corps.
They don't.
Again, I don't know what you're counting. Because at first it was like we're only counting Earth, but then you guys brought in the Doom parademons and the shit.
Well, no, I would say that was a what if,
and it's like so now we're counting the Green Lantern Corps. Well, that's
because the Green Lantern Corps has come.
They have
the Green Lantern Corps has came and helped. Has helped
two Green Lanterns. Well, then that's Earth and the Green Lantern Corps, and that's not just Earth.
Yeah, you got to narrow down who the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, they have like two Green Lanterns there.
The whole.
Or however many.
Three.
They have 3 Grand Lanterns there.
That ain't helping much.
Well, it's the whole society. It's the whole like superhero society.
Is it the whole superhero society? The Green Lanterns aren't considered superheroes or space cops.
Yes, they are.
No, they're space cops.
They're both. You're not one or the other. You can be both.
They're both.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
what
considering
if
you
wear a colorful outfit and fly around using superpowers, you're a superhero. It's like.
But okay, so I don't think the Green Lantern Corps would actually make much of a difference, considering we've seen what Superman level beings can do to them, like Darkseid it's implied like single-handedly decimated all of Oa.
We had Paradooms, right, at that point?
I think he did, but I'm pretty sure he just went down there by himself.
Yeah.
He did.
Damn.
It just wiped out all of Oa. So like, even if the Green Lantern Corps was involved,
that's a good point.
I'm pretty sure 50 Superman level DCAMU Superman and Darkseid level beings.
Think they're all 50. I don't think they're Superman equivalent, but yeah.
But you get what I mean. Like, they're generally around that strength range, and yeah, they probably just decimate Oa like Darkseid did. And then I'm pretty sure he used a machine to just vaporize John Stewart.
Joe has said, could the Viltrumites win by throwing asteroids into the planet? Because if not, they're still in instant death. I think Superman could stop asteroids from the planet. So
could Wonder Woman and Shazam.
That's not instant death.
You know, it's funny to think
that Shazam breathe in space?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think he can.
It's funny to think.
I swear we see him in space, but I might be thinking of a different.
I don't think Wonder Woman can either.
It's funny to think that, like, when the Viltrumites do end up taking over that Earth, Swamp Thing is just going to be like this reoccurring inconvenience for them, because they're not going to be able to put them down without destroying.
That's
the
a good point. They can't kill Swamp Thing.
I would ask, do you think they just try and eliminate the green? In which also would Swamp Thing? Okay, Swamp Thing. Quick question: is that just a universal force, or is it just like a Earth specific?
No, I don't think we can't do that, because Swamp Thing in the DCAMU is clearly weaker than he is in the comics. We see him get beaten in a fight.
No, he's just bound to the Earth. Like,
yeah, that's why
they took him out because he destroyed most of the Earth at that point. And that's
no. There's one movie where it's just a 1v1 fight and he gets just destroyed and he doesn't grow back.
By who?
Wait, who?
Oh, Dr. Destiny, but then he comes back later.
Why?
Because the Earth is still intact.
Yeah, but I'm saying he gets beat. Like
that's what I mean.
It doesn't matter if he keeps coming back if they can just beat him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's what I'm saying.
This idea that he's this multiversal spanning power over the green isn't really the case in the DCAMU. He's just kind of
that universe.
Dude.
No, like I said, I just think it's funny that he would just keep on coming back as this inconvenience. Since the Viltrumites, if they want to take it over, they're not going to destroy the planet. They're just going to they're just going to be like that.
Destroying. They're completely fine destroying planets. It's not like that's.
Well, no, I think he's saying like if they need to repopulate, then they wouldn't.
Well, it would if he's that much of a problem, they can just take the humans off the planet.
So it's funny to think that like it'd be the Viltrumites would either be like, oh, it's just like this green swamp dude again. He's back for like the third time this week. Let's just go quickly get rid of him again.
Yeah, just annihilate him and it's fine.
We do see him. We know he's like definitely can challenge Superman level characters.
It says here, could Beast Boy turn into a Viltrumite? No, but he might be able to turn into a Ragnar.
100% could turn into a Ragnar.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a good chance of that.
Because it's not like he hasn't transformed into like fictional-esque beasts.
Transformed into demon.
Well, they just have to be animalistic or animal type creatures.
Demons
they
count,
can't just
apparently.
be like explicitly human or human-esque.
Which just seems very strange. It's like, why would you be able to transform into animals and demons, but like what makes it so much different than humans? Just if they're smart and can think for themselves, you can't turn into them. Like, what is it?
In the comics, it's like, are they connected to the red? But we don't get that.
God, I fucking hate that shit so much.
Bullshit.
Another mystical force.
Yes, dude. We were just talking about this a couple days ago or a week ago. We were saying how all of these comics, they keep having to take all of these pretty basic who gives a shit powers that are very normal, and they keep having to tie it to some kind of infinite multiversal force, right? Like, you have Aquaman that used to just be a water dude. Now he's tied to the clear. And, you know...
and Spider-Man.
And Spider-Man has the spider totem bullshit with the multiverse. And Hulk has the one below all. And he's tied... And gamma radiation isn't just gamma radiation. It's actually, like, weird...
Magic.
It's like weird multiversal hell energies. And it's like, can we just have Hulk be, like, a dude who is a science experiment who turns into a monster? Like, can Aquaman just be a guy who swims? You know, can Beast Boy just be a dude who turns into animals? What the fuck is all this shit with, like, why do you have to keep connecting it to a multiversal force? Like, all of these comics I keep saying this, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again, Marvel and DC are the same thing. Like, they have all the same problems. They do all the same shit. They're like, people say, oh, they're copying off each other. No, they're not. It's the same writers who work for both Marvel and DC who are freelance and keep going back and forth, and they're reusing their own ideas over and over again. They're bad ideas, and they ruin a bunch of characters by doing the same shit for everybody. So now characters who felt very unique originally are all like the same like shit. There shouldn't be a multiverse of Spider-Man. I'm sorry. There shouldn't be. Aquaman shouldn't be tied to the clear. You know, Solomon Grundy shouldn't be tied to the gray. Like, this shit is stupid. I'm so sick.
I forget how many there is. It gets insane.
It is. Like, I always thought it was dumb that Flash had the Speed Force and wasn't just someone who was super speed, but at least that was just one character. But now it's like everybody. It's like every single character has something. I mean, obviously, it's an exaggeration to say every character, but it's way more than it should be. It's a lot. It's a ton, and it's characters that you would never expect. Like, you would never expect Spider-Man to be tied to the Spider Totem, which is a multiversal thing, and like you would never expect that.
Especially where it's like it was a science experiment,
and there's no reason. Yeah, it's not the way he became Spider-Man does not properly explain his fucking abilities and what he does and his whole situation. Like, it's just what, like him, like Bruce Banner undergoing a gamma radiation bomb due to some science experimenty shit does not explain why he is now connected to the like god of devils. You know what I mean? Like, this is, I don't get it. Like, why is this? I don't get how you went from A to C. The B part doesn't make any sense to me. It's just, it's weird.
It's because of trauma and DID.
It's weird. Oh, dissociative identity disorder or whatever. No, he always had that before. Like, that was fine. It just, I don't know. It's just, it's weird.
That man's been fucked up since the beginning. Like, hasn't changed him before.
But I don't know. I don't like it. But yeah, I didn't know about the red, and that Beast Boy was tied to it in some way. But that's very upsetting. It's fucking stupid. Could he just be? I like the explanation in most animations where it's just like, no, he's just a dude who likes animals. Like, he has a ship-shifting ability, and he just happens to really like animals. So he just doesn't even try to turn into anything else. He just turns into animals. Like, it was like, I think they said it was like based on his psychology. Like, his mother studied animals and was big on animals, and he grew up around animals. So when he got his power just sort of formed with his preferences. So that's why he could turn into animals. Like, it was something very simple, you know. But
in the comics, he's turned into like Godzilla, Starro, and the Monkey King Hanuman.
As long as they're considered animals for the most part, or as long as he can consider them as animals. I guess as long as he views them as animals, I guess that kind of works. I don't know.
Yeah,
there's some weird.
He turns into whatever the plot.
If he had a crazy ego, turn into people.
If he just like viewed humans as lesser beings, he could turn into people. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't mind that if you're like, your power is based on your own psyche and like the way you view things. That's how a lot of manga and anime do it. They'll just have the power be like, oh yeah, it's very heavily. I mean, that was originally what the deal was with the Fantastic Four. All of the Fantastic Four's power reflect like their personalities and who they are as people. Susan Storm was very guarded. And she was very shy, and she didn't want to like. So she has invisibility and force fields. Johnny Storm was like this fucking like daredevil party animal womanizer. So like he lights on fire, and he's big and bombastic. I believe it was like Mr. Fantastic was always reaching for greater heights, greater scientific heights. So he literally got the ability to reach. You know, like they all of their powers were specifically tied to their own psyche and the way they view the world. And that's kind of cool because it means that your power, you know, reflects who you are as a person. I think I don't have any issue with that.
So the Thing always thought he was made of rocks?
No, it was like I forgot exactly. I forgot what it was for the Thing, but it was something about like his very rough interior became his rough exterior or something. I forgot exactly what it was, but I'd have to reread it. But yeah, they were all originally, their personalities were supposed to reflect their powers, and that's why they got those specific powers.
Yeah. You know, there's a bit of a pull and a smidge off topic. Wonder what the Wonder Twins freaking restriction is.
Well, we know what the restriction is: form and shape, or something like that. It was like form of this, and the other one was like shape of that. So I think like one can become like, I forgot exactly what it was, but like one can become biological things, and the other one can become like physical. I don't remember. I wasn't big on the Wonder Twins, but
no, that's fair.
One becomes animals.
I do know that they do have very specific rules.
Ice.
Yeah, like one can become anything like biological, and the other one can become anything that isn't. Basically, kind of, which is why they were like form of and shape of, and that was kind of how it worked. But I'm probably a little wrong with that. So is everyone comfortable with below Mass Effect and above the One Punch Man? I guess that's One Punch Man. Oh, that's not even One Punch Man.
It is.
Huh?
No, it isn't. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Okay, I'm wrong. For a second there, I thought it was MHA. For a second there, I thought it was MHA. Okay, never mind. It is One Punch Man. I'm wrong. So you guys are cool with it being above One Punch Man and below Mass Effect?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So next up we have Sonic. And for some reason, all you guys know Sonic, but nobody knows like DMC. Like, is Sonic bigger than Devil May Cry? Am I fucking crazy here?
Yeah. It depends on which Sonic.
Yeah, which one are we talking here?
I don't think anyone played the original Sonic games. I don't buy that. I don't buy that you guys haven't played DMC, but you've all played the original Sonic games. I don't.
So are we going for classic, modern, or movie?
Pick one.
Well, that's the movie right there.
No, that's all of them. That's all of them.
Is that all of them?
That's a picture of the movie one in the center, and then all around them are all the different versions
of Sonic.
They literally just said Sonic, and they didn't tell me which Sonic, so I just put all of them so that you guys can decide which ones you wanted to.
So I guess games would be rape. Classic would probably be Survive Pre-Scourge. Modern game Sonic would probably be rape, and then movie Sonic would probably be in the middle. Because he does have the power with the Chaos Emeralds where he can contend with them, but it's just the question of the time limit, which I don't think we explicitly know in the movies.
Well, Shadow could also do that.
Yeah.
Shadow is dead as far as we know, if I'm not wrong.
No, in the post-credit scene of 3, it's revealed that he's alive.
He's still alive.
I thought the post-credit scene was freaking Amy and all that.
Well, they had 2 post-credit scenes.
Did they?
Yeah, like there's a big difference because like the movie version, you can argue to plan it. I view it as kind of a reach, but then Game Sonic is like, oh, we're just gonna take on multiversal gods with the Chaos Emeralds.
Movie Sonic.
I mean,
sometimes not even with Chaos Emeralds.
Well, that's because it was freaking, what was it, like Shadow's energy channeled into the beam.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't that from him and Shadow fighting?
Well, he then
it was from Shadow running
to try and protect Earth, if I'm not wrong.
Shadow got angry, ran around for like 10 minutes, and then made planet-destroying energy thing.
Yeah, apparently. Granted, I'd have to assume some of that is just Gerald's freaking genius at work, because he made the Ark to actually destroy the freaking planet.
And I was saying Shadow charged the machine that was going to destroy the planet.
Yeah, but
which we don't know how. We don't know if it would have just taken out the planet in one go, or if it would have
pulls a space racer. It's just.
Well, in the movie, they redirect it and it cuts the moon and
it cuts the moon in half.
Yeah.
So I imagine just like pierces the core of Earth and blows it up.
So it'd basically be like Sonic and Shadow versus the Viltrumites.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, pretty much.
With movie version, yeah, Sonic and Shadow versus them.
Mm-hmm.
And then
so would like Knuckles not be able to do anything?
I mean,
he would.
I think he could do something.
He'd probably be able to take on some of the weaker
What could he do?
Or like the alligator dude?
No-name Viltrumites probably dying to Knuckles.
Yeah, in the within the movie canon, Knuckles is like, I think he's equal to Base Sonic, but he's not as strong as Super Sonic.
Yeah, he's nowhere near Super Sonic. No one's nowhere near Super Sonic except for Super Shadow and Base Shadow.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah, I feel the games are unfair to be here because, like, yeah, you give them 7 Chaos Emeralds and they can.
What was the
last
major Sonic game that was not like a spin-off or anything, but there was like a legit
Sonic Frontiers. It's where he beats the literal concept of the end and death.
Yeah, that one. That man's annihilating freaking conceptual beings at that point. Like, that's...
Yeah.
No version of Sonic is fair completely against the Viltrumites, aside from maybe the movies.
Well,
yeah, I call bullshit, guys. I do. Someone in the chat said that Sonic is way bigger than DMC. It is not. I am looking at these game sales. Most of them are in the hundreds of thousands. Some of them are in the millions, lower millions. I do see a couple that are pretty high. Like let me see, what's this? Sonic Dash, which I don't think it counts as an Android. Game. That's an Android game. That's only 22 million, but that's a mobile game. But most of these are like 4 million. This one's like 170,000. This is 4 million, 2 million, 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. That's everything. If you go over to DMC 5 sold 12 million units, more than the last like 10 Sonic games. So
in terms of iconicness, more people know Sonic than they know Dante or Virgil.
What the hell is that? That's because there's a movie. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, there's a movie.
If you're talking about games, if you're talking about specifically gamers,
don't forget the cartoons.
If you're talking about specifically gamers, I don't think that's true. I don't buy that. I think if you're a gamer, you're a gamer, you know who Dante is.
I would say in general, I would say Sonic's popular though.
Yes, because Sonic has had multiple shows as well. Yeah, but that's not what he said. He said that actually I don't remember exactly what he said, but I don't know. He just said it's way bigger. I don't buy that. In terms of games, they don't sell as well as DMC games. But DMC has less games. They have flooded the market less.
So, I mean, per individually, yeah, but if you rank it by franchise, Sonic has 150 more copies. Like, for every one copy of DMC, Sonic has 150.
Yes, I know, because I just said Sonic flooded the market. But each of their games don't. But do you have any idea how many Sonic games there are? There's
a lot.
There's a lot.
A lot of Sonic games.
DMC has 6 games, I think. Total
I don't
across
think
the entire franchise.
I don't think it'd be that bold to say like it's literal like, and not insignificant multiples times of games.
Hell.
Like it's like 4 times
the
or 5
Google
times.
AI says there's 100 plus. I feel like that might be wrong.
And you're competing with competing with a franchise.
That sounds right, honestly.
You're competing with a franchise that has 6 games.
Quantity is its own quality.
Yeah, it just depends on how
the quantity just
depends on how you look at it. Yeah.
Funny enough, I this is kind of funny. So Devil May Cry has made over $1 billion with just pachinko machines.
I believe it.
Devil May Cry pachinko machines made over $1 billion.
Fully believe it. Freaking
sounds
I believe it's Capcom behind DMC.
Yeah,
they went like really heavy.
And the Devil May Cry franchise, just the 6 games that we have made over $2 billion. Just from 6 games though. Like that's the thing. You have to count the number of games. Because Sonic said, like, let me see this. So if we're talking about 3D platformers, this is not because this website for some reason separates it by like 2D and then 3D and whatever. So okay, so all of the 3D platformers combined have made $2.4 billion for Sonic. But look how many there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20. I'm not going to keep going. But you get the idea. DMC has made almost as much money as Sonic's 3D platformers have, but Sonic 3D platformers have like fucking 4 or 5 times the amount of games? Like it's not even. I don't think it's right to say that DMC is not as big as Sonic.
But Sonic is a bigger franchise.
I'd say it's like more culturally impactful considering I'm pretty sure Sonic.
I agree. It's more culture impact. It has movies. It has multiple television shows. But if you're looking at games and how much those games sell,
fan base is
DMC is bigger. DMC is a more well-known, more played, more beloved game than Sonic in terms of games and people playing. I think if you ask a random person on the street who's never played a game, if they know Sonic or Dante, they're going to say Sonic. But for gamers, it's DMC. Dante's one of the most beloved video game characters of all time.
He is. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, the distinction. Well, like, I agree with you on the games. Like, I think, yeah, obviously, as you agree with me with Sonic having the cultural impact. I mean, he did create furries, so.
Yeah. No, that's one thing I'm confused because like everyone in this room are gamers. Like I'm assuming if you guys are here, I'm assuming you're all gamers. So it was just weird to me when I ask a room of 12 people who's played DMC, and everyone's like, nope, never even heard of it. And then you have like 8 people who say like, oh yeah, I love Sonic. I'm like, are you serious? How is that possible? Like, it's weird to me. I know more DMC players than I know Sonic players.
If I may.
Yeah, I haven't played a single Sonic
in the real
game.
world, at least. What's up?
Fan base is like super split. There's like people who only like the classic games, only like the early 3D games, people who like the modern games.
Most people haven't played the early games or the classic games.
And across being like at least a significant bit older than the Devil May Cry franchise, that impacts like how many people have gotten the chance to play the game. Like sometimes people got old and died before like the modern games came out, so like of course there's going to be more people who played Sonic because it's been around for a longer amount of time with more entries.
But that wasn't the point I was saying. That wasn't the point.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point he's saying, so.
But that's not the point that I was saying, so it's not relevant. It's like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rouga.
It's only relevant when it's about Rouga.
Yeah, but anyway, is what it is. I never liked Sonic personally. I played the originals on the Genesis, and I never enjoyed them. I didn't like the gameplay style of just running really fast to the right and then memorizing where things are and jumping at the proper times. Because when shit entered the screen, like you went too fast to be able to react to it, so it was basically just memorizing the levels. And I didn't like that. And if you didn't memorize the levels, then you wouldn't be able to get the flow of Sonic right. And I was like, I don't find it fun to memorize a level just so I can get through the whole thing without having the pace of the game be grinded to a fucking halt. And I just didn't find it fun. So I never got into Sonic like that. But I was always when it came to platformers around that time, I was always bigger with Donkey Kong. I thought Donkey Kong was great.
I actually have a question. Devil May Cry was a PlayStation series, right?
Yeah.
How many people here played PlayStation instead of Xbox or Nintendo?
Well, PlayStation.
I haven't
well, it depends on how old you are.
Until the PlayStation 5.
If you were old enough, which is also probably not the case for a lot of people in here, you had a PlayStation 1 before Xbox was even a thing. So, but
I had a PS2.
But yeah, I think the first one was for PS2, the first Devil May Cry. But I don't know. PS2 was bigger. Well, no.
The PS2 was pretty big, mostly due to the fact that I could play DVDs.
Most people say the PS2 was. I'm not gonna say most. A large group of people will say that the PS2 is to this day the greatest video game console that has ever been made, and I think that there's a good argument to be made that's true. And if you don't say that's true, I think you could argue that was the best generation because you had PS2, Xbox, and GameCube.
Yeah,
that was a
I was gonna
strong generation, dude.
I was gonna say for me, it's between PS2 and GameCube.
Yeah, that was a strong generation. I think that Nintendo has gone downhill every generation since GameCube.
Oh yeah,
GameCube was the peak of their existence.
I was a bigger fan of 360, Wii, and PS3.
Crazy.
But that's mostly because that's when I was playing games.
But like all the like there were a couple of cool new.
He's not
games
old like you.
It's not.
I had a PS2, but that was it.
No, he says he had a PS2.
I had a 3.
I did have a PS2, but I was also like 5.
Liam was wrong. Doesn't matter. So you didn't play 50 Cent Bulletproof.
I was too busy playing Spyro. No.
Spyro.
Spyro.
I did actually own 50 Cent Bulletproof. It was really fun. It was really funny because I think 50 Cent Bulletproof was like the first, because I owned M-rated games, but 50 Cent Bulletproof was the first game that my mom bought me that was M-rated, where she was basically like, you can now play M-rated games from this point on, because before that it was always like you had to make exceptions to play M-rated games. But for this one, she's like, okay, you can play M-rated games from this point on, and I'm like, yeah. And she got me 50-cent Bulletproof for Xbox, and I was like, okay, well, I get the it was a Christmas present. I opened it up and it was 50-cent Bulletproof, and I'm like, okay, I get it, like M-rated game, cool. But did you just pick a random M-rated game off the freaking shelf? Like, why did you pick 50-cent Bulletproof? Like, I don't even care about it 50 cent, but I actually did kind of like the game. But yeah, it was just funny. But yeah, because before that, the only real M-rated games that I would get was God of War, because like God of War was a game that I had to get every time they came out. God of War 1, 2, and 3, and all that. It was like, I need to have the God of War games. And Mom, that was the one game where it's like, Ma, God of War came out. Like, you got to make the exception. Let me play God of War. And it's like, all right, so
come on.
Yeah, so for a long time, those were the only M-rated games I played, and then eventually I could play 50-cent Bulletproof. She got me 50-cent Bulletproof.
Oh, is that like your guilty pleasure, like your favorite memory game?
No,
I know everyone here has that.
No, I don't think I have a favorite memory game. Well, I mean, I don't have guilty pleasures. I have games that I really, really loved playing. God of War, the Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro for the PS1. That was a big one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that was a big one. Legend of the Dragoon, which I've talked about on this channel before. Legend of the Dragoon was a really big one. That was another one. But
yeah, let me rephrase. It's a game that you played when you were younger that if you were to play it now, you'd still remember everything.
Yeah, Legend of the Dragoon, Spider-Man, Enter Electro, not 50-cent Bulletproof.
But you do remember it, though, to be fair.
I don't think I would remember the whole game. I think I would remember scenes from it. I don't think I remember the whole game. Like, I would remember the second level, because the first level is you have to get to the laundromat, and then you get into the laundromat, and then you have to activate the laundromat, and then you press a button to activate the laundromat, and then the mission after that is leave the laundromat, and the story gives you no reason for why you're doing it, and I remember that.
You're just there.
Because it's just like you're following the story of people attacking you, and this like the game needs to give you something to do. So it's like, go to the laundromat, and then there's a shootout in the laundromat. Turn the laundromat on. Now leave the laundromat, and I'm like, what did that have to do with the plot of this game?
Why did I do that?
It wasn't a good game.
You gotta do your.
Like, I enjoyed playing it, but I could see it was not a great game. But yeah, I would say my big ones, like my earliest ones that I can think of, is Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, the Legend of the Dragoon was a big one. I think that was back in 1999 or 1998, something like that. And then before that, I think that was those were like, Coder, Knights of the Old Republic. That's a big one. Yeah. Well, I played games even in the mid to early 90s, but like none of them really stick in my head as me giving a shit about them all that much. Like the first games that I was like, I'm gonna constantly play this and I'm gonna fall in love with this. That was probably something like Spider-Man Enter Electro or Legend of the Dragoon. Probably, if I had to think, like that's probably the main two. Because before that, it was like, I played a game where you play as a little velociraptor running to the right and eating other little dinosaurs and avoiding the T-Rexes, but I don't remember what that game was called or like anything about it, yeah. Time Crisis in arcades. Time Crisis was fun if you've ever been in an arcade and played Time Crisis.
For me, it's a little embarrassing, but the game. Now you brought up retro consoles, it just reminds me so much. I used to love the fuck out of like GameCube games mainly. Like Shrek 2, that was my guilty pleasure.
Shrek 2 was good. I wasn't young enough when Shrek 2 came out for that to be like a childhood game. But no, Shrek 2 was cool. It was surprisingly good, especially for a movie license game. I had a lot of fun with that. It was a cool party game. You'd invite like 3 other friends over and just like, 4-player beat 'em up. And I always used to play as Gingerbread Man. He was a beast.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, Gingerbread.
Puss in Boots is my personal favorite.
Yeah, Gingerbread was great. Anyway, let's play. Where do you want to put Sonic? I know we went way off topic. I think DMC is a better series than Sonic games, and I'm really bummed out that we'll probably never get another DMC game.
If
I'd say
we're going games, then top.
Yeah, but
there it's just sort of.
We never really agreed on which one we were going for, though.
You gotta agree, guys. This is on you.
Just want to say games and leave it, or do you want to go movie?
Yeah, might as well. Might as well. That's the one that's most well known for Sonic, at least the games.
Then games, so I guess top tier.
Yeah.
Top tier break.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of people. I know I'm bringing the conversation back. My bad, but I see a lot of people saying that 360 era was their era, which makes sense because people here are going to be a little younger. And people are saying like the 360 era was great. The 360 era was a massive drop off from the regular Xbox and PS2 era. Like everyone, when it's really funny when people are like, "Oh, it was so great."
There's a lot of gimmicks there.
Cause like everyone was in agreement when I was going from PS2 and I had to choose between PS3 and Xbox 360. It was an agreement with me, with all my friends, with everyone online. The 360 and PS3 was a massive drop in quality from the previous generation. The games weren't as good. The Xbox, the 360 had this red ring of death thing that was like pissing everybody off. Like everybody was pissed off about the red ring of death.
Never happened to me.
The only games to play when they came out was like you had like God of War 3 for the PS3, and I think you had like Mass Effect was coming out for the Xbox 360, but like there was like all the Resistance was there, but no one really played that. And it was like, where are all the good games? When PS2 and Xbox dropped, there were so many good games right out the gate. And it was like, what is going on? Like what? Like everybody was really weirded out. So it is interesting to see people who like jumped on in the 360 PS3 era and was like, no, it was so great, because like we were all complaining about
it. There was a lot of gimmicks in there. Like not many people freaking mentioned that one. Exorbitant amount.
We
of gimmicks
did get
in the
some of the
era.
greatest games of all time.
Well, here's the thing:
what games did you get for 360 that you could say was the greatest that wasn't a sequel to previous games? Because you can't say Halo, because those were sequels. You could say Mass Effect. I'll give you Mass Effect.
Dead Space.
The hell?
Dead Space.
Jacob, how old
Dead
are
Space
you?
was a good one. Dead Space was a good one. But Dead Space was also only the first one, because didn't they get really bad after one or two?
Second one was good. The
I
third
like
one.
I didn't play. I only played one, and I enjoyed one quite a bit. But
I liked all of them.
But yeah.
Third one is considered.
I'm not saying
the
there
one
aren't
which
good
people
games.
really-
I'm not saying there aren't good games for the console, but it just seemed like for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, it was like every month or
If you
so we were getting a
exclude
banger after a
sequels, then it
banger
goes.
after a banger.
If you exclude sequels,
one-
then yeah. If
there's
you
one
include
personal one.
sequels, we got like GTA, like a lot of good GTAs. We got the best Battlefield game.
Battlefield
Which one
1.
would that be? One?
Battlefield 4.
One. Nah, best one's one. Bro.
Yeah, because for a lot
Some people like
for
three.
me, Xbox 360, that was when like Call of Duty blew up, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out, and then every game after that started becoming a fucking military shooter, and they completely like ignored all of the previous generations of shooters. Even Halo like came out with Halo Reach and started becoming more like a military shooter and less like what it was before. And it was like shooters kind of got ruined in the 360 and PS3 era.
I do feel kind of bad because one of my personal favorite shooters on the Xbox, Bulletstorm, kind of got killed out by that. It was like a Gears of War-esque.
Bulletstorm didn't sell well.
It didn't sell well.
Like it sold horribly, but it was pretty fun.
It was a fun game.
It was fun, but it did not sell.
Slinging people around with a freaking electric whip, that was sick.
Joe is saying, what universes do we still have to go through? Sonic, the Old Republic, Sith, EDF, the Unbidden from Stellaris, Crazy Clowns from Outer Space, I'm forgetting what the faction's called, but it's from Undead Unluck, War of the Monsters, probably the Alien Invasion from War of the Monsters, honestly, Hulk, the Planet Hulk, Sakaar, and then Captain Planet. Those are our factions.
Well, all right. So we agreed. At least we're going with Game Sonic. So where?
Yeah.
I'm enjoying our generations conversation.
The generation conversation was very good.
Who is that at like? So I recognize the Enterprise. I think that's the Enterprise from Star Trek at the top.
That's the Enterprise. Then Psycho Warriors, Frieza. But who's still left there? Of the Enterprise.
I think it's. Yeah, I'm confused about those two on the
Those
left
are
of the
the-
Enterprise.
Okay, very left. That's Sin from Turbo Overkill. Like that's pretty much.
I'm
just
sorry, guys.
a god.
I'm not paying attention. Yeah, so the first one's Sin. The second one is the Night Sentinels from Doom. Then it's the Federation from Star Trek. Then it's the Psycho Warriors.
Wait, the Federation when?
When?
Yeah, the timeline.
I think we were mostly talking about the next generation and like that area.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, where they were like going up against the Dominion and the Borg and shit. I think that's probably
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, and then we have the Space King, Psycho Warriors, Frieza Force. I think that's that's the Cybertronians. After that, then it was enemies of the Super Earth, and then it's Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
I think people are really gonna not like what I'm gonna say here. I think maybe it just goes above Mortal Kombat.
No.
I would put Sonic.
Let me defend my point here. It's one planet in a very small cast of characters that can really do much. Like it's what? Probably 20 tops?
Sonic, let's assume that we're not even using the latest version of Sonic. He is turning the entirety of the Viltrumite invasion into the opening of Sonic Unleashed.
He still rapes them. That's true. He does that. Everyone rapes them, though. Like, everyone rapes them. That's what the entire tier is for.
Who's everybody?
That's what the entire tier is. But it's like one planet with 20 people in which the rest of the planet isn't particularly strong. It's freaking, Professor Pickles and other freaking, Mobians?
Furries?
No.
Gaia in the Earth?
Gaia on the Earth is... Gaia isn't going to be able to help because Gaia is holding back the freaking...
Joe said old Mortal Kombat had over 100 characters. I don't think that's true. The Armageddon had every single character from every previous game, and I think it had 63 characters. I think I might have to Google that, but I think it had 63, not 100. But it was a lot. It was a lot of characters.
I'm not saying they lose. I'm mainly just saying that I don't think they're going to be able to eviscerate the freaking Viltrumites as thoroughly as
like the ones in Rape. Like the Viltrumites don't stand a chance. It's basically instant obliteration for them.
They don't stand a chance against any of these. It's just I think the enemies of the freaking Helldivers are going to be able to eradicate.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat is the bottom of the list, and it's there because if the Viltrumites try to invade anyone, the Elder Gods are literally going to wipe them out immediately. So they have to join the tournament, and if they join the tournament, they're going to lose.
Yeah, so I think that's why I'm saying this. It's mostly I think. Everyone above it can just kill them faster.
I'd say I would personally put Sonic just above the Frieza Force, but below Space King.
Why so?
That's crazy, dude. I don't see that one.
My reasoning is that they can both effectively take out the Viltrumites quicker. The only difference is that Frieza would likely blow up the planet. Sonic would still have a planet. But I feel like he would take them out just.
But the Frieza Force don't have a planet. It doesn't matter if they blow up the planet.
It's also again, at least with the Frieza Force, a majority of the Frieza soldiers could at least take on Viltrumites.
I wouldn't say the majority because they have regular soldiers too.
They do have regular ones.
Anyone Ginyu Force or above would fucking murder them.
Well.
Zardon, I think Zarbon. Thank you, Zarbon. Yeah, he would murder him. Dodoria would murder him.
The main thing I'm thinking when I'm thinking that is that freaking Ranitz is a regular soldier. He's treated as just a guy.
He's like nothing, dude.
Yeah, he's just treated as a guy, that guy is at least Moon.
He would absolutely wreck. Yeah, I don't think they're beating a single Frieza Force. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that Raditz is considered a normal guy. He's still a Saiyan.
His power.
Are we saying that the Frieza Force doesn't have just normal dudes with guns?
No, it doesn't.
How big is the Frieza Force's army? How big is his army?
We have no idea.
Does he even have an army, or is it just 40 dudes?
He does have an army. It's not just 40 dudes. He rules over multiple planets. It's mostly that it's not really elaborated on much.
That's probably because they're just shit. They're just guys with guns.
Well, no, because they have no threats. He won. There's no enemies.
Well, then I would.
I just like the idea that Frieza is basically like a level 100 necromancer who's going into a level 5 town that are just like the stars.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just annihilating everyone. There's like no challenges whatsoever.
10 or freaking hell, like 99 times out of 10.
Like I'm just gonna stay
100.
here in the starter.
He's like the most bullshit character to ever bullshit.
Well, I actually saw a video. I don't remember how long ago, but basically they were saying that the main point that they made is that Frieza is actually a great foil specifically for Goku, because Goku is all about like fighting and trying your hardest and constantly training. And Frieza's the main thing Frieza has is that he's lazy and everything comes to him easily. And that's like he was made literally as an opposite of Goku, specifically with his work ethic and training ethic. And
he was born to be strong instead of gaining it through hard work.
Yeah, like that was the whole thing. So like his based in like, and I don't know if that was like what Akira Toriyama was thinking, but if that's the way you go with it, like his main trait that Frieza has is that he's lazy.
Being a lazy asshole.
Which is just like,
I think. I think I would probably agree with the placement of Sonic going just above Mortal Kombat. Because, like, be a similar scenario where, like, yeah, they'd probably ravage most of the planet, but the moment they stumble upon Sonic...
But if they ravage most of the planet, then they're not going to be in rape.
I want
in Mortal Kombat, the Viltrumites will never place a hand on Earth. They'll never go there. They cannot touch the ground of Earth ever. Like, they won't do anything.
Yeah,
so if they ravage the planet in Sonic, then there's no way you're going above Mortal Kombat.
That's being charitable to the Viltrumite.
We're not even bringing up the Eggman Empire, which has space robots that can destroy them before they even
what are you guys doing? Well, you got to talk about what you guys are even talking about, because, like, are we talking about Sonic and Earth? Are we talking about the entire Sonic universe? Because Sonic and Eggman are not going to be teaming up to fight the Viltrumites. Not in any world that I can imagine.
That happens way more often than you think.
I'm not saying they wouldn't. I'm not saying they wouldn't team up, but I don't see why they would team up against the Viltrumites.
No, they would.
They would. They totally would.
Not greater. It's not about greater threats. What would be the reason to team up against the Viltrumites? The Viltrumites are there to breed with human beings. Why would Eggman care to stop them from doing that? They're not there to blow up the planet.
Empire. Would be a threat to his empire.
The reason that they always give in like events where this happens is like, no one can rule the Earth but me. And that I get it's stupid, but like that's his motivation for pretty much everything.
Oh, that or the enemy has personally slighted him in some way, like with the freaking Zeddy.
I mean, is there any reason why the Viltrumites wouldn't team up with Dr. Eggman? Like, why would they necessarily go up against them? At that point, all they want to do is repopulate.
I was gonna bring that one up. In which,
like, we literally just saw at the end of season 4, they are not even attempting to take over the world anymore. They just want to repopulate.
Also, can I mention real quick, freaking Krieg just immediately went into that, man.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
having
bro.
A great time.
He has like 20 wives.
That man speed ran.
He discovered cigarettes, motorcycles, and
I don't buy. Here's the thing: I do not buy that any of the Viltrumites would have male Viltrumites would have an easy time getting laid on Earth. Like we see some flashbacks with fucking Nolan, and when he's going with Debbie for the first time and they're talking, like Debbie's like a normal chick and he's just like, I'm better than humans, and I'm like, why is she into this dude? Like, even there's a flashback in the show where he's going with the costume. And, like, the dude's trying to fit him with a superhero costume, and Debbie's kind of hanging all over him, and it's clear that they're still dating and not married or whatever. And he's just like, this makes me look ridiculous. Why do I have to save these humans? And he's like, it's like, this dude's just clearly an asshole. Like, why is this? I don't understand why Debbie was surprised when he ended up being a dick.
It's not exactly what he said.
I understand. No, I'm giving a general vibe that he's giving off. Like, he's very clearly being a dick. Like he's not like a charming, funny, cool person. He is a humorless, stick up his ass, like self-absorbed, basically looks down on all of humanity openly when he arrives here. Many of the scenes where he's with Debbie dating, he'll just say like ridiculous shit. And it's just like you don't see, like, how do you not see? Even in season 1, when he's been married to Debbie forever, there's a fucking dragon that attacks the city they're in and destroying whole city blocks behind him. And he's like, what? Cecil can handle that. I'm with my wife. And there's like people screaming in the background. I'm like, Debbie, I think you're fucking retarded. Like, how did you not know that this is exactly what was going to happen from the moment you were dating this dude? And when we see the way the Viltrumites behave, I don't get that they would be able to like flirt with and actually like just fit in human culture when they behave in the way that they behave.
I think you're forgetting something from the comics.
And you don't even see that.
Because I didn't read the
which
comics.
Is okay. It is canonical that Viltrumites are so ungodly good at sex that
I'm saying they wouldn't ever get to the point of having sex.
All you need is some alcohol in a way, you know.
I'm saying that most of them would be so off-putting that they wouldn't actually be able to have sex with anyone.
That's why Krieg was able to finally get someone that fast.
Yeah, I don't buy it. Based on their personality, I don't buy they would be able to pick up anybody other than hookers.
I would say the one.
They're literally that off-putting.
I would say the one thing is they're at least pretending to be humans. Like Nolan was a Viltrumite. They always knew they're like.
He wasn't pretending to be a human.
Yeah, that was the entire bit.
He
at least they're
trying to
pretend it. And it's not like the other ones have a better time. Like freaking.
Are you disagreeing with him?
Well,
I'm confused.
Me? Yes.
Well,
yeah, it sounds like you.
For me, I'm mostly saying that, like, within you see that she is.
He literally saying the same thing he said, and you're disagreeing with him.
He said they were pretending to be humans. I'm disagreeing.
No, he didn't.
What? I said that they're supposed to be pretending to be humans. At least that's what the entire bit was. But you at least see with like. What the frick was the one like Black Viltrumite's name? I can't remember.
Lucan.
Wait, you think Lucan is pretending to be human?
So Joa put in the comments. He said, "You think this is unbelievable? Lucian got a job in the stock market in 2 days with no diploma or previous experience, not even documents."
That's what his job was.
Wild.
I remember that he got a job. I didn't remember what it was.
Is it ever confirmed that it's the stock market?
But yeah,
he just kind of said he has a job.
You see with like Luke and freaking Anissa, they are not going that well. I think Krieg. This is just literally
Lucan was doing great.
Anissa not going well. Anissa is the least believable thing in the thing. I literally made a joke in one of my videos. I think it was last week where I said you'll get raped by Anissa if you subscribe. And I just got comment after comment of being like, "Don't threaten me with a good time." They were all up for that shit. Like, there's
it's because Anissa was like disgusted by all the guys. Or whatever. She's like, "Oh, all these guys are weak as shit."
To be fair, the only reason quote doesn't do well is not to sleep with anyone.
Liam's cutting off a lot. I can't understand.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah,
be there, man. We couldn't hear like whatever you're saying.
The only reason he doesn't do well is because she's not to get impregnated.
Yeah, I can't believe Lucan became a TV game host.
I know. He has like hundreds of years.
I'm going to assume that this is meme humor that's being used.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I don't remember them ever saying that he got a job, so I don't know where
he looks like Steve Harvey. He looks like Steve Harvey.
He does. I don't think he got a job though.
I don't get it though, because
he gets a wife.
Yeah, I heard about that. He gets a wife, and then he doesn't want to like, cheat on her and stuff. No, I don't.
Yeah, he didn't want to cheat on her.
There are things I've said this before. There are things that I don't think that Robert Kirkman's the greatest writer. I just don't.
He's not.
I would agree. Honestly.
I think he has a lot of problems. I don't think his story makes any fucking sense. I think that there's a lot of shit that's weird. And one of the things I think is weird is like I don't buy that these characters would be able to just come and pretend to be human and just start sleeping around and pray. Like, no, like it would take them unless they're just raping women, it would take them forever to be able to actually learn how humans behave.
Krieg had a whole harem. He wasn't raping anybody.
That's what I'm saying.
You know,
I don't
this
buy
reminds
it.
me of like.
I don't buy it. Krieg isn't even shown to be good looking. He's a hideous dude with a scarred face and one eye. Like he's not even a good looking dude, and he also has no idea how to behave.
It's the eye patch, man. It gets all the ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So like, it is kind of weird. I don't think Kirkman is the greatest writer. Like the only way it would make sense if the Viltrumites were able to just show up and do that like uninterrupted without anybody noticing them or anything is if Cecil knew about them ahead of time.
Yeah, how did Cecil not know they were there? That made no sense.
My theory is that he knew about it. He just didn't want to tell Nolan.
Well, I mean, that's a good point because when Nolan shows up on the planet, there's literally a scene where it goes over to Cecil and he's just like on pins and needles watching the screen, be like, "Come on, leave, fucking leave." And he's like, he knew he was there the moment he entered.
Doesn't he go up and talk to him? He goes up and talks to him though.
No, I'm talking. No, before that, the first time.
Like when
before
he's
they left
leaving,
for the war.
Yeah, that was the first time.
Get out of here.
No. The first time he didn't talk to him.
When he first got there, he kills like that monster, and Cecil goes up to him.
No, not that one. I'm talking about before they left for the war.
Later. Yeah, before
this season.
The first time after he kills everyone.
When Nolan and Alan showed up to pick up Mark for the war, Cecil knew that they arrived on Earth, like the moment they arrived. But apparently, 38 of them snuck on the planet, and Cecil doesn't know at all. He didn't keep track.
Isn't there the ship? They have the ship. That's probably how he knows that the.
Yeah, he would definitely know. It's a fucking bigger thing.
The ship's bigger.
What's Thrag doing?
Nah, he Thrag parks the ship on like the dark side of the moon or some bullshit.
Yeah, so they just fly in. Yeah. So again, I don't see why Cecil wouldn't know because he knew when Nolan and Alan showed up and they just flew there.
Yeah, so like unless they reveal that Cecil knew about it the entire time and he just wanted to get Nolan the fuck off the planet for his personal beef and that he was going to deal with the other Viltrumites on his own, it's not going to make any sense.
Or like, it's just not going to make any sense. I think it's
because like in the comics, he meets Thrag.
Bad writing.
Well, no, what the fuck is Cecil supposed to do?
Yeah,
like,
that's the thing. Like, what can he do?
Well, it doesn't matter if he can do something or not. We should get some sort of information that he knows they're there.
Yeah.
And apparently they've been there for a while because they've already started like picking up people.
Yeah, they got there ahead of them.
Literally, Mark is in a room with Cecil. He leaves Cecil, and then he goes. He has one conversation with Adam Eve, and then she starts flying around the world, and then he sees Thrag, and then Thrag reveals that they've been here for a while.
Yeah.
Cecil never told Mark during their conversation that they were all there.
Yeah.
I mean,
even though Mark was suffering from PTSD, fearing that they were going to come, he never was like, "Oh, that thing that you're fearing, it's already happened. They're here." There's like
that might have the opposite effect.
Doesn't matter. I mean,
exactly.
Like, you guys read the comics. Does he ever tell Mark that he knew they were there?
No. So in the comics, he doesn't find out until much later on.
There you go.
Minor spoiler. Like he meets Thrag for the first time when Mark gets infected by the Scourge virus, and Thrag is like, "Oh yeah, you didn't see me because like my technology is far superior to yours." And she's like,
"Well, let's not stick to too many spoilers because last time I was okay with spoilers because we were at the end of the stream and most of the people had left anyway.
Absolutely.
But we're still in the middle of the stream, so let's not too many spoilers. No, it's fine. But the point is he should know. like he should know.
No, but technology.
Yeah, he should know.
To me, it does. What technology? They flew into the planet just normally. They
don't he literally watches them leave like the solar system.
Cloaking tech. I'm pretty sure the Viltrumites have none.
Literally, it doesn't matter. Literally,
if Thrag says "quote unquote" you weren't able to see us because of our technology, they must have something.
He didn't say that.
That doesn't make sense though.
He didn't say that.
No, but you said that our technology is better than you. That's why you couldn't find us.
So that's not what he said.
What did he say then?
When did he say our technology is better? That's why you couldn't find it.
Apparently in the comics.
In the comics.
Yeah, that's the minor spoiler I gave. Like when Thrag first met Cecil.
But they're different continuities.
He didn't say that in the show. We're talking about the show. No. The show. There's been has been zero anything pointing towards ability to hide themselves.
You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be like the thing of the and it's gonna be one quiet word in the background no one heard.
You know,
like the that they're like ear comms or whatever.
Yeah, it was like a quiet one word. paid attention.
I do have a headcanon interpretation. Like, assuming Kirkman decides to make it make sense in the show as to why Cecil didn't tell Mark they were already there, is it could, in theory, be like Cecil knows they're there and he knows that Mark will go out and confront them, and then that'll lead to them destroying the planet.
Yeah, that seems pretty much.
So
Mark's kind of retarded.
Yaku asked if we're talking about the show. No, we are talking about the comic, to be fair. Sure. And we can talk, and I'm not like completely disregarding, like, you can't talk about any spoilers. I don't know. I'm trying to keep the spoilers related to what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have to go on and spoil huge plot points, then, you know, it's not necessary. But if we're talking about like a strength thing or whatever, or something like that, then yeah. But this isn't really necessary to spoil shit for people who don't want to be spoiled for season 5 and 6 and whatever. But I don't really consider, like, I don't think it's that much of a spoiler to be like, you know, if we were in season 2 and you're like, at some point 3 Viltrumites fly through a planet and blow that shit up. Like, I don't find that to be that much of a spoiler if you're not given the context of how it affects the character, what's going on, blah, 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 you know what I mean?
I'm wondering how he's gonna make it stretch 7 seasons. Apparently or 9.
Well, that could be
like season or 9.
I mean, I can see it, to be honest. They got plenty of
Are we on
time.
season 5?
Okay.
What season are we on now?
4.
So without
because we just finished.
Without revealing anything about the comics at all, the show adaptation so far is at the halfway point.
Yeah, like, it's doing pretty good.
Yeah, well, and we know that they're adding stuff. They're adding the hell.
Yeah, that
shit.
too. So
and there's a lot of shit that they've already cut out, like the World Ender stuff where the guy came down to like
Omnipotus
or whatever. Yeah, Omnipotus. I couldn't remember his fucking name.
No, they added it, but it was kind of like a 2-second thing.
You cut it out. You cut it out. Showing one shot of it is not the same thing.
They removed the whole thing.
Yeah. They had a reference to it, is what you could say.
Okay, yeah.
They removed the whole thing with Amber's domestic violence, which
I think they can still add that though. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter when that happens. I think they can still add that.
It's too late.
I know. I thought that was pretty integral to Mark's character.
Oh, and to answer people's question,
I mean, it was. It shows that he's getting more ruthless. I
was saying earlier in one of these streams that, like, it depends on how they deal with the abortion. They could lose a lot of viewers. I don't think they dealt with it poorly. I think it was fine.
The off-screen Paul breakup was so whack. My God.
No,
I mean, but like, who really cared about the Paul and Debbie?
How long were they gone?
I cared about them.
I don't know.
Because I read the comic. Even when I read the comic books, I never cared about their relationship.
No, it's like 8 months to a year, I think.
Because we know that because they show up. He
wasn't out as long after the Conquest fight in the show.
I don't understand. It doesn't seem like they were gone long because Mark and them. If you just follow the train of events, Mark and all of them, they leave Earth. They almost immediately get into a fight with Viltrumites. Mark gets put out of commission for 2 months. They specifically say it's 2 months, and then they go to the fucking planet with the coalition of planets, get into a fight. That fight happens immediately after Mark wakes up. He literally doesn't even shave or cut his hair or nothing. They go directly there.
Yeah, they
get into a fight.
There.
After that, then Mark realizes they're going back to Earth, and then they travel back to Earth.
By the time they get to Earth, probably about what 3.5, roughly.
Well, you forget
it couldn't have been longer than a couple of months
on their planets.
But it takes 2 weeks to head to Terexia. They said that. Didn't they?
Yeah, there's the.
They mentioned it was 2 weeks to do that.
Yeah, but the way that it is, like with how much weight that Eve has gained.
That's at least a month.
Yeah, but with how much weight Eve has gained, and the fact that she was like, "Oh, I was so lonely," and it was like, "Bitch, it's been like what 6-7 months tops."
Folded under no pressure.
Yeah, it was like, what? How did you? I don't even think I could gain that much weight if I tried with the amount of time that you were getting.
No, that makes sense.
I mean, like in the comics though, they explain that like her the way that her abilities work. It's like the way when she uses her abilities, it does burn her. Yeah, burns her calories.
So that just means she. I don't have.
So she wasn't using her abilities, I guess, and she was eating.
But it doesn't matter. I don't have any abilities at all. So, like that, like normal people don't have abilities. It would be difficult for someone to gain that much weight in that amount of time.
How much weight does she gain?
It's a lot. Whatever it is, it's a lot. It's like
I mean, to be honest, in the comics, she looked a lot fatter.
I mean, maybe
let me be clear. I'm not complaining that she's fat. I'm just saying it seems like when Mark came back, there was this sort of disconnect in my brain where I was like, how fucking long? Debbie broke up with Paul. Eve gained a shit ton of weight. Her dad got into an accident. She had to take over all this shit for the house. She got an abortion. She talked about how lonely and how she was. And then he starts crying like, oh, I wasn't here. I'm like, it sounds like you were gone for like 5 fucking years, but it was like the way that they were being
gone for 10 months,
and it was like it's like it doesn't. And the timeline that we see on screen, even 10 months seems like too much. Because it's literally
it wasn't.
They get there.
I felt like at least 5
He's
months,
on commission for 2
max.
months. Then they go directly to the Coalition of Planets, get into a fight, then directly to Earth. The only way that would have been 10 months is if each one of those trips, of which there were 3.
No, there's the montage where they're fighting the army fights.
Well, that was during Mark's
on several planets for a month.
That's fair.
Oh,
was the montage? Was the montage
2 months?
Was the montage while Mark was involved? I thought the montage was before Mark got there.
No, he's right. Yeah. The montage was during Mark's recovery.
Yeah, but they say that was 2 months.
If that was
the
2
montage
months,
wasn't during Mark's recovery. It was
the war had to at least been like 3 months, maybe like at max.
Okay, can I mention this? They did a war, and they cornered the Viltrumites really fast.
They did a war.
Yeah, they did
in a couple months.
They speed ran that.
I kind of feel like it would have made more sense if they did. I kind of think it would have made more sense if they did just say that Mark and them were out fighting for 16 months or fucking 2 years or whatever, and they came because it just doesn't feel like they were gone for that long. And then the way everybody was talking, it made it seem like they were gone forever. I almost feel like for how long it seemed like they were gone, Oliver should be older now, because we know he ages way older than normal. He
ages there.
No, but
he doesn't comment.
I guess it was implied that he got better with fighting, at least his combat.
Well, that was for the 2 months. But I'm saying at the time, but from the time he leaves Earth to join the war to the end of the war, after he gets all fucked up, he doesn't age, and with how fast his species or he ages. I feel like he should have went from being 13 or however old he looks currently.
The way he ages though is
16.
it's in intervals. He ages
I can offer
he'll age and then it'll stop.
I don't think any. Here's the thing. I don't think any explanation that you guys say matters because the show didn't give it to us.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's not
true.
relevant
That's
to the show.
But if it was, I mean.
Anyway, I just thought that there was a disconnect while I was watching it because I thought it was just it was sort of like it wasn't a disconnect. It was sort of like a shock when he went back to Earth and all of the different information that we were getting pounded with about I was like, how much time passed? What? It just seemed weird. It seemed like it wasn't that much time this season up to that point, and then all of a sudden it's here's all this shit that's happened, and I think it weakened it. All of the changes that happened when they went back to Earth. And also, if they were gone for that long, I feel like Mark and them shouldn't have been surprised by all the changes that happened. You know what I mean? Mark should have known when he was going back to Earth how I haven't seen Eve in 2 years or whatever. You know what I mean? But if in Mark's mind he was only gone for 10 months, okay.
They do it. Yeah, they do it way better with the time skip later on.
So what would have happened?
Was it really 10 months though? Was it?
That's what they're saying.
I really, as we talked about it though, it really doesn't sound like it was 10 months.
It sounds like it was less.
It was 10 months.
I feel like it was less than 10 months.
In the actual show, when you're watching the show, it feels way less than 10 months. What would Eve have done if Mark and Eve were normal people and he joined the military and went into the military? Would she have just cheated on him and gained a bunch of weight, got an abortion and shit? It was she's oh, I couldn't do it. I was left alone, and I'm bitch, you couldn't last 10 months? Really?
I would say there would at least be communication if that were the case.
That and Viltrumites are just completely different from people who don't have the smart items.
Like, she would have, at the very least, been told if he died or had some communication.
I get that. I get the idea. I get the idea that it's stressful that he could be dead at any point. I understand that. But just being separated for that long, that's not that long.
Yeah,
like, it's really not that long.
I'm not defending that. I was more the.
So like, when was it shown, or like when was it said that they were gone for 10 months? Like, when was that?
They weren't gone for 10 months in the show. They were gone for at most 3.
Yeah.
At most 3.
There's like
on average, can we?
I'd say at most 4, because
I said 5 at least. So like, that makes sense.
saying that one because we don't know how long the trip was when they got interrupted by the Viltrumites.
Because like in the show, they said it was 2 weeks just to head to
like 19 days.
So like if they.
But if we're talking about the trips between planets being weeks and not months, then you're talking about at most being 4 or 5 tops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at least
which is
4 or
not
5 months.
is not long. And if you were like, oh, I have to go because there's a fucking intergalactic war, and it's like I won't be able to talk to you for a while, you have to imagine that Adam, Eve, and Mark, like the idea there is, dude, you could be gone for years. And he probably should have been. It was an intergalactic war. Like,
I mean, I agree. I mean, it probably should have been gone for longer.
Well, no, they were cleaning up freaking house.
Yeah,
but it's the way that it was paced.
Like, I don't know why Adam was surprised.
It was the way that it was paced.
Like,
I don't know why Adam was surprised by
really
that.
Do
honestly.
The funniest thing is freaking person with one of the highest kill counts is freaking Space Racer. It's not even like one of the main ones.
I also think it's weird. I also think
it's not even that surprising, yeah.
I also think the logic is weird that I'm not going to tell Mark that I'm pregnant because I want him to be focused on coming home alive.
Yeah, I don't know why.
If you want him to be focused on coming home alive, you tell him that he has a baby on the way.
Yeah, like freaking.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword at that point, though, don't you think?
Well, I found that one surprising.
Wouldn't that just be a double-edged sword?
No.
I don't see
how.
Why would it be a double-edged sword?
How so.
I've got to win this fight.
Because like, I gotta win this for my kid, but it's also like, holy shit, I have a fucking kid. Like that's a lot for somebody to think about. Like, he's not even like, he's like a teenager.
No, he's not.
He's in his 20s.
He's like,
he's in his early 20s.
Mid-20s.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like 20.
Yeah.
I mean, but like, even 20 though, like, come on, let's be real.
What?
A year ago he was 19.
A child at 20 is not
it's a very new
like,
concept that 20-year-olds don't have kids. It's a very new concept.
Yeah.
And what is?
I mean, but like, it's not like that's his first kid though.
Well, I feel like that's a very realistic thing for like a 20-year-old to have a kid and then go off to war. Like that's
a normal. That happens a lot.
But this isn't a regular war. This is a war against the universe. Like this.
War.
This isn't a
what does that have to do with? What does that have to do with Mark's mindset if he was told that he was going to have a kid right before he went to war? That would not have harmed him going out to war.
I'm just thinking that. I think that would fuck up anybody's mental. I think that's what I'm saying.
Not in a way that would make you.
I feel like it would have helped him significantly.
Yes, it always does. When you say something, you have a kid.
It would help him, but not by much.
No, it would help him by a lot. It would help you by a lot. Your entire decision-making process.
Because like, what if he's because like you could be overthinking about it. Because like somebody could be overthinking about something.
What do you mean overthinking? How would you overthink?
Overthinking about like losing, overthinking about. Because like thinking about overthinking about your kid instead of like thinking about not having a kid at all.
What do you? I don't know what you're talking about.
He was fighting with the mindset of not having a kid.
Okay, well,
at all.
first off, let me just say for anyone who has never been in a fight, you're not overthinking it because you're not thinking at all. So let's just get that clear. You're not overthinking it, but the idea of you just don't think during fights in that way, not really. You can have a strategy, but it doesn't generally pan out. It completely goes out the window once someone's.
Everyone has a plan.
I agree. I agree.
But,
I agree.
Yeah, it's just not the way it works. But no, like it's generally pretty well known if you know you have a family to protect or in this case a kid who you haven't met, and you know that your girlfriend, the woman that you love, is having a child that is going to be yours, and you want to see them again, you fight harder. That just makes sense. Like, I don't understand what other way would you be able to take that? And I don't see an explanation for telling him that she's pregnant and it making him like die in war when he wouldn't have.
No, I think I don't know. I can see a way where I can kind of see. I don't even want to know that information. It's just it's a lot of information to take.
I mean, for
I feel
me,
like I feel like it would be worse if he got home and there was just a kid.
See, that's weird that you wouldn't want to know that information. That's strange.
I would want to. I mean, no,
Yeah,
I don't think it is at all.
I do.
Because if if I'm in the Viltrumite war, and then she tells me I have a kid, I'm like, fuck, I gotta I do have to try my hardest. I have to do all these things. But it's like I'd rather not know those things. You're not gonna try your
hardest before in a war.
But no, yeah, you would. You first why would you want that on your conscience? My point. Because even if you die, so say
I have to fight harder.
But say if you die, right? Say you die in the Viltrumite war. Now what? Your kid, your kid's gonna get fucking just die. Your kid's gonna die.
Well, your entire family.
You were gonna die anyway.
I'm just saying, like it's a whole mental thing. It's a whole. I think you're
fabricating a fake.
I just think it's a whole mentality.
I think you're fabricating a fake mental thought process that doesn't make sense. Like
I mean, for me.
If you lose the war, the planet's going to be destroyed either way.
I don't think it's that big because Mark already had extremely high stakes. Like this was the entire planet. Like
but like you don't think he would feel some extra type of weight with his kid being on the line?
Not any more than his own mother. Or
the planet was on the line.
Yeah,
I mean, but like as a person though, I'm not talking about like being in Mark's shoes in that like specific spot. I just think that's just a lot more weight that you just don't want. That's a lot. He already had he already had a lot of weight on his shoulders. Why would you want more weight?
He'd probably do.
It's not more weight. It's the same amount of weight.
That's not more weight. It's the same amount. Yeah.
No, it's not the same. He's talking about his kid dying.
He'd probably do a lot of. He doesn't want his mother dead. He doesn't want his girlfriend dead. He doesn't want a lot of people.
But you don't. But yeah, but that's just you're just tacking on more weight.
No, you're not.
Not by much.
Okay, first off, hold up.
You're adding
I think
one
we need
person
to narrow
billions,
down.
bro.
We need to narrow down this. Do you want to have children?
Yes.
Okay, then it's not more weight.
I wouldn't want to know that I'm having a.
You would rather die.
Me personally.
I don't believe you.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
You'd rather
I wouldn't want to know that.
I don't believe you. I think if
you not knowing that I have a child that's gonna die.
I think if you looked at those two scenarios as you're dying now and you never knew that you were gonna have a kid, I don't think that would be the preference.
But even if I did know, I would have to deal with the fact that I'm dying, and now that kid's also gonna die.
I don't even necessarily believe that you believe.
I'm telling you, I don't want that to happen. Like I wouldn't want to think that.
It's gonna happen either way. I
wouldn't want to know that my kid's gonna. I wouldn't want to know that a Viltrumite's gonna choke out my mom. The future.
Okay, well, you tell your kid. The Viltrumite is already going to murder your girlfriend and your parents and your friends and everyone you care about. It's already going to happen. Kid. The only difference here is that, hey, you're going to be a father when you come back alive. That's not there's no negative way about that.
I'm saying, but like, if you didn't come back alive, that's what I was thinking about.
Come back alive, dumbass. Like, that's the whole point of telling you that the kid's going to be there.
Tell that to Thrag. Tell that to Thrag.
No, tell it to you. You're the one fighting.
Tell that to Thrag.
Man, I'm just telling you. Just clutch up,
man. You can't suck balls when it comes to Thrag. Thrag literally pulls up on you when he wants to.
Just clutch up, man.
I have a question about the war.
I mean, I get what you're saying 100%. I'm just saying, me personally, I just wouldn't want to.
I don't believe you, and I don't get what you're saying. I don't think that you.
It's like, because if they were to lose, I just wouldn't. I'm just that's what I'm.
I guess you'd have that on your dying conscience for like 5 more seconds.
It's just a lot of weight. You wouldn't think that's a lot of. It's just a lot of weight.
No, it isn't.
No one. Yeah.
You already have the maximum amount of weight. Here's a positive if you come back alive.
How is this your positive is a kid that could possibly die if you
only if you fail, so don't fuck up. I'm not understanding what the problem is.
Against Thrag. Against Thrag.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm just gonna tell you this. I don't think you should ever have children. Don't ever have kids. Die never having children. Because I'm just gonna tell you this.
If I was a Viltrumite, then I guess so.
Every single thing that you do in your life, whether it's losing a job, having to move a house, a fucking hurricane coming, all of it apparently to you is going to be way more weight because a child exists.
No, I'm talking about this circumstance about being Mark.
Every circumstance, with the way that you are putting this, every circumstance will have more weight when there is a child there. If you lose your job, you losing your job now has more weight because you have a child that you have to take care of. That's how it works. That doesn't mean that you fight less hard or that you're like, oh, well, it sucks. I wish I didn't have a fucking kid when I lost my job because it's more stressful that I have to get another job now than it would have been if I didn't have a kid.
agree with what
it doesn't
you're saying,
make any sense.
But everything has weight to it. That weight is significantly less than having to go to war.
Okay, then
in
don't
space
have
against
children
somebody
ever.
who's significantly
Don't ever
stronger
have
than
a
you.
kid. Don't ever have a kid.
I'm talking about in the circumstance of this war. I'm not
children.
I'm not talking about reality.
It's the
I'm
same
talking about
thing.
the reality of this war.
This is
I'm
the reality
I'm talking
of
about
that
the reality
world.
in
This is
this
the
universe.
reality
I'm
of
not
that
talking
world.
about our reality.
If you
I'm
had
talking
a
about the
child,
reality
okay,
in
if
this
you had a
universe.
child, if you had a child and there was a draft, okay, and you had to go to war,
Well, I mean, look, that's
you would be like,
different,
you know
yes.
what,
Then
wife, love of
I
my
would agree
life,
with you.
kill the child before I go to war. Because it's too much weight on me that the child is here while I'm going to war.
I agree with you.
It doesn't make
because I'm a regular guy going against regular people. I'm not going against somebody that can deflect bullets with a
he's a
fucking
super
text.
guy going up against super people.
with text. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you're super.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this. I'm talking about Invincible's universe. I'm not talking about our universe.
I'll say this: in Invincible's universe,
he's a superhero going against super villains.
I'm not. You're not. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't get it.
But it's just a lot more. It's a lot more stakes. It's a lot more weight.
Not really.
Not really.
Okay, so
it's the same weight.
I'll interject here. Yeah, to me, it just seems like if Eve told Mark, it would have been more motivation for him to come back alive.
Exactly.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
So
I guess
you agree with us? I don't see what that.
I do.
No, I'm saying the other
I'm
guy,
interjecting
the
because
guy
I
who
do.
just said exactly. He just agreed with you, so he agreed with us.
No,
So
like
what are you
I'm
arguing
trying to
about?
understand where you guys are coming from.
I think you understand perfectly where we're coming from. I think you're just confused about the conversation. I don't
know.
know. It's like he
thing I
just
see where
said you'll
you're-
be more motivated to come back alive if you have a child, and you said exactly.
I mean, I heard what he said.
You said exactly. You just said exactly.
I'm just saying. I'm saying me personally. I'm just saying I always said me personally. I just don't see that happening.
And I always said, me personally, I think you're full of shit. I don't think you're.
I mean, that's an opinion.
No, but that's a factual opinion. It's a factual opinion.
How can an opinion be factual?
If you were going to war in the real world, would you want to kill your child before you go?
Okay, well, in the real world, it's different. I agree with you if it was the real world.
No, it isn't.
I'm not going against Thrag.
You're way more likely.
If it was the real world, and if I was to go into the army, I wouldn't have to worry about somebody like Thrag.
In the real world,
yes,
you'd be a soldier going against normal people.
Yes,
what do you mean? Yes, you would. One person like Thrag in the real universe.
It's not. How about a nuke? How about tanks? How about anything that would blow you
if you're comparing Thrag to a nuke.
What about
Thrag is multiple
nukes? Your freaking location, like someone just like.
Okay, well, that's a nuke. That's not a
drone
person.
strike.
Well, that's
what are you
that's
talking
not a person.
That's like
okay, well, that's the closest, but you can't compare that to Thrag. Are we comparing nukes to Thrag?
Yeah,
no, we're comparing Thrag. We're comparing drone strikes to you. And Thrag to Mark.
Okay, I mean, well, I would fucking lose.
In the entirety of the galaxy, there's one dude who you're so terrified of, but in an actual war, there's drone strikes, grenades, guns, other people. All of that is more of a threat to you than like the most of the galaxy is to Mark. I don't see what any of this has to do with Mark knowing that he has a kid on the way or not. None of this has anything to do with it. That grenade is not going to do less damage to you because you didn't know you had a kid at home. Like, I don't understand. Like,
I mean, no, I'm not. I never even fought for that.
This does not make logical sense.
That doesn't make sense. You're right.
It doesn't. So stop arguing.
I just don't think. I'm just saying. I just think that it would be. I would be overthinking it.
The only thing I can say.
I think you're overthinking this. I don't think you'd be overthinking that.
Yeah.
I think that's simple. Don't lose because you have a kid on the way. It's very simple.
The only thing I can say.
But if you lose, then it's like, well, now you have a kid on the way.
Then don't lose. That's what I just
fucked up.
Yeah, the only thing I can see is like, yeah, if you die, it's gonna suck, but you're dead anyways, and it wouldn't have changed it either or.
Frank, you're not. No, hold up. Someone in the comments.
So it comes up to the point to whether you want to know or not.
Someone in the comments said Thrag is far worse than a nuke. You guys are just not listening. I'm not saying that Thrag isn't worse than a nuke. I'm saying he is saying Thrag compared to Mark. I'm saying the power difference between Thrag and Mark and the power difference between a normal ass human against a tank or a nuclear warhead or a gun or any of the things that you will witness in war that would instantly annihilate you are just as much. It's the same shit. They could instantly kill you at any point that they want to, and there's way more of it, and you're way more likely to get hit by it. There's one dude in the entire galaxy. And again, I just don't see how this is relevant to whether or not Mark knows that he has a kid on the way or not. We know this. There's nothing to argue.
I never brought up the regular human.
We know this for a 100% fact. When people know they have family at home, they fight harder. Do you know how we know this? Because there was literally a war in the real world. I'm trying to remember which country it was. They literally had they had the women and the men had to both join the military. What they did was they put the men on the front lines, and on the second lines they put their wives. They specifically took couples, and they put the ones on the front line. The front line, despite going up against insurmountable odds and being completely outnumbered, won massively. And the other army said that they didn't even bother trying to strike that country again because they said their men fought like demons. They couldn't get through even slightly. They were like, we've never seen anyone fight like that before. And it was because if they had failed and fallen in battle, their wives right behind them would have been slaughtered. We know this for a fact, that people fight harder when they have people to protect and family to protect. It's just inherent in human nature. So you're literally arguing against human.
Honestly, saying that makes me more understandable about what you guys are saying.
I don't know why I had to say that. This is common knowledge for everyone.
I said me personally.
This is yes, you personally are human.
I said me
like
personally.
The rest of us
I would overthink it. That's what I said.
No, you wouldn't. I already countered that when I said that when you're in a fight, you don't think. That's a fact. How many fights have you been in? How many fights did you stop to think about other shit? You don't. It doesn't happen.
No, you just rage out. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you mean overthink? You're not going to overthink shit.
You would overthink things like beforehand. That's what I'm like.
Who cares?
That's the time you would overthink.
It's got nothing to do with it. You're not. That has nothing to do with the fight.
It's not going to stop you from going into the fight.
Yeah, it's like I want. It's like before I will go into a fight, I want less loved ones at home because I don't want to think bad thoughts before.
I'm just saying I wouldn't want to. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to think about having winning.
Too bad. You'll get over it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's dumb. It's a dumb thing to say. It's too bad. You'll get over it.
Can we move on?
You think bad thoughts. You'll live.
The only way I see that is you're just wanting less things to worry about when you're dead
in your own life. So don't get married when your parents die.
Wouldn't you want less things to worry about?
Live by yourself forever.
Well, you're dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're gonna have
I'm just saying in general,
like 10
though.
seconds
I'm just saying in general.
Dead.
I'm saying in general. Wouldn't you want less things to worry about than to more things to worry about?
No, because people who have nothing to worry about have empty lives with no purpose. You don't want to have less things to worry about.
I think it's more about just clearing your headspace.
I'd want to know about and worry about my kid that's there because that's an important part.
I get what you guys are saying. Like, I'm not disagreeing with nothing that you guys are saying. I'm just saying,
You've been disagreeing this whole time.
In my own way, in my own opinion, I just wouldn't think like that. And that's what I've been saying.
Very wrong. Yeah, I mean, we've been saying
wrong. I mean, if that's wrong, then it's wrong.
It's against human nature.
And that's okay.
No, it's not. It's not. It's wrong to be wrong. It's not right to be wrong.
It's wrong to be wrong.
Yes.
It's wrong to be right.
It's not right to be wrong. You are now arguing whether or not it is right to be wrong. It's not right to be wrong.
I'm just saying. Well, you guys are.
It's inherently wrong.
I never disagreed with nothing you guys said. I'm just saying, in my own opinion, that's how I would think.
You've disagreed with everything that we've said.
Your opinion was disagreeing.
Yeah.
Well, no. Well, I mean, we can go back to it. I've said. I know what I said.
Wait.
I know. Look. I know what I said.
Why does you guys are right? What does California have to do with this? Because there's
California.
I said that that's some California ass mindset. Because this idea that your mental well-being is more important than everything else is a very.
I never said that. That's what you just said.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that you said.
I
said that your whole thing. I said that your whole thing about your headspace and your mental and all this, and this is why you didn't want to know that you have children. That is the direction that you were leaning in for your entire argument. Is that you didn't want to know you had a kid on the way because you didn't want your mental health to be damaged by it before you were going into battle. And that's why I said that's a very California ass mindset to be like, my mental health is more important than truth or, the things that matter in my life, like having a fucking child, like that's more important. It's a very, I would almost say, selfish or self-indulgent way of thinking about things or going through life. It's a very flawed way of going through life. I don't think that you should ever be like, I'm having more weight on my shoulders, so I should just remove all of the important things out of life so that I have less weight on my shoulders. It's a bad way to live. It's a very bad way to live.
But all I'm saying, like, say if you was to clear all of that beforehand. Say if that wasn't.
I will kill all of my children before I go to war.
No. Let me say what I want to say. Let me say what I want to say. What I'm saying is, I'm just saying if you want to clear all of that and beforehand, it's like that wasn't going to be in your head at all, and all those things, and then I didn't. I'm not finished. And then all those things happen to you, right? You know, all those things like conquest, Thrag, all that shit happened to you, and then you came back. Then you come to find out that you have a kid. I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like that's better.
No, I'd be furious. I'd be furious that you didn't tell me that.
I mean, even what happened in the story, you got.
I would be furious that you did not tell me beforehand, and I would be like, "What if I had died and I died not knowing I had a child?"
That would have died.
I feel like I would have been a bit agitated by
that. Would have been that would almost have been enough for me. That would have probably been enough for me to break the fucking relationship off. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Then tell me about this.
You do not keep from me that I'm going to be a father before I go to war. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Like, not even the abortion thing. Okay, fine, fair enough. I can get that one. But like you didn't think to tell me this?
Like, oh, dude, I get Mark's reaction because that just fits his pussy ass character that he would blame himself for that. But no, Eve had some very serious apologies to make. Like the fact that Mark was like, "You don't have any apology." Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Like you can, like he's like, "Oh, I left you alone. I left you alone to go save them." It's honestly the shit that happened with Eve wasn't that much different than what happened with Amber, with the whole like, you know, where Mark was blaming himself
invincible
for the shitty behavior that Amber was doing. The difference
he didn't
here,
tell he was invincible.
Huh? Yeah, that whole thing. The difference here is that Eve was also apologizing for what she did, but Mark's reaction was like, "You don't have to apologize." No, she does need to apologize. That she did wrong you greatly, Mark. Like extremely. Like even if you take the abortion off the table, just not telling you before you're going, and then getting the abortion.
Yeah, she did kind of just give up.
You needed to know all of that. Like, even if she did decide to get the abortion, you needed to know beforehand all of that stuff that was going on. That was not cool of her. But that's just the character that Mark is. He's a massive bitch, as we've seen since season 1. He has always been a massive bitch. Like, even in season 1, like, blaming himself for Amber. Like, this is a consistent thing with Mark. I really stopped liking... I liked Mark okay in season 1. I essentially stopped liking his character by season 3.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Just how much of a bitch he is all the time.
Yeah,
it's really annoying.
Adam Eve is better than Fathom Eve.
Damn.
Fathom Eve? Oh, I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't care. I don't care about.
No, I'm saying because of the abortion thing and how she kept it.
Yeah, but no, like keeping it. If I had to go into battle against Thrag or anybody else, and I had impregnated someone and they did not tell me, and then I came back and then I found out that they were, even if they didn't get the abortion and had the baby, and then I found out they had the baby, and I was like, why the fuck didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Like, I would be pissed just at that. I probably wouldn't end the relationship at that point because she had the baby.
Right.
You know, because I think you were wrong, and from this point on, you fucking tell me this kind of shit. But like, I would still be pissed about it. But if you just if I came back, found out you were pregnant and had the abortion and didn't tell me any of that shit beforehand, absolutely I would be mad. I wouldn't prefer that she not had told me. That's insane. I don't know how you could have the mindset that you would prefer that. That would be crazy. Unless, of course, you're like Mark and you're a bitch. That's possible. Mark's a bitch. But anyway, let's move on from insulting Mark. Sonic, where do you want to put Sonic at, guys?
Of Mortal Kombat.
I'd say he's somewhere in the rape.
I don't think he's wait. Well, according to you guys, they still wipe out most of Earth.
No, but like that depends on if they go to the Sonic Islands or they just go to like fucking North America.
They go to the planet Earth. They're going to the planet Earth.
Well, Sonic's planet is not Earth.
Then they're going to the planet Sonic exists within. I don't know.
So it depends on if they find Sonic first or not. I could see why.
This is actually something.
Has a block.
No, this is something I've been wanting to talk about for half a second. Where the frick does Sonic live? Because it's not we see the planet. You see that in Unleashed, and that's just Earth.
In that one show, aren't they on like their own island?
They're on Mobius. They're on Mobius in like other canons, but like. You look at it from Unleashed, And that's just Earth, like right there.
That's a good point. Pierre actually said Eve getting an abortion was wrong. She had her parents and Mark's mom to support her, even if her parents are kind of crappy. That's another thing. If I went off to war and I had a girlfriend impregnated and she got the abortion while I was gone and then came back, not only, it doesn't matter if I forgive her or not, my parents would never forgive her. Ever. Because as far as they're concerned, one, they kept that from me, which they wouldn't like. But also, as far as they're concerned, she also killed their grandchild and without telling her. Like, they aborted their it's just as much to do with them. So you would have essentially just pissed off like my entire side of the family by doing that. like you didn't even tell us. Like, we would have done all sorts of things. We would have paid for things. We would have brought you on.
Yeah, she was saying she felt so alone. That's so bullshit.
It's like I don't buy it. I think the actual conversation between Mark and Eve was handled well enough. It very clearly was not like I thought that there was a possibility with Seth Rogen being in charge and stuff that it was going to almost not necessarily, I'm not going to say glorify abortion, but essentially treat it as if it wasn't that big of a deal.
Make it look sexy?
No. Treat of it like it wasn't that big of a deal. You know, like it wasn't a thing. But the fact that like Eve was actually distraught that she did it, like, shows that it did clearly have a negative effect on her. It's not like it was just like, you know, I took a shit and then it's over. It was like an actual thing that had like a negative effect on a person, because that's something like that does have a negative effect on a person. And I think that's why people aren't really going to start, like, you know, getting super pissy at the show about it. It was handled relatively well. But everything around it as to her reasonings doesn't make sense.
So, you know what's crazy? Debbie has enough money, as like what the ending when she goes to Telescrio and Nolan in the show implies, that she just has enough money to where she could just pay her bills for months without actually working.
Without
like,
like,
we could
being, without working.
Yeah, she could have money. All that time, Eve never went over to Debbie's and was like, you know, hey, I'm pregnant. I didn't tell Mark before he left. Have a conversation with her. Been like, sweetie, you can stay here as long as you want. You know, it's like, well, yeah, like, you're telling me Debbie wouldn't? It's literally just Debbie living by herself in an empty fucking house. I would say that Debbie was probably more lonely than fucking Eve was.
Exactly. Like, Debbie, like, if Eve went to Debbie, and
she had to worry about her sons dying in space as well.
Like, yeah, I can say, like,
kids.
Probably not gonna.
Eve, that was her boyfriend. For Debbie, that was two of her children.
Two of her kids, yeah.
It's like that's crazy. Like, it's just I don't know, man.
Yeah. So for like, if Debbie has the money, she could easily just help Eve with supporting the bills. The whole abortion thing was stupid because of that. It's like, I get Eve's parents because Eve's dad, I'm pretty sure, worked at Burger Mart. But
it's not even that like freaking Eve didn't want the kid. Eve very much did. It's just like none of this was.
Well, before Mark left, she hints pretty strongly that she does not want the kid. It's not. She doesn't actually seem like she wants the kid until after.
Doesn't she say she doesn't think Mark would be a good dad?
No, not in the show.
Oh.
Why the fuck would she say that? No. She says like she cries the moment she sees that she's pregnant, and then I forgot she talks to the gay best friend. And during the conversation with the gay best friend, she says something along the line. Also, the gay best friend, Amber.
Yeah, she had. That's what I'm saying. She had a lot of people.
She had tons of people.
Her saying she felt so alone was total bullshit.
Dude, what the hell? Like, come on, man. How about the entire Guardians, who she's been on teams with? How about
the teen team?
Yeah, the T team. Well, okay, so so Monster Girl's gone, Robot's gone. She was betrayed by duplicates.
Bulletproof, I think.
Rex is dead. So fair enough. A lot of them are probably gone. This is gonna be a weird one, but maybe Cecil. I think Cecil would give good advice. I honestly do think
Cecil would definitely raise that kid.
I think he would give some pretty good advice. Also, Cecil would be like, we're getting a fucking
another hero,
molecular manipulating Viltrumite. Are you serious?
Yeah,
dude. Bring it. I actually don't think that she would want Cecil to know that she's having a fucking Viltrumite kid.
Well, that's not necessarily true because Terra didn't have it in the comics.
I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that Cecil's going to have that thought process.
He would have definitely had that thought process.
It's like we could possibly have the most powerful Viltrumite that there has ever been.
Ever exists.
That's going to be possibly he's going to want to get involved in that in ways. I think he would be the one that you would want to hide that from. I don't know. I feel like she had a lot of fucking lifelines, dude, and she was just like, I'm so alone. Like, really? 10 months and 13 lifelines, and you were so alone. I don't get it.
10 months tops.
Less than 10 months. 5 months. And
it was 5.
Yeah, there's no way she would go to. Yeah, no, I'm not saying she would actually go to Cecil. Some people are saying she wouldn't. No, I'm not saying she would actually go. I'm just saying he might, if it wasn't for the fact that her child was going to be a Viltrumite, and there was the whole thing about that. I actually think if this was just her pregnant and she knew Cecil and she went and talked to him, I think he would probably give pretty good advice. I could see Cecil giving good advice on something like that because he's a very logical person until the plot doesn't want him to be anymore.
Exactly. He's logical until he's an idiot.
Yeah, is what it is. Would Eve's baby have her powers, or would it lose the powers later on? Well, we actually find that out later in the comics.
She doesn't have the powers. Yeah.
But
I find it weird, but yeah.
She might unlock them later in life, but otherwise, no.
She's like 20 when they show her in the comic. She doesn't have the powers.
The other thing it kind of implies is that actually I don't want to go into it, but let's just say Terra is not as strong as people think.
Poor.
A lot of people say she's stronger than Marky, but I don't think there's any proof of that.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No.
I want to ask.
They say Marky's stronger than her, is what I meant to say. Yeah.
Yeah, Marky is way stronger than her, considering that.
Why?
I don't want to go into it. There's certain scenes in the comics that I don't want to spoil here.
Talking when he fights Mark and he's bruised and shit.
He's already read the comics.
I don't think that's proof. Yeah.
I do too. I do because Terra wasn't able to do that, but Marky could.
Terra doesn't fight Mark.
Why do you keep calling him Marky?
Marky is
the name
his
of
son's name.
Mark.
Oh, you're talking about Anissa's son. I thought you were calling him Marky.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Anissa's son name is Marky. Okay, I got you. Now, see, that's a spoiler. Just saying.
I don't want to go into it too much.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Like I said, I'm not really that worried about spoilers. It was really more so when we start to go off tangent on things that are completely irrelevant. But this is kind of relevant. Anyway, doesn't matter. Sonic, where do you guys want to put him? I don't think it belongs in Rape. If you guys agree that they would kill most people on the planet,
it belongs in Rape.
I think it depends on
they would kill most people on the planet.
Ow.
Okay,
I
it would not kill most people on the planet because either Dr. Robotnik intercepts them or Sonic intercepts them and turns them into a cutscene.
Why would they intercept? They're not psychic.
Also,
but they can see them coming.
You can see billions of Viltrumites showing up all across your planet, just destroying shit willy-nilly. You could just see all of that.
Robotnik has planetary sensors and machines outside of Earth.
But there's no evidence that he could stop billions of people at the same time.
He can make Death Stars.
So? A Death Star would not kill billions of people who are flying through space at the same time, because it's one shot.
They would just destroy anything.
It would destroy one person while the others just fly in different directions.
Also, I'm surprised you bring up Death Star and not multitude of badniks that would probably be able to.
Yeah, I probably should have brought that up.
Look, if one Viltrumite makes it to the Earth and kills one person on the planet, it's not going to be in Rape because the lowest person we have in Rape is not going to lose a single person.
Okay, that makes it clear. So yeah, in that case, Sonic wouldn't be Rape. I thought Rape was just they just dominate.
Rape is dominate, but but it's
to specify Helldivers dominate.
Helldivers do not dominate. Helldivers are in Survive Pre-Scourge.
Yeah, because I'm meaning they still will be able to deal with them fairly well.
Yeah, I guess, but they don't. But yeah, I mean we have people down the SCP who are at the top of Survive Pre-Scourge literally has it where they where the Viltrumites can't even enter the solar system because the sun will kill them before they get in, and they're only at the top of Survive pre-Scourge. They're not even in Rape. So it's like, you know, there's things there. Anyway, look, the point is, are they going to be able to wipe out all of the Viltrumites and their entire empire without taking any significant casualties? And I don't buy that.
No, you're right. I don't buy that.
Like, that's just not this idea that oh, you know, Dr. Eggman just is going to scan everything on the planet, and the moment that these billions show up, he's just going to instantly go out and annihilate them before any of them can even. When does this happen in the series? Like, it'll be threats come to the
planet. If
planet.
Eggman was to discover them first, it would be a prolonged war between the Eggman Empire and the Viltrumite.
Yeah, it would be a war, and people would die.
That's assuming Sonic and the other characters don't get involved, and if they do get involved, the Viltrumites are getting wiped out basically instantly.
Yeah, I wouldn't say.
Well, so with the Eggman Empire
space to cover.
How instantly?
So with the
At what point?
Viltrumite is getting one shot by
That's
Sonic.
not instantly. That's instantly killing one. And I would actually argue there's a really good chance that's not the case. Because Game Sonic through most games is not a god level being that can just one shot planet busters. I'm sorry, that's just not the case.
With the Chaos Emerald,
multiversal characters.
No, he defeats characters who can do things on multiversal levels, but he just hits them in their little glowy red spots. Sonic does not just jump into a fucking planet and blow it up. He doesn't do that. There are characters who have massive range within their powers. What has Sonic done other than beat other people who do impressive stuff? Like, where's his universal levels of power or multiversal levels of power?
It mainly comes from the people he defeats.
Yeah, but the people he defeats are beaten because they have little weak spots that you have to hit, and then the little weak spots kill them. And any person, not just Sonic, can do the same thing.
The Chaos Emeralds have infinite power, and he uses them all the time.
That's true. Yeah, if he can get the Chaos Emeralds, and by the way, there's a limited use on the Chaos Emeralds. He doesn't just have them infinitely. But if he can get the Chaos Emeralds and then use those, any Viltrumite that wants to fight him will lose. But that doesn't suddenly mean that no one on the planet's going to die, and that he can fight all billions without any of them going to the planet and causing all kinds of chaos.
No, I agree with that point. I think Eggman would actually be more useful for this because he actually has an army. His stuff's more impressive with stuff like Metal Sonic and all that.
I've seen people tell me like, oh, he's multiversal and he has all this crazy stuff, but then they'll tell me the things that the bosses that he defeats that are these multiversal beings and what they are, and it's like you look at them and it's like, oh yeah, they do something cool that like affects a universe or affects a multiverse or whatever. But it's made very clear that you just hit them and they die. Like, their durability is super fucking low, and they don't do anything, and they're not really that powerful. Like they have a lot of like range to the cool shit that they can do. But at the end of the Eggman has also defeated these people, and Eggman can be killed with a gun. I don't really get the people really lower their
Eggman uses machines to do those.
He does not.
He doesn't use his own physical power.
He does not. Yeah, I was gonna say you've never seen Eggman boxing it up by himself.
He's been in giant robots. He's been in giant robots fighting against Sonic multiple times.
He's in a giant robot.
In a giant robot with a glass cover, and it's a robot. Like, it's a robot, guys.
I would state, at least against Sonic, I think it's more an ego thing in that regard with him against Sonic. We also seen him fighting other people, and they'll have like a dummy in the robot sometimes. So yeah, I think it's mostly a him and Sonic thing, not exactly.
Do you guys think that the robots that Eggman uses to fight against Sonic could not be busted up by a Viltrumite?
No.
Okay, well, Viltrumites are shown being able to blow up fucking moons. So, has Sonic ever done anything close to that?
It depends on the canon.
Yes. When do we see the
we've seen him there? We've seen him tank like a planet. I think we've seen him tank like a near planetary explosion Unleashed.
It depends on
with the Eggman thing that was like stripping him of his power.
Well, that was a stripping of his power. It took away his chaos energy, and then he got pretty much thrown to Earth. which was impressive, but you know.
Yeah.
It depends, because in the main canon you can't usually do it, but in some of the comics he just gets random bullshit.
Well,
Archie is different. Yeah,
well,
Archie
that's the comics, and I'm pretty sure we've already agreed that we're pretty much on game at this point.
So Yaku is saying, I mean, to be for real, you can say that about most games, including stuff like Doom and God of War. No, you can't. In the original God of War games, Kratos literally lifts up the entirety of the cosmos. He fights against Atlas and overpowers him. Like the shit that he does is he is seen on screen doing crazy ass shit. It's not just written in lore pages. That you can absolutely not consider God of War even close to what the way Sonic is treated when he fights his dudes. And Doom Guy literally breaks apart the entire universe as he fights. Like we have, and while yes, a lot of the stuff that we see him do are in lore pages, some of it's not, like him breaking the chains of the Titans that happens on screen. That's not a lore page. And the stuff that we have on the lore pages are like nothing on all of Earth can damage Doom Guy. You know, like that's some shit that's on the. How about the scene where he opens up the fucking there was a generator? It was some kind of bomb thing, and it blows up in his face. It's an Argent bomb. It hits him right in the face, and it opens up a hole in reality and sends him to hell, and then destroys the entire Mars base. That's on screen. So no, I don't think that Doom or God of War is comparable to Sonic, which is characters doing something that's not physical, where they affect like the universe or the timeline or whatever, and then you can just walk up and hit them in their little red dots and fucking kill them. Like I don't see how it's the same. I don't think that there's a similarity there. In many of these games, it's shown that you could play as Sonic, you could play as Knuckles, you could play as Tails, you could play as different characters, and they can all do the same shit to the same characters. And
no, in Sonic 06 with Stellaris, the only characters you could play as for that final battle with Stellaris.
No, I'm not saying Stellaris. I didn't say specifically. Characters. I said there's a lot of games where you could play as multiple characters and you could fight the same types of bosses and shit. But I'm speaking in generalities. I'm not saying that all of the absolute most powerful bosses can be killed by everybody. But we've seen these different characters swapped out. We know how the bosses in Sonic go. You just fucking turn into a little blue ball and you hit them, and they damage them. You hit them in their little weak spot and they eventually break. Eggman can build robots that have glass fucking windows that you fight Sonic and do really well. Like I'm not a huge Sonic fan. I made that very clear out the gate. But it's like, where is like the massive over the top crazy shit that happens that's so impressive that proves that Sonic is this god level being that can destroy universes? I've never seen it. And I haven't really been sold by the fans who have said that it is, because it seems like, well, it was like oh, they did this thing, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, like they have this like weird effect on the timeline, sure, but that doesn't mean that they're physically super powerful. Like I don't see why that
we've seen his super crazy stuff, like super crazy, usually comes from the Archie comics.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I've seen that. Yeah, I'm talking specifically about the games.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the games. There's not usually it comes from like scaling. That's pretty much how you boil it down.
But the thing is that I don't think the scaling works, because it's one of these situations where they're like, okay, so this character has the ability to affect timelines, so we're going to take that and instantly apply that level of power that has nothing to do with their durability, and we're going to just equate that to their durability as well. Also, we're going to equate that to all of their physical attacks as well. But it's like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all.
If anything, that would more just give Sonic like at most immunity to time manipulation.
Yeah, it's like Scarlet Witch can warp all of reality on a universal scale, but you can shoot her in the face and she dies. Like they're not bound. It's a very scalar concept to be like, here's this thing that they did. Let's equate that to all physical stats across the board for no reason.
I mean, the only one I see is like the end, and that's mostly because I don't know too horrible much about Frontiers, so I may be wrong in that regard.
So the end is a literal concept that was sealed away, but yeah, he doesn't really get like cracked until Frontiers. Oh yeah, there's like the
elaborate on that one.
stuff.
Ugh. Where the fuck is Saiyan? Saiyan would love this conversation.
So, what do you mean?
What's up?
Is it Saiyan?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine who's fucking obsessed with
Sonic.
Fucking obsessed with he loves Sonic and Dragon Ball. So I was like, he would probably come in here and put me in my place.
And destroy you.
He would destroy me with facts and logic. But
destroy your liberal mindset.
That's right. Well, no, but anyway, where have you guys decided where this motherfucker goes?
I think honestly, I think around Powerpuff Girls would be about fair. You guys are kind of right around that.
Yeah, it's fine.
I agree with that. I can agree with that placement.
Does that mean they'd get fucked like the Powerpuff Girls?
I don't know, maybe Amy.
An attempt.
Really?
An attempt will be made. No,
attempts would be
Like the side folk.
See, based on things that I've seen from Sonic and the way I actually think a Sonic versus Powerpuff Girls fight would be like not that bad. But like everyone I've talked to who are like Sonic fans, they're like, no, Sonic destroys the multiverse, and it's like,
actually that is kind of interesting, because I feel like they both have at least enough absurdity that you could go either way to a believable extent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can get the Powerpuff Girls pretty high depending on how you interpret them.
Not not a universe, not a multiverse.
Not universe. No.
I don't really think you can get them that much higher than what they're shown to do on screen.
No, that's what I mean. I don't think you can get them to Uni either. It would just be.
I believe like planetary or freaking star up there.
How?
Yeah.
How?
I'd say I'd believe, not that I know.
No, but like,
just making a guess.
How? Like, how would you get them to star or anywhere near a star? What have they done that's even close? They haven't. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Like him was able to push the sun away through using some sort of telekinetic ability, but that's not the Powerpuff Girls. And him is generally shown to be stronger than the Powerpuff Girls, but not physically stronger. Because he has like reality warping bullshit, but they can. But when they punch him in the face, they fuck him up. So it's like that's another example of him having like really cool hacksy abilities, but not necessarily being physically powerful, or being physically powerful but not more physically powerful than the Powerpuff Girls. The best Sonic ever did was outrunning a black hole, and that black hole was dubious. I am so done with the black hole feats, guys. Like, just in general. And this isn't... I'm not, like, shitting on Jason.
It's in Invincible. It's in everything.
It's in everything. Like... The fact of the matter is that we, as human beings, don't know how strong black holes are. We don't even know for sure if a black hole is genuinely a point of incredibly enhanced gravity. It's all theoretical. Every single series treats black holes differently. Sometimes you can just open up a black hole in the middle of a room and kill a couple of dudes, and that's it. Like, it's not that. Who cares? Like, it's really not that impressive. It's really scalers who take black holes and try to calculate. How do you calculate something that humanity doesn't even understand properly? Like, so where are you getting your?
I can actually explain how they calculate it. So. There's a thing with solar masses, which is like how scientists basically calculate black holes. Like the largest, I think, in the universe, like Phoenix A, which has billions of solar masses.
Phoenix A is theoretical.
Or Ton 618, one of the two.
It's Ton 618.
Where it's billions of solar masses, which basically means billions of suns.
How do they know it's billions of solar masses?
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying like that's their process with it. That's how they think about black holes.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They don't know any of that. They're just guessing.
Because it's all theoretical science.
That's pretty much it. It's theoretical science, and they're taking it literally.
I mean, it's theoretical. I wouldn't say it's necessarily science.
It's like if I said somebody survived an exotic cork star.
It's literally just like, here's something that I believe. I don't have any evidence for why I believe this. I just believe it. Or I think it might be true, and that's it. and they're taking that and they're trying to mathematically calculate something that someone believes might be true. You can't mathematically calculate something that someone believes might be true.
It's like if I
math
said
is something that is
somebody
actual physically in front of you. You can actually touch and sense and smell and do it. It's like it's the most exact thing possible. Whereas theoretical physics isn't. Theoretical physics is literally guessing.
I want to ask this: how many side tangents have we went on for this like?
I mean, it's helping because apparently most of us don't know the rest of the shit on the list.
Well, it's been like 3. It's been like what, 5?
I don't care really because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to go. So I don't care.
No, I'm not saying I care all that much either. It's just like, is this like a personal record at this point? Like, frick, we've done a lot.
I wouldn't say so.
Guys, if we focused on doing the things, we would get done a lot faster instead of waffling on for like several hours.
We're out of here by like 12.
I don't care.
If we focused on it.
I don't care. Guys.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's fine. I am not in a rush to go anywhere. Are you in a rush to go somewhere, Lizzie?
No, I'm just saying if people are.
Because I can undo your straps and untie you, and you can leave if that's what you.
What?
If that's what you want. Well, Lizzie's acting like I'm fucking enslaving her
Lizzie's
here.
tied down.
He's like I'm enslaving him here until he's fucking. He likes being tied up. That's what he likes.
Yeah, this is accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, who's tied up? Who now?
Next up, we have the Old Republic.
It's Doug or not?
I think they're getting fucked up, guys. I think they're getting
the Old Republic or the Viltrumite?
This is the Old Republic. I think the Old Republic.
Yeah, no, I know that, but you said you think they're getting fucked up. Who do you think is getting fucked up?
The Old Republic is getting fucked up.
I think they
They're pretty powerful force users.
Personally, I'd say challenge posts.
Powerful enough to fight billions of people?
Oh no, not billions. I think they could fight. I think they could fight like post Scourge.
Do we ever see Viltrumites having weapons of mass destruction ever? At any point?
Like outside of the ships in that one episode? Nah.
No,
not really.
That one episode does not show a weapon of mass. A weapon of mass destruction destroys bare minimum a city. But in sci-fi terms, you should probably just say wiping out planets.
Hold on. There was the disc feat that counts.
I would say that they really don't because they themselves are.
That's not helpful. That's not helpful when there's only 50 of them across an entire galaxy, though.
I mean, because like Mark and Conquest destroyed that entire city when they crashed into the ground.
Well, apparently,
considering the according one, where he just destroys like pretty much an entire planet.
37 of them is enough to split a planet in half.
Wait, what?
Pardon?
Honestly, he's saying the 37 that are left are enough to destroy a planet.
That's fine. But I'm talking about weapons of mass destruction. I'm not talking about a person. Do they have weapons of mass destruction?
Well, what I'm saying is that's why they don't have none.
That's a bad reason. If I was in a galactic war and I had 37 dudes who can together destroy a planet or split a planet in half, and I was in a war with literally millions of worlds, that would not be good. I'm like, we need weapons of mass destruction today.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Which they don't have.
They do have the disc, which they can build, which I would count as a weapon. And they have
the disc is only a weapon. The disc is only a weapon against a planet that doesn't also have ships and weapons that could blow it up. Which Star Wars
is not
does.
applicable here.
It's not applicable. Yeah, and it takes months for that to actually freeze a planet over. It's not an instant process.
They do have. We don't know how they did it, but we do know they can move a planet somehow.
I'm looking for.
I would imagine with some sort of technology. I would count that.
By the time that happens,
That's not a weapon. That's just them again. He's saying weapons.
No, that's not them. That's probably a piece of
laser,
technology.
A planet wiping a thing.
Them moving the planet was a technology. I thought it was like they pushed it or
something.
something.
They have something that like hits them really hard.
Yeah, a battering ram. You know, it goes.
No, they don't.
Like a really big gun at this point. Like frick.
I don't think they have
honestly
weapons of destruction.
Duelist sword can cut Viltrumites.
Kind of whatever.
I mean,
honestly,
I don't think there are any super weapons. I think the literal whole idea is that whenever there were billions of them, they had They just have the pride in their own ability to be super weapons. Is it a dumb reason?
Closest
Yes.
thing to a WMD is Space
No, it
Racer.
makes sense. It
And
makes
he's not a
sense when
Viltrumite.
they had billions of people. It doesn't make sense anymore, though.
Yeah, but
like when you have
still,
billions
they're
of
not
people
very
who can
smart.
destroy planets, you have no reason to make bombs. But if you don't have billions of people and you have 50 people, you might want to start making some bombs.
I mean,
they have the galactic.
they didn't think there was anyone that could challenge them. To be fair,
If that, I guess. But that's
There are.
You know, they did
weapons.
know. They knew there were people that can challenge them. That's why they sent Omni-Man all over the place to stop all the shit that could challenge them.
Yeah.
They 100%
Well, that
knew
wasn't
there was shit that
exactly.
could challenge them.
Only Space Racer kind of falls in that category because the rest were literally just animals on planets. There was no societies or individuals.
And then
That's not true. Tech jacket
people
the tech
was a
jacket
whole
people.
race.
The tech jacket people.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, but those guys.
That-
Yeah,
that's
but
true.
then
They
these
didn't.
guys
They
get
didn't
wiped
destroy them
out
though.
and
They didn't
down.
destroy them.
They
The tech jacket
failed.
people were just left on their own.
They failed.
Yeah, they failed completely.
Which means they should have had some.
No,
fucking
yeah, they sent another
weapons.
race after them.
They sent some other
had,
guys
like,
to
they
go
hired
kill
some
the
sort of
tech
jacket.
mercenary
And you have to
race.
imagine. And you have to imagine.
I mean, they also.
You have to imagine the race that they hired to attack the tech jacket.
It's probably better than them.
Is probably would also be a threat to the Viltrumites. Then because if they were, I still don't get why the tech jacket people are a threat to the Viltrumites because the only tech jacket we've seen clearly doesn't stand a chance.
Is not that good and is way stronger than the normal tech jackets.
Just getting
Because
cooked
they're human.
left, right, and center.
Yeah, so I don't understand why they think that that was one of the things that can threaten them. But even if it was,
I have no
how
idea.
much sense does it make where it's like we're gonna get this other faction to fight you because we think you're so dangerous, you're a threat to us. But like, wouldn't that make the person who beats them also a threat to them? So they would have to then wipe out that faction too.
They presumably were going to
I
in
guess,
fear of somebody
but-
putting a tech jacket on an even stronger guy. Than
So how I understand
that
the
race doesn't give that shit out. The only reason Tech
Well,
Jack
how
has
I
one
un-
is because there was one of them crashed on Earth and the crash was gonna kill what's his name, the kid that gets the Tech Jacket, and he didn't want to kill a random civilian, so he gave him the suit to protect him.
So it's a Green Lantern bullshit.
It is exactly
Basically.
Basically.
It's
But the thing
basically
is,
yeah.
but that's a. But how I understand
Everything
it
in
from the show,
Invincible
at
is a
least,
ripoff of something from Marvel or DC.
Oh yeah.
but how I understand in the show to what the Tech Jacket people, a race, whatever they're called, how they're a threat. Maybe the individuals can't go 1v1, but with the 50 Viltrumites, they said that that wasn't enough to deal with them. Like there was millions or billions of them on the planet. They could probably still have the numbers to kill them with the weaker suits. So, but they still do super weapons to me.
I don't buy it because they're not shown to be capable of harming. We have not seen Tech Jacket fire a single weapon that hurts a Viltrumite.
Yeah, they didn't do anything. It was literally like nothing.
Yeah, she shot. I mean, there was the one laser that had left a bruise on the really, really pale one.
Oh no, I'm bruised.
Wow.
Yeah, fuck it. Just send Zoe and Oliver home and give Immortal the Tech Jacket. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
he'd be stronger.
unironically, Immortal with the Tech Jacket shit would be
Literally
way better.
anyone stronger than a normal human is better with the Tech Jacket.
Way better.
Just put it on Merc.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, God forbid, put on Battle Beast.
So because we're talking about the Old Republic, how do we think the lightsabers are going to do against Viltrumites?
Not well.
Like the blast doors in episode 1.
I wouldn't think they'd do enough.
Probably not very well.
It's gonna do damage.
They do damage. I think it would take a while.
Like, yeah, it would take a while.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be
Blasters
instant.
I feel would do damage.
Yeah, it's
Lightsabers,
not
I feel like they do a pretty decent job.
I'm thinking it's going to take multiple fucking hits to take down a Viltrumite, and it's like by the time you get like...
I do want to remind people that in the Obi-Wan show, it bounces off a stormtrooper.
It does?
Why?
Yeah, you have to ignore the Disney canon because the Disney canon they're basically plastic swords.
It's like a wiffle ball bat in the Disney canon. It just bounces off of shit.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Granted, we're talking Disney canon.
There's literally a scene where he's fighting a room of stormtroopers and he smacks a stormtrooper in the side of the arm and it bounces off of it, and it's just
what I'm
regular
hearing is the
stormtrooper
lightsabers
armor.
actually wouldn't do anything.
No, you see, what you don't get there is that he hasn't sharpened his lightsaber in a bit, so it's a bit dull.
Maybe hold on. You could make the
Yeah,
argument.
he had it on
hold
low
on,
heat mode.
Hold on, hold on. You could make the argument that Palpatine specifically made armor that was lightsaber resistant with the whole Zillow beast
Some random guy.
That was
random
There is a
That was
machine in
awesome.
Star Wars that is
That one-
lightsaber.
Jeff, go test this out.
Test it out
Like,
in this
yeah,
room.
it is
Yeah,
material.
right.
Like
I
right
think it's called
after they
Rick.
slaughtered all the Jedi, they're just like, yeah, this is the best time to do this.
Specifically on this one guy on Tatooine.
Just the one dude.
I don't know, man. It's
So
pretty
if we're
stupid.
talking about post Scourge, I don't think any of them can kill the 50 Viltrumites. The Viltrumite military is probably gonna do okay, but if they don't have weapons of mass destruction, then they're just massively outgunned by the Sith in the Old Republic.
No,
I mean, one of the Viltrumite slave soldiers isn't probably isn't any worse than a stormtrooper.
But they'd probably
Not
win
any wor-
against.
No, I understand ground forces; they won't do any worse. But they don't have the big weapon. Like, we don't see tanks or like ships that can just like lay waste to cities or like any of that shit.
The one ship does all the bombardment in the
That's
show. It's not like
Thrag's.
amazing.
That's Thrag's main
Thrag
ship.
Yeah.
Like the other ship, we see some other ships that are similar to that that look like that, but like, and we do see that they definitely have fleets, but it's the biggest gun we've seen from a ship is a laser that takes out a couple of buildings. It's not enough.
Yeah.
And it's not enough in a galactic war. So
That's not very good.
What's up?
It's just not the thing that the series focuses on, so it's just kind of like, how good is it? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but it should. We should know something about it. If you want to do a galactic war, we should see something in the galactic war. You know, and like something. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think the whole concept of there only being 50 Viltrumites just inherently is a dumb idea. Like, it was a dumb idea to introduce that into the series. It also doesn't make any sense. Because it's like anyone with a telescope can look at the Earth, could look at Viltrum and just see that there's a bunch of bodies floating around the planet, and it's they say like, oh, we have to hide this from everybody. We have to make sure that nobody knows that our planet, that everyone's dead. But also, let's put all the corpses of all the people that died around the planet as a ring. Yeah, but to just tell anyone who looks up into the sky with a telescope that they're all dead.
To be fair, Rouga, you would need a fucking insanely powerful telescope to like.
It's not even that. Depends on what planet you're on and how sophisticated is your planet. Why would you even risk it?
You'd have to like go onto Viltrum itself to check that there's nobody still living on the planet. Because otherwise, you would just assume that's just a graveyard.
Not with those numbers. Not with those numbers.
Yeah, but we don't know how long they existed before. They could just make the assumption that it's
anyone who has ever seen the planet prior, which we know they did because there were slaves on the planet, would know that the fucking ring wasn't there.
On Viltrum?
Yes, there were slaves on the planet.
I think that the explanation is that the Coalition and Thetis did not know that there were only 50 of them left because they thought the bodies were being used as like an intimidation tactic. I'm pretty sure no one's.
But the numbers.
That's pretty stupid.
The numbers don't make sense. You would see the moment you see that many bodies straight up wearing Viltrumite fucking clothing and everything, just floating around the planet. Anyone who looked at the planet, anyone who put eyes on the planet, even from light years away with a telescope, would have been able to see, holy shit, there's a bunch of fucking Viltrumite bodies floating around the planet. A ridiculous number of them. What the fuck happened? Oh, that ring wasn't there a few years ago. That's crazy. You know, there must have been a lot of dead Viltrumites recently. What happened?
I still think it's so dumb that the Scourge virus even killed that many people. They're a fucking galaxy-wide.
I don't really think it makes sense that you would kill everyone except for 50. Like, if you want to kill half the population or 70% of the population, but everyone but 50 is in, like, I don't even understand how that's possible.
It's beyond
It's a really potent fucking virus.
No, but it doesn't make sense. If it would kill everyone but 50, it would have just killed everyone.
Look, the more a virus kills, the more lethal a virus is, the slower it can spread. That's just a trend. If it's something really, really lethal, it can't spread because people die too fast.
But you can't say that because the series says that all of the people who survived it were infected by the Scourge virus. Those are just the survivors.
Yeah, their immunity, their bodies just so they were just the outliers to the rest of the population. They just so happened to develop an immunity, which was
but
super,
it doesn't make
super rare.
sense. It doesn't make sense though. For 50,
it's really dumb.
That doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be 0.000000001% of people.
Exactly.
That's just not how genetics works. That's
that
crazy.
amount of the population was so incredibly inbred that it was kept in the family genes.
Maybe, I guess. I just think it's weird. Yeah, but I just think there's so many problems with the series, guys. There's so many problems. There's so many little things you can only nitpick so much before it's like, if you can nitpick everything, it's not nitpicking anymore. It's like you just didn't think this shit very well.
There's a lot of oversights.
Like the idea that all of your people died and you had a ring of corpses around your planet is a cool idea, but also putting that with we have to hide that our people died no longer makes sense.
It's like a slice of Swiss cheese.
Let me put a giant sign at my front door saying some shit that I'm trying to keep private. That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
So,
and again, the fact that there were slaves on the planet living there means that people who aren't Viltrumites travel to and from the planet.
So I feel
it's not like. Wait, what's up?
I do feel like a headcanon way of explaining it is that Thetis knows about the purge after he killed Argol, and that's probably what he thinks the bodies are.
That would be a lot of people to die in a purge.
How would he know that?
Well, because we know half of them died during the purge.
Yeah, but how? Okay, but again, how would he know that?
Well, according to Thetis himself, he didn't know that there were only 50 Viltrumites left. He had no idea.
No, I'm not saying 50. I'm saying like he could think it's the purge.
No,
because they had a purge after Argol was assassinated.
Again, how does Thetis know that the purge happened?
That is true.
He doesn't know that.
But also you would have seen that the bodies appeared after the Scourge virus, not after the purge. The Scourge virus didn't happen immediately after the purge.
Yeah, it happened several years later.
It happened years.
Honestly, do you think that would be an extra category, like pre-purge? Because pre-purge has double the population of pre-Scourge virus.
Wait, but there's not really much of a difference at that point.
What fourth Power Ranger team, Jim?
No, there's a difference.
Pre-purge, there is a massive difference because Thrag's not even in the Grand Region.
You got 3 Power Ranger teams. What do you mean?
You said 4. Put the 4th.
You have 3. Put the 4th in the game.
I don't have a 4th. I have 3.
There isn't a 4th.
Then make a 4th.
You don't need to add another one.
I am not
make a
going
fourth
look,
and add it
no,
to
okay,
Gale.
look at this. No, Jim, look at the stream. Do you see this? Do you see all these images? I am not about to go through here and find the Power Rangers one, so that I can then add it to for a 4th one.
You just spent $15 to add another Power Rangers and just put it into Gay Hell.
Right.
Bro, look at all the images, dude. Look at the images. I'm not looking for the Power Rangers one to add it again. It's not happening. I will put the 3rd Power Rangers into Gay Hell. I am not adding a 4th one. It bothers me that there's 3 of them in here. It's annoying. You ask for something else. I don't care.
Yeah, Jim.
Besides, Jim, you're in Gay Hell, so even if I did add the Power Rangers, you would just be fucked by 3 different sets of Power Rangers.
Another team of Power Rangers.
Yeah,
right, take me out of
fantasies got going on.
Put me above Sin. Put me above Sin.
At the very top of the list.
Yeah.
But the only one above Sin, Jim, is God.
Put me above God. I don't know.
Oh, that's blasphemic, man.
Maybe sacrilegious.
That's blasphemic.
I'm calling the Pope on you. I'm calling the Pope on you.
That's blasphemic.
Pope can have his issues later. I don't care.
Look, okay,
that's right.
This is what I'll do for you. This is what I'll do for you. I will move you above One Punch Man.
Who's right?
So you now get to have sex with all the dudes in One Punch Man.
Can I at least be put at like bottom of instant death? There.
No, I don't want to fuck the tier list up by putting real people in there.
You don't want to put real people.
I mean, it's not the real people.
Maybe Jim isn't a real person.
The real people stay in Gay Hell. Here, I'll put you at the top. I'll put you at the top of Gay Hell. There you go. So this is,
okay.
So at least you get to rape everyone else, and no one rapes you.
I can see Yaku's message on your screen, but not mine.
Yeah,
That's
right.
weird.
Yaku's message.
What's that?
Yaku doesn't have a message.
Yeah, his most recent one. I can see it on your screen, but not mine.
Oh, no, because Thrag ordered the Viltrumites to kill all men Viltrumites on Viltrum to cover. No, I don't understand what you're saying no to. I didn't say that they didn't do that.
He's saying that the Viltrumites ordered. He's saying that Thrag ordered all the Viltrumites to kill everybody, including all the slaves.
But what's that got to do with what I said? I don't know what he's arguing with.
I think that you mentioned that non-Viltrumites go to Viltrum, so they would know about it.
No. I'm saying that the existence of slaves on Viltrum shows that there are people who traveled to Viltrum beforehand. So there are people who know what Viltrum look like. There are people who traveled to and from. So now all of a sudden people can't travel to anymore. And people who knew what the planet looked like before now suddenly see a ring appearing around it. Either way you want to put it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a line where Thrag says to kill all the slaves that were on the planet to keep it a secret.
That does not counter what I'm saying. That's not counter what I'm saying at all. It doesn't matter if you kill people on the planet who is currently there. The fact that there are people currently there means that people travel back and forth between the planet.
Unless you just kill everyone who's ever seen.
So you would have to kill everyone who's ever been on the planet, past, present, future, whatever. You got to kill them all. Anyone who knows what the planet looks like, you'd have to kill them all, everyone, because anyone who sees that ring is going to know something happened. Anyone.
So I think the way the show presented is like right.
And even people who had been to the planet before, who were suddenly told now they can't go back to that planet, are now suddenly going to be like, why?
Yeah, that is true.
And like you're literally going to have to clear out the entire section of the galaxy as far as you could possibly go so that even telescopes can't see the planet.
Which is unreasonable.
There's no way that happened. And they don't have the numbers to make that happen. What about their fleets? Like, do their fleets and all of the ships that they build and have with all their normal slave soldiers, none of them ever fly close enough to the planet to see it, to lay eyes on it?
I see what you mean.
Like, it doesn't make any sense.
I see what you mean now. Yeah, I see what you mean now.
There's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of light years with just nothing around Viltrum, where no one can even look at anything, or like not more than hundreds, because we have telescopes that can see into thousands of light years. I'm pretty sure we could fucking see other galaxies with telescopes. You're telling me you can't see that planet?
But that's not. No, but that's a very vague picture of that. We're not getting that in great detail. Great detail to be fair.
If we can get great detail on galaxies that are significantly farther away than planets, we can get great detail on other planets. And we can get pretty good detail on planets.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
We can tell planets that are in other systems in our galaxy. We could tell what kind of rocks are floating around the planet, and we could tell the type of rocks based on color.
Isn't the majority of that? Isn't that because they sent various probes out into space, which have been traveling very far for a long time to make that happen?
Yeah, but they're not going faster than light. No, they're not going faster than light. They're taking forever. They're not even close to being beyond our system yet.
It's true. That's very true.
No,
I don't know about going past our system. I'm not saying going past our system, but they're slow.
There is way out
there. But no,
we have
massive. We have these,
and it barely works now.
No, we have these giant fucking domes that we build that have massive telescopes that are like the size of buildings that allow us to see like really fucking far across. Yeah, we don't have fucking close-up pictures, but we can tell if there's a billion dead bodies flying around a planet.
That does lead into like another interesting question about this, because like that the timestamp between that, because like let's say hypothetically we do see that something like it, that would be like millions of years in the past, so it could be completely different by the time we see it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, see, it says right here, inflated chair, he says they can identify the contents of asteroid fields and planet rings. Like, we have that technology today now. And we're our planet in the Invincible universe is considered very primitive by the galactic standard. It's crazy to me that they can't see that shit. Like, that's
Voyager 1 left our solar system in 2012.
Wait, seriously?
When was it launched? Wasn't it launched in like the 70s?
It was like
1977.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right.
Again, it's like
That's
barely
crazy. That's
beyond our
crazy.
system.
I thought in my head 77, but I said 70s because I didn't think I was gonna be right. And you said 77. I'm like, I can't believe I fucking knew that.
They're not. They're barely beyond their system in like the outer area of the system.
Yeah, it's been 50 years, and that's how far it is. And that is like
Because it's not moving at light speed. It can't go at light speed. And
Yeah, it also apparently it also barely works.
Light speed. That's just
Like a lot of its systems are fucked up.
Yeah,
just
well,
moving
because
too
of its
slow.
power cells and shit are slowly dying, so every once in a while they have to get off.
I know you didn't. I know you cut off, and I know this isn't what you said, but I can't think of what else you would have said. But it sounds like every once in a while they have to jack off. That's just what I. That's just what I don't know why. It's like, well, you know, every once in a while they gotta.
Oh god, it's been 30 years.
I mean, you know,
time to jack off. It's been 30
What
years.
I said is,
if you're not working on posterity,
what
you're
I said
living on
every
breathing
once in a
illusion.
while they have to turn stuff off because it's running out of power,
Yeah.
basically.
Okay.
Isn't it like
That's what-
solar charge or something? Like I don't remember
It has
exactly.
solar. It has solar batteries, but those solar batteries are limited, and they are slowly.
Wait, no, I know. Okay, so like burning out. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's burning out. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so wait, guys,
slowly-
let's actually place this somewhere on the list. I don't think it goes to survive post.
Okay, dumb question.
Yeah,
Which one are we doing?
Survive pre.
I think challenge post makes sense, honestly. I don't think. I think they're
Yes.
probably doing better than Mass Effect and the Combine.
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys want to put them top a challenge post, maybe?
Old Republic, right, or something?
This is the Old Republic. Your volume
Okay.
is. You're like super low. But
Oh,
It's the
sorry.
reason
I
they're-
think that's also sorry for like kind of barging in. I only saw this afterwards.
no, you're fine. Yeah, it's challenge post. I don't know. It's weird putting them. Does anyone in here now know DMC? Because I had to do DMC by myself, and nobody was here to talk with me, and so I just placed it so we can move
I
on.
don't know much about the lore, but I know it's dead.
Okay, nobody fucking knows DMC. That's irritating. With how many people constantly argue with me and disagree with me about everything I say about DMC in my videos, I would assume that most of the people who watch my shows at least somewhat know what it is, but nobody fucking knows. Whatever.
I mean,
I only
I've
saw
played
you
the
from my
third
hell
one,
deck,
but I didn't
so
finish
I
it.
touched
So.
nothing.
Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, because I don't think they're surviving post.
Yeah, no. If like
They
if
just
the
can't
Empire
take out the Viltrumites in any reasonable way to survive post.
Yeah, no. Like
Yeah.
if the Empire couldn't survive it, they can't survive it. Like
Jedi essentially
more or
in
less
the,
around
in
the
the
same
Jedi
amount
in
of
the
power.
Invincible universe are essentially just a really advanced foot soldier that would be good against the foot soldiers that the Viltrumites have, but not the Viltrumites themselves. And even in the Old Republic, they're probably still limited by thousands of.
Didn't we
Force
talk about this
users?
last time?
How many?
Someone said, like,
how
the
many
Force
do you
push-
think that? How
the
many?
Force
How many
push wouldn't
Force
even work.
users are in the Old Republic? How many exist? Do we know?
By the time of the Clone Wars, it was about like 10,000. So I'm
Well.
like
Yeah, but that's I think that's less than what they had in the Old Republic. I think the
I
Old
was saying that
Republic
because like
had
they
more.
shrunk down. It's like I think around like during the Sith Wars, it was like 100,000 or something. And they lost.
I don't know about
lost
that
to the
many,
Sith,
but
so I don't know what that says.
I don't know if it was that many, but maybe.
It says around 10,000 members were in the Jedi Order. I don't know how true this is because this is AI. This is Google AI.
Did you put Old Republic?
But it does
said
say
that, like,
10,000 Jedi. Let me see Sith.
Okay, that was during the Clone Wars. So
No, this says during the Old
Yeah,
Republic
back to the Clone
era,
Wars era,
particularly in the
because,
year leading up to the Clone Wars, which is a totally different era. So yeah, this is total bullshit. Okay.
that was basically Knights of the Old Republic, something like that.
Exist. Wait. During the Old Republic. Well, the Old Republic, they had more than in the Clone Wars, right?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I know. I think that for sure there was. Now this one says thousands to hundreds of thousands, which is a math. Okay, well, we're just going to assume hundreds of thousands because I don't think I'm
I
getting the
would say
right.
like 100,000 to 200,000. Let's just say in that.
I don't think I'm
ballpark, right?
getting any good answers from fucking Google AI. But
I'm
even if it
seeing
was
some
hundreds,
people
even if it
think
was
that.
hundreds of thousands, I still don't think that's going to make that much of a difference when you're talking about the numbers that we're talking about. You're talking about a
Yeah, no,
galactic
no.
empire of more than trillions, I would assume. If it's a galactic empire, it would have
way
to be
more
more
than
than trillions.
trillions.
So
Yeah,
I just don't think that that's going to be enough to make much of a difference. And when it comes to the ground troops, I think that their ground troops are going to be just as good as the fucking Old Republic ground troops. But then you have the 50 Viltrumites who should be able to kill thousands of fucking Sith. So, yeah, I'll say challenge, because it's going to take them a while to take them all out and stuff. And they don't have a lot of weapons of mass destruction, but I do still think they'll probably still lose.
If I'm being like realistic here for a hot second, I would say like they wouldn't even need to fight them because the Sith would just keep backstabbing each other, and then they would take them out like when they're weak or something.
Yeah, the Siths are kind of very incompetent and like
it's not even
constant backstabbing.
it's just sheer ego and power.
I would say that's being.
So Inflate is saying if lightsabers can harm Viltrumites, so can blasters. No. Because those are two very different levels of power.
Lightsabers are stronger than blasters
Way
everywhere
stronger.
outside the Disney canon.
Way stronger.
Ignoring the Disney canon.
I mean, honestly, I don't even think ignoring the Disney canon. I think that their lightsabers are stronger than blasters.
No, objectively, they're way stronger.
Yeah, they're considerably
stronger.
I don't know if this is canon still or not, but I think the Stormtrooper armor is blaster proof. It just gives them a hell of a knockback.
Well, we actually see the Disney canon is actually, I'm pretty sure, the first time we ever see the armor legitimately be blaster proof.
Yeah, like I think it was like, I can't remember if it was like the metal they used. Like I think it was plaswood or something. I think it was mentioned in one of the books. I don't remember, but yeah, no. And like the rebels were using significantly cheaper gas and stuff like that. Okay,
so that's what was used as the plasma ammunition was gas.
No, I know what he's talking about. I just thought it was funny. It was funny the way it was
That's
worded.
why like the Confederates have like red gas. It's really, really cheap.
Mark is a hypocrite to forgive Shapesmith. Yeah, I mean that's directly stated in the episode that he's being. Well, it's not just Shapesmith. He forgives his dad. He forgives Shapesmith, but he doesn't forgive Dark Wing or whatever.
Darkwing or what's his name? The fucking guy that the guy that makes the zombie robots.
Yeah, him too.
Sinclair.
You get his name, Sinclair. Yeah.
So are we supposed to? So question: are we supposed to believe that Sinclair is actually sorry for the stuff that he did, or that he's being manipulative?
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's sorry. He's being
sorry.
If it goes down the route of the comics, Cecil's going to die and Sinclair is going to take over, and that's
spoilers.
Genuine
spoilers. Sinclair
must banish him for spoilers.
Sinclair doesn't take over.
Yeah, it does.
No, he doesn't. Robot does.
Robot also betrays them, and then Sinclair takes over after that.
Okay.
After Robot?
That's the real spoiler. Yeah. Yep. Robot tries to kill people. Does crazy shit.
Robot was always kind of a fucking.
Yeah, Robot's a fucking weirdo.
Yeah,
I think we can all agree on
Robot
that.
in the first season was weird. Like,
No, I like Robot.
I mean, he was basically
you like Robot.
Yeah, I like
Robot's
tumor
so
with
weird.
limbs.
Why is he weird?
What do you mean? Why
is he weird?
I'll tell you why he's weird. I'll tell you why he's
Tell me why
weird.
he's weird.
He's completely named himself as Rex now, just taking his buddy's name and his face.
First off, that was in the show, and I think that is stupid. But I don't think that was in the comics.
Yeah.
It's in the comics, but it's way later in the comics. It is way later in the comics.
Okay, so he doesn't just take.
Oh, I'm pretty sure in the comics he does it at his funeral.
I've heard that he didn't do it in the comics. Is that wrong? Was I bullshit?
No, it happens in the comics, but it happens later.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay, I do think it's weird that he takes his name. I do think it's weird. Okay, I'm saying I think it's weird. However, we have to look at things. He was a blob in a jar. Okay, let's just get that straight. He found a chick. There was a chick that he liked. He had a thing for her. Okay.
Yeah, a little girl.
Not a little girl, grown woman, and he started to like her on an intellectual level. Give him a little bit of credit here. It was an intellectual thing, and then he was like, "Well, she's attracted to this dude, so I'm going to become this dude, and I'm going to become the same age she is." Okay, which did not. So they're both older people and smaller people, but I don't think that makes him a pedophile personally. But like, because she's an older woman, like it is the case. Like for instance, there's this, and this is a true thing. You know that girl This is about to get into a very strange conversation. There's this girl in real life who's in the body of a little girl, but she's like 30. And she says...
wait, no,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and she says that it really sucks being her. Obviously, it would. Because she said the people who want to date her are little kids, and she's a pedophile. And the adults that want to date her are pedophiles themselves. So it's like, there's nothing she can really do about that. The thing about Robot is that Robot he starts to like her on an intellectual level, makes a body that makes them both kids. So now they're both child bodies with adult minds. So it's like, it is what it is. And he works really, really hard to fix her situation to try and make her an adult again. So is it weird that he took the body of some... Well, look, he had to make a body. So making a body that was attractive to the woman he had a crush on. I mean, taking a body is weird either way you're going to do it. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it to the person who the woman you like is attracted to. I mean, it's a strange situation, but I don't think that Robot does anything that isn't really all that weird. If you're a fucking flesh in a jar and you have the intelligence to make yourself a clone body, are you not going to do it because it's weird? And who are you going to make the clone body of? How about it be the super attractive dude on your team who was getting with all the women and who the chick that you like is clearly attracted to? That all makes sense to me. That falls in line. You know, like, it's just, I don't think it's that weird.
But that's still, like, just kind of creepy because he is playing, like, he is...
I really don't think it would have been Rex.
Naming himself Rex is weird.
Hold on.
I agree.
Yeah, like taking Rex's name.
I don't think but also after going through it, I don't see why he couldn't find someone to volunteer to give him their DNA, because wasn't he part of the weren't they a part of Cecil's
because what he was doing was
because
what he was doing was super illegal, because the only people who could clone was the Mauler twins. So he couldn't let anyone in on the secret that he was going to break the Mauler twins out. So whoever it was he did it, he had to steal the DNA. Yeah, it's just who was he going to steal the DNA from, and he decided to steal it from Rex.
This has, like, I feel like
you're a blob in a jar, okay, and you have the intelligence to clone people. You have the intelligence to possibly get a new body, but it has to be a clone. It has to be from these criminals. Like, what are your options? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Stay a blob.
He could have been another Mauler twin.
I'm just be honest. I'm just be real with you guys. If I was a blob in a jar and I could steal y'all's DNA without you knowing, and make a clone to have a body for myself, I'm not telling you about it. I'm just stealing your DNA. If you have an issue with it, you'll get over it. And you want to know something? And you want to know something?
Because he doesn't actually get the body. He doesn't actually live the new life. He just dies, and the clone lives in his place.
That's fine. I'm not seeing how. Again, I would actually say it's kind of selfless. It's like there's a version of me who can live their fullest life, even though I'm dying. It's a selfless act, actually.
Yeah, it's tragic. That's what I'm saying. It's just
I don't have an issue with it.
Ben Reilly from Amazing
I think the main reason people think it's weird is because it's comic spoilers.
What?
Yeah.
You gonna finish?
Dude, we're already past.
It didn't sound like
the
he was
comics.
done.
We're already past the comic spoilers. We've done. It's too late.
Well past comic
that ship's
spoilers.
fucking sailed. Look,
Cecil dies earlier.
That was pretty obvious. I think anyone could have guessed that Cecil was not long for this world. I don't know. Is there any reason? What exactly are the reasons that you guys think that Robot's weird?
Okay, so the reason I say
he steals Rex's body, and he's kind of a pedo.
I just told you that it's not a pedo. I just explained. Did you not listen to anything that I just said? He's not a pedo. First off, he has not had sex with her. He is trying to fix her. He is trying to make her an adult again. He said that from the very beginning. He is attracted to her mind and who she is as a person, and he is trying really, really hard to make her an adult.
They're both consenting adults in the bodies of children.
Yes, and he only puts himself in a child's body to make her more comfortable.
Okay,
which is perfectly reasonable.
I'm not like more worried about the child thing. I'm more worried about like the whole stealing a person's identity thing. That part.
He didn't. He stole his DNA. He didn't steal his identity. Now afterwards, when he named himself Rex.
That's
sure. But that's not even necessarily. It's strange. It's not unheard of. There have been other stories that I've seen where people will take someone's name in the honor of them. It's not like. It's
like superheroes passing up titles and stuff.
I'm more so thinking that that's to do with just the weird universe that Invincible is, because no one calls him out for that being weird.
Yeah, like if anyone here, if they would be like immediately called out and like stuff like that.
Yeah, but like all the other stuff, I don't like him being a pedo. I don't agree with. I don't think he's a pedo. I think it's very clear he's not a pedo. I don't think him stealing the DNA to make a body is weird, because it's either that or be a fucking blob. I would have absolutely stolen it. And just to be clear, if one of you guys stole, if you were a blob in a jar and you stole my DNA and made a clone of yourselves that was me, like my first reaction would probably be like, the fuck, and then immediately I'd be like, oh, I get it. It is what it is.
I'd be like, if anything, I would be kind of proud to be like, oh damn, they actually took my DNA. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fine. And then it would be, the weird part would be like if you went and like had kids and shit, and then I'd be like, those are technically mine. Like technically speaking, those are my kids. Like this is a little, that's interesting. Whatever, spread my DNA, dude. Go
spread my seed.
Spread my genes.
So would the clone be a twin or some weird child as well?
No, the clone would be
you.
Clone.
Like,
the clone would be you. And if they tested out the child's DNA, it would tell, and your DNA, it would tell them that you're his father, even if you're not. But like I said, I honestly wouldn't like. It might be like I might be like, huh? But I would get it, and it would be fine. Like I don't think it would be that big of a deal. And honestly, Rex didn't really seem to care after his initial reaction either, because he was fine with Rex after the initial shock of being like, "You fucking stole my shit."
Rex was cool with it.
Like he was cool with it after a while.
That's the sign of a mature bro. He's like, okay, you know what? Fair is fair.
I have been the type of I have been saying since season 1 that Rex shows a level of maturity that is more than most characters, including characters in Invincible. Because while he is loud and brash, he starts fights and he does all kinds of shit, he does not ever at any point hold grudges. He instantly admits when he's wrong, when he is wrong. He goes out of his way to fix his mistakes, even in season 1, which is something that like generally characters like him don't do. Like, what happens when he cheats on Eve? He immediately apologizes. He goes to try and get back together with her and fix things. She rejects him, and he does not stay mad at her. And he's like, and he's totally understanding that she left him and blames himself for breaking up the relationship and putting nothing on her, which is not something that cheaters normally do. Yeah, he insults Monster Girl. She beats the shit out of him, knocks out most of his teeth, and after the fight, what does he say to her? He says, "You can really throw a punch." And then he respects her from that point on, despite the fact that she fucking nearly killed him by beating the shit out of him. He is incredibly mature in season 1. Like, more so than I think most people would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Cecil were my favorite characters in season 1, by far. And that's not the case as the seasons went on. But certainly in the first season, I think Cecil and Rex were the two best written and the two most interesting characters. But then I think that Rex evolution, I just didn't really buy into it that much, and they focused the entire final season with him in it, with the relationship between him and the fucking shrinking Ray.
And then
chick.
Ray just completely disappears.
And it was super rushed, and it just felt so obvious they were gonna kill him off, because it was like, okay, why is this happening? You just did this.
He's getting a lot of screen time.
Yeah, and then
like, that's always the sign that someone's popping out. They get a randomly high amount of screen time. It's like, hey,
yeah, but it's not just a rare. No, but it's not just that they get a high amount of screen time, because he got a high amount of screen time before that. It's a high amount of screen time with that screen time having very little substance or furthering his story or character. It's like I'm gonna give you a bunch of scenes that make you like all of his scenes are just him and Ray's relationship in that entire season. And it's like, why is this important to the main plot of the story? No, it's not. Okay, you're about to kill this bitch off, and you're only doing this relationship because you want us to feel bad when it happens. That's it. That's the only reason. Like,
and then she literally completely disappears. Haven't seen or heard of her since.
There's no reason why you
wild.
would. She literally retires
Yeah.
in that season, and then they kill him off. So it's like, okay, we just wrote 2 characters out of the show. Cool. And I was just like, that was kind of lame the way you guys did that. I also think that Rex died too early. Like, I think that his storyline and his evolution could have been a lot longer than it was, and it would have felt more natural if it was longer, because it's way too quick how he just sort of like does a complete 180. But yeah, no, I did like Rex. I thought Rex was one of the best characters in the show up until season 2 or 3, where I was like, not really, not anymore. Okay. All right, so are we all good with Star Wars, the Sith Empire, Old Republic being at the top of Challenge Post?
Yeah. High Republic, no one's surviving. Like, even the fucking, like, Rishon Vaughn won't be able to survive them, I think.
You're really quiet.
You
might want to get closer to your mic or something.
He's been quiet this whole time. Like, I don't think he realizes that most of, like, we could barely hear him.
Wait, really? I am so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I told you before, and your volume didn't change. So I mean, I just assumed you knew.
I think that might be just because I swapped over to something else. Give me a second.
Okay. All right. So next up, we have War of the Monsters. Who has played War of the Monsters?
Yay! I did.
I did too. It's a fun
Not
game.
through the full campaign.
A lot of fun game, yeah.
That's the PS2 era, baby. Just banger
War of
after
the Monsters.
banger. War of the Monsters. War of the Monsters was great.
This just looks like okay. I'm gonna be real second. Why does this like the front image go kind of hard? Like
it doesn't go kind of hard. It is. It just straight up goes hard.
It just feels like something coming out of like, hey, they got Dylan. I mean that as a fucking compliment.
Yeah, it's a giant fucking King Kong kaiju dude fighting against a giant Japanese robot dude on the cover. It's great. So War of the Monsters is essentially an alien invasion where a bunch of UFOs come down to Earth and they start fucking up Earth. And then Earth is like, okay, we got something. We're going to make a giant planetary-sized EMP that's going to only affect the atmosphere and everything outside of the planet. So they use it. It makes all of the spaceships blast out of the sky and land on Earth. And then this green ooze that is basically the fluid that runs their ships and shit flows into the ground, and everything that it touches, it starts like making.
It's like hella mutated.
Not just mutated. Like it goes into a volcano and a giant lava monster comes out. Like it literally brings life to the magma itself. There's one point where some of it goes on to a security guard who's in a power plant, and the security guard fuses with the electricity of the power plant and becomes a giant lightning dude. It's like it's a bunch of different
Cyclops,
shit.
Yeah.
I need to see that. That sounds so cool.
It's
really
that
was
fun.
one of the most memorable characters from the game for me. Like I will never forget the electric
eye guy. Well, because every single character, not every, but most of the characters in the game are very clear references. Like I'm forgetting the names of all of them. Kongar is clearly a reference to King Kong. There was a Godzilla reference. There was like a reference to a bunch of different ones. But that lightning eye dude, that was just their own creation. It was like you could tell they made that shit from scratch.
It's just eye with lightning around it.
Yeah, it's an eye with lightning arms and lightning legs, and the eye in the center, and it looks like some shit you would see in like a Marvel comic or something. But it's
say Marvel, I'd say like.
But
I'd say like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say like this is like more something you would see like this would be like an Electro like final form. I have transcended to eyeball.
Yeah. There was a lot. You could play. There was a dragon dude you could play as. There was a giant praying mantis, which was a character that I played as a lot. There was the magma dude who I played as a lot. I like the magma guy. The magma guy was probably my main dude. There was an Aztec totem. That like the totem got
like the totem itself.
Yes, like it was a big ass statue of a giant like rock head, and then it got this stuff on it, and the earth underneath it came to life, and then it was basically this giant Aztec rock head on the top of a huge stone body that came out of the ground.
Imago?
Oh, who?
They also have a giant robot and a giant alien.
Yeah, it's Imago. AGAM.
Yeah, that's right. You're looking up all the characters right now? Yeah.
I'm literally on the wiki right now.
Yeah,
like,
and then one of the characters you could play as is one of the aliens that you can play as. That was like,
Zorbulon.
Yes,
Zorbulon.
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 Yeah. That's the name of the well. The entire game is a big reference to old 1950s sort of like monster movies and shit.
This is like a giant giant monster movies, like those things. Like every character has their own poster, and these scream it.
Yeah,
attack
like they all have their own posters, and the posters have titles of what the movies are, and then like the monster on the cover, and it's like and like when you go into the main menu is a drive-through, and it's a bunch of cars at the drive-through, and when you go to pick which monster you wanna play as, and you click on it, you pick the poster for the movie, and then the screen shifts over into the big screen that the guys are watching in the cars in the drive-through theater, and then it plays on the screen.
That might legitimately be one of the most clever ways to do a menu screen I've ever heard.
It's a cool menu screen, but that's the thing. But the game actually does have a story, like the thing comes down and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, well, so what you're going to be having to deal with here is a bunch of very advanced aliens who are all kaiju sized, who have a special substance that can literally mutate and bring life to things and makes a bunch of giant kaiju monsters. And then that's going to fight against the Viltrumites. So yeah, how do you guys think that's gonna go?
The big thing about this is numbers. Like,
wait, hold on. Yeah, survive post-scourge. Some of them, yeah. The ones that are made out of just objects like kinetic clops and the lava guy, yeah, they can be blown apart and repair. I'm pretty sure the lava guy has a cutscene where he does that.
Yeah, the lava guy has a cutscene where he literally just regenerates from being a puddle, and Kinetic Clops has a scene where he travels through a wire with through electricity. Like he turns into electricity and goes into a wire. And travels.
Yeah. Also, Congo. It was Congo. I think was the one who fell. Congar, I think he fell from orbit and made a massive explosion and just walked it off.
Yeah. He was a space chimp who was his little rocket ship that he was in collided with the fucking spaceship or whatever, and then the spaceship fell into orbit and then crash landed, but he basically mutated into a kaiju while he was crash landing, and by the time he landed he wasn't in the ship anymore. He like busted out of it and he just smashed into the ground, made a huge explosion, and then just like got up and walked off. Yeah, they're really strong. At one point, there's a boss fight where you fight this giant plant creature in a nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant gets set off and explodes, and you're in the center of the explosion, your character.
Vigon? Yeah, Vigon.
Yeah, and it blows up an entire island, and you're fine. Like, you don't even take damage. Like, you're totally cool.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think this is definitely a survive post-scourge because for the 50 Viltrumites, there's just going to be a planet with a bunch of kaiju monsters, and there are multiple kaijus in the series. Yeah, but not only that, but there are kaijus in the series of Invincible that don't have the same showing of feats like the War of the Monsters, and they tend to fight on par with Viltrumites all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. But
I wouldn't say on par. I wouldn't say on par.
Okay, I'm going to ask a legitimate question here. Are the playable characters and the bosses the only monsters, or are there more?
There's a lot more. Not only are there bosses that they fight, which are different monsters you don't get to play, but there's also ants, which literally like
no. That's a playable character. You can play as the ant.
Well, regardless of that, there's still like
everyone in the
everywhere.
game. Everyone in the game that you play as or fight against is a playable character or a boss. He's correct. The only exceptions really are like helicopters and tanks.
Okay, I was gonna say that because like post one, okay, they could probably do it, but like pre one, if it's just them, then no, there is literally no way they're even.
There's literally an entire ant colony that gets the fucking green shit in it, and it becomes there's an army of kaiju ants. There's the American government is capable of building massive kaiju robots that are capable of fighting back against the kaiju monsters. Japan creates its own version of a robot that actually gets the green fluid on it, so it comes to life and it just operates by itself. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff in here, and then you have the aliens themselves that you have to deal with again that are kaijus. You also have the possibility that the Viltrumites themselves will get the green substance on them. Who thinks the green substance will actually affect the Viltrumites?
I do.
Because of their whole smart atoms thing.
It doesn't do the smart atoms. All the smart atoms do are just take over the DNA of their children, like the other half of their DNA. There's not that much of like an impressive.
No, but it does other stuff, right? Because that's how they have. No, but it does other stuff because that's how they get their powers and shit, isn't it?
I mean, it's the reason why they can fly. They're strong and they're fast. And they heal, but that doesn't mean. But that's not DNA alteration. That's not quite the same.
I think. So I made the argument not really the argument, but I put up the possibility that the flood may not be able to infect the Viltrumites because you are affecting their DNA. And then you guys brought up the whole thing where it's like, well, it's not like they're affecting their soul, but it's clearly more than just their DNA because you can literally completely eliminate them and rebuild them and they're still infected. So I was like, okay, fine. Yeah. But it's like, I think you can argue that certain zombie plagues and things like this, they could fight back with their smart atoms. But this is something different. When this fluid is giving life to the lifeless inanimate objects, that's different.
Yeah.
That's not like you're doing something totally different. So it's very possible that there will be Viltrumite kaijus that could be like
watching this can make that. Please, for the love of God, do I want to see that?
Yeah.
So is it
universe?
Is it possible to put them on the lower end of challenge pre-Scourge because of the alien race as a whole? We don't know how big they are, but I mean, that's a sort. I don't know.
That's
how big are
that's
they?
actually another thing. Earth in this universe has a planetary defense system of a massive EMP that takes out all ships that fly into. So none of their
they don't
ships,
need the ship.
But that means that the ships won't be a factor. It'll literally just be Viltrumites. None of their normal slave soldiers will be able to get on the planet.
Our soldiers were in space.
Are you not listening to what I'm saying? They can't get to the planet.
Yeah, they just get
their ships will not be able to get to the planet. The moment it enters the atmosphere, it's going to get blasted out of the fucking sky. Because that's what happened to the alien space. The alien spacecrafts were actually affected in space. They weren't even on the planet, many of them. They were in space outside of the planet. And the EMP took them all out. So no ship will be able to get near the planet, which means the only people who will be able to get onto the planet are the Viltrumites through flight.
Yeah.
How much would that challenge pre-Scourge though? Because with billions of Viltrumites to offer, like they have the population of the human race to throw at it, and I don't think, and at best, the War of the Monsters are in the millions, and none of them could handle the planet being destroyed, which a handful of Viltrumites could pull off.
I think the electric dude can handle the planet being destroyed. I think the magma dude could probably handle the planet being destroyed too.
I mean, they'd live, but they'd be a non-factor because now they're just floating in space helplessly.
No, they're kind of fucked.
I mean, if they can never die.
Yeah, it's like
really
but they're also kind of fucked.
Really?
Four-armed magma creature. That's I mean, no, that would work if they can destroy the planet, that would work. But I would also argue that, I mean, this is me jumping to conclusions or taking a massive assumption and push back from this, because I would even push back from this. If they've built a planetary defense system that's a massive EMP to take out all the things, is it really that? And they've been able to build giant kaiju monsters to fight against the kaijus. Is it that impossible to believe that they can design something to fight against Viltrumites too?
I mean, like, yeah, it's like.
Yeah, that's some impressive shit. That's not stupid. Like, that's good shit that they're doing.
I'm not saying that they can't. In fact, I'm saying that they can. I'm just saying that when we have the billions of Viltrumites to throw at them, it's just going to overwhelm them in the end. But I don't think it's enough to challenge them either.
It really just depends on how many kaijus exist on the planet. Because it's like, yeah. Well, then you have. Then also you have stuff like the blocking the sun and turning the planet into like an ice planet or whatever. But I don't know if that would how well that would necessarily work, because like, let's say they do that, right? Let's say that they thing just fucking fucked up. Okay, let's say that they put that they like push the fucking disc in and try and freeze the planet. You still have this green goop on the planet that is gonna like bring the ice to life, right? It's gonna bring concrete to life. It's gonna bring metal and all different sorts of things. There's one of the bosses is a giant plant creature that is it's like a whole island of a plant creature. You know, it's just they're gonna bring things to life that I don't think freezing the planet would eliminate all life. Like this substance seems to just be able to grant life to the lifeless. And if it's bringing to life inanimate things, then you didn't kill everyone. You killed Earth, you killed humans, but you didn't kill the new species that will be ruling over the planet after you do that, which is an army of potentially Arctic kaiju.
Yeah, that's fair, but I wouldn't bet on the ring though. I would bet on Thrag's claim the 37 are capable of splitting a planet in half because with the billions, yeah, they can do that easily.
But if they come down to split the planet in half, they're gonna have to deal with the kaiju.
Yeah, fair enough. Like,
how many kaiju
that is depending on whether or not the kaiju don't fight each other and are quick enough to catch them.
Well, the plot of the story, to answer Lizzie's question, the plot of the story is that this green goop goes all across the planet, and the entire surface of the planet is just covered with kaiju at this point. We see
they're just fighting each other. Yeah,
there's at one point where you have to fight like a dozen fucking ant kaijus that are crawling out of the ground that are all underground. Because at one point the green goop and shit fell on top of a fucking ant pile, and all of those ants turn into kaiju. You don't fight all of them. You only fight like a handful, but they exist.
You only fight
out
8
there.
of them.
Yeah,
you
I forget, it was something like that.
Like a little prime.
But they all come out and like that whole thing comes to life. There's another point where you fight 3 different dragons. I don't even know where the fucking dragons came from. One of them is a bone dragon, which is just literally just a dragon made of bones. I don't even know how it lives, but it's alive somehow, just sentient bones.
Well, okay.
Oh, and to kind of give more credence. Wait, hold up. To give more credence to the ice thing, one of Kongar's alternate costumes, which all the costumes are shown to be canon within the story. One of Kongar's alternate costumes is literally just a big ass ice golem. So yeah. So there is literally one character who's just living ice. So that's definitely a possibility. And honestly, even if they split the planet in half, would that really like mean that they killed all of them?
Like it's literally like
would they need to?
Like as long as at least a little
bit. They don't need to now.
They can't really defeat them. Like as long as the goop
exists. That's the part where I would say it's not even a challenge pre-Scourge because they're like a non-factor in the entire thing. If a bunch of monsters are just killing each other on some random planet, then let them. But and also with the 50 Viltrumite situation, we kind of want to breed with the humans there. So
the aliens won't be a non-factor.
What if they just fuck the monsters?
The aliens won't be a non-factor. And if the Viltrumites become a problem,
that's true.
If the Viltrumites become a problem to the Zorgulons, which it's arguable how much of a problem they'll be because the Zorgulons are also like 50, 60 foot kaiju. So, I mean, couldn't once the Zorgulons realize that their little goop is actually doing this to this planet, couldn't they just start like chucking monsters at the Viltrumites from other planets that they purposefully turn into kaijus? Just start filling up other planets with, like, go to the planet of Viltrum and just drop like thousands of kaiju onto the surface, or just shoot the little green liquid shit all over the planet and then just leave. And the Viltrums would be like, that's weird. they just shot flubber all over the place, and then all of a sudden they have like a bunch of fucking Viltrumite kaijus and kaijus from their planet. And they're like, what the fuck? And now they're on a war on their own planet, having to deal with shit.
An interesting question, like. Would the Viltrumites consider them like useful enough to like say enslave them or something?
If they can, if they're capable of enslaving
I'm just curious,
something that big.
My only thing is how many of them there are, because that would determine just how much of a challenge they could pose. And while they could definitely mess up, planets, but if they have multiple planets to fight against. Yeah, and they're only one. How can they win?
Also, they're fast as shit. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
Kongar's main projectile attack is literally a sonic blast. He every character has this little projectile, and when you do it, he does this yell that shoots like this sonic ability, and you can counter the sonic ability, you can block it, you can dodge out of the way, you literally see it flying through the sky. There is no like cutscenes of showing how all this stuff works. We literally only have gameplay. So that means bare minimum all these fucking things can watch sound shit travel through the air and react to it.
They're like hypersonic though.
Nicer than
I wouldn't say
sound.
necessarily
Okay.
hypersonic, but they
Sonic,
can see Sonic, and they can react to Sonic, and Sonic even kind of looks slow to them to an extent. So they're pretty fast. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. There's the fucking parasite thing that Mantis fires. There's regen. Both Agamo and Magmo both have very clear regen. They're capable of losing body parts and regrowing them and shit. We see that. So there's stuff in here that I think is gonna be problematic for Viltrumites to deal with.
I would ultimately say like they would just like be like it's either they're gonna die, they are not gonna be able to contain them, or they do contain them and turn them into a zoo.
Yeah, and even if you remove the kaiju entirely, Earth is not an easy thing to deal. Like the first boss of the game is a massive robot, like 3 times the size of the kaiju that you play as. It's like easily well over 100 feet. And that kaiju was created by the humans on Earth to fight against you, and it's
Goliath Prime.
What's up?
Goliath Prime, yeah. Fun fact, that's actually the boss that comes after the ant fight. If I'm reading this
I know.
correctly.
I've played it. Why are you reading this off a wiki?
I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry.
You're telling me this like, yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I played the game.
I need to shut up. Okay,
You're trying to tell someone who's beaten the game several times a bunch of random tidbits about the game that I've already based on wiki reading. It's clear that you're reading wiki. You can tell you're reading off a wiki because how overcompensating you are with the knowledge. Like if I say the first robot boss and you're like, oh yeah, Goliath, because you're reading it off a wiki, there's like.
Okay, I'll shut up.
I don't get it. Okay, so there's like that plus the EPM. So there are really 3 things they're gonna have to deal with. They're gonna have to deal with kaiju. They're gonna have to deal with Earth, and they're gonna have to deal with the Zorgulons. So there's basically 3 totally separate factions. The Zorgulons aren't gonna be fighting amongst themselves. Earth isn't gonna be fighting amongst itself. The kaijus will be fighting amongst themselves, probably, because we also do see that certain of the kaiju do fight together. Like the ants, for instance, fight together. The dragons fight together. So there do seem to be team-ups to some extent with different monsters fighting too. Oh, there's also multiple levels. Like there's one level I think you have to fight Kongar and Praetor at the same time, which is the mantis and the gorilla dude. And they fight 2v1, so they clearly team up to fight you. The monsters do seem to be intelligent. And the description of the game, or the story of the game, is that the monsters are fighting for control of the planet, for domination. So they're also intelligent enough to be aware of a power structure that they are trying to get on top of. So I think you can argue that they would be aware of the Viltrumite alien invasion and could potentially not fight each other to deal with the Viltrumites if that becomes a bigger problem than what they're currently dealing with. Possibly. I'm not saying that all of them are going to stop fighting each other to be like, we're all going to be on the same page about this. But I could see they're not mindless monsters fighting each other. There's some intelligence behind what they're doing. So if they see that, okay, here's Viltrumites, they're doing all this kind of stuff, maybe I not fight this other dude right now. I fight him. There's stuff that could be done. But also, I just think the Zorgulons could just show up to Viltrum and be like, drop a bunch of green shit, let's fly away and just wait. let's watch that ring get thicker.
I'm just curious to how applicable that is, because Viltrum does have planetary defense systems. In order for the Scourge to be introduced, it had to be disguised as a meteor, so their defense systems didn't shoot it down.
So Jason says that Robo 47, which is the American-made robot, would survive the planet being blown up as well as the Japanese mecha. Where do we have evidence that they would survive that? Do we have
Yeah,
evidence?
there ain't none.
I don't think we have evidence they would survive a planet just blowing up. A planet never blows up in
There
the
is-
story.
Exactly.
So they can handle. Yeah, it says it does say that the monsters in War of the Monsters all have a area of affectability. That's true. The space level. I mean the vacuum. Oh, okay. Okay, they're not saying he would just survive the explosion of the planet. He said they can survive without oxygen. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense because even on the spaceship, the aliens are wearing some kind of like helmet that's allowing them to like exist, and they're not wearing that, and they do get, and that's true. The gorilla dude is in space and gets blown down to Earth in his opening. And then that scene, he is in space while he's fighting, so you can argue. I think you might be able to argue that the spaceship itself has oxygen, but maybe not. That might be hard. I would have to remember how did he get to the spaceship, and how did he get back to Earth? Because I don't remember how he did that. Oh, and there's also the final boss that we haven't talked about, who's stronger than all the other bosses and bigger than any of the dudes that you play as, and that's also just a Zorgulon, a big one, but it's a Zorgulon. Gets abducted and blows the ship respectively. He blows the ship, guys. He blows it. That's how he does it.
Wow.
Out of existence.
So he blew up the ship and then he falls down to the surface. So yeah, he did survive the vacuum of space technically. So yeah, maybe these guys don't need to breathe. That might be a legitimate point for them as well, that they would not die. I wonder if the
70s logic.
Yeah, it just is what it is, man. I really like War of the. They should bring War of the Monsters back. They keep fucking rebooting all these games that are like less than 10 years old, and they're not rebooting the ones that really need a reboot. Like
it's like
War of
it
the Monsters.
feels like a classic type situation. Like maybe like an indie game would like highly reference it or something, or make it like a.
I don't think it needs to be an indie game. I think that if any major studio is like, we're gonna re-release War of the Monsters, but we're building it from because War of the Monsters has issues. For one, the controls suck. Like the controls are such a pain in the ass. Do you remember the controls, Doug? Like how bad the controls are?
Not really. I don't remember the layout.
It was bad. So in order to lock on, you had to squeeze both triggers at the same time to lock on.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Oh
my god.
Yeah, no, people don't remember that PS1 and PS2 controls, people didn't understand how to do them yet. Like they didn't really get like what was the most efficient way to do anything. So there's a lot, if you go back to playing a lot of old games for the PS2 and PS1, there's just really weird placement of buttons. Just buttons are just in locations where you're just like, why is that how you do that? Like they're just trying to figure it out. And eventually, games released that just did everything perfectly, and they're like, okay, so now when you come up with a shooter, we know square is how to reload, the R2 is how to shoot, L2 is how to aim, L1 or R1 is like grenades, whatever, depending on the game. Circles usually like a crouch or maybe a dash move, like basically a triangle's weapon swapping. We got it down now, and everyone just kind of does it the same way in the sort of universal structure. That was not the case in the PS2. In the PS2, every game did it differently because they were all trying to find out what the fuck was going on. So every time you played a new game, you had to figure out the control schemes, and it was oftentimes very uncomfortable to figure it out. It was super, super irritating, and that's funny. People forget about that. No, but Doug, if you don't have a PS5, huh?
No, I don't.
Okay, because I was about to say, if you like War of the Monsters, you can download it on Play It PS5. It's on there. I have it for PS5. I have War of the Monsters.
I need to check. It's probably on the Xbox store because I played it on the 360.
Go look for it. But if it is, and then go replay it, and then you can talk to me later and be like, you're right, the controls are fucking ridiculous.
I might have to try this just to see like how bad it is. That sounds so bad, but it's like.
No, the controls are awful. Oh, also, if you're talking gameplay, all of the kaiju in the entire game can survive being penetrated by large phallic objects through the chest. So that is a mechanic. That is a mechanic of the game. Like if you find like a radio tower, or like there are certain things where you'll find like a giant fucking bar beam or something.
Sword.
Or not a sword. Sword?
There was a sword in one of them.
No, there isn't. There's not a fucking sword. There's not a sword. Any kind of long point. You gotta remember, you're picking up like buildings and shit. Anytime you pick up some long pointy structure and you throw it, he'll like spear chuck it at the person you're doing it, and it will go through their chest, and then you have to like tap a bunch of buttons to try and pull it out of your chest while you're stunned, and then you can go up and beat the shit out of this person while he's trying to pull this shit out of his chest. And he's like, yeah, and it's like that was like a mechanic within the game. So technically, they should be able to survive being stabbed through the chest with large phallic objects. So where are we putting War of the Monsters based on all the shit that I just said?
Probably in the middle. So if I both pre and post, because like we made some good arguments here. And even if the monsters like they somehow kill the monsters, they still have the goo to deal with. Mr. I just read the wiki.
We are Viltrumite now.
All the work.
Okay. I didn't have any idea what the hell you guys are talking about.
Well,
so
you
I'm
just
sorry.
don't talk then. What the fuck you mean? I don't know anything, so I'm just gonna pretend to know things.
I'm sorry. I'll keep
and instruct you on the names of things of this thing that I just found out about 5 seconds ago. No. So, Doug, what about you? Where do you think it goes?
I think survive post is a good point. It's
Does
just
it go
one
when compared to the DCAU and Bayonetta.
That's I think it's doing better than DCAU. I don't really know much about Bayonetta.
Damn. So you're
like
saying,
because the
DCAU. The top.
Yeah, because the thing is, I don't think the DCAU like superhero number, like reliable superheroes, come to the same number as all the kaiju everywhere.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they do not.
Yeah,
we could put the kaiju. Kaiju's cool. Yeah, they should bring back that game. That was a fun game. All right.
I would love to play that as a remastered.
Jason says Giga Bash is a spiritual sequel. It's not. It isn't. It's nothing like it. It doesn't play like it. It doesn't have the same style as it. It doesn't do the whole old school monster movies vibe. It's not a third person thing. It's like a top down arena fighter. It is not. If someone told me that was a sequel to War of the Monsters and I played it, I would be very disappointed because it just doesn't. It's nothing like it. It really isn't. They both have giant monsters fighting, but that's it. Like in War of the Monsters, you control a character and it's third person, and you move your camera around and you run around cities and you climb up and like you're right behind your character. In Giga Bash, there's one camera that's over the entire city, and you are like this dude on the ground, and you share your screen with all of the other monsters all fighting each other, and y'all are basically just like beating the fuck out of each other, almost like a top-down fucking I don't know, like a top-down
arena.
Yeah, it's like an arena fight, whatever. This one you're in an arena too, but it's just you behind your own person, and the controls are completely different, and the monsters aren't as cartoony looking in the original one. Like I said, it takes itself a little more seriously and darker, and with its tone. Giga Bash is a very, very different kind of game and plays very differently. I actually own Giga Bash, and I got Giga Bash because I wanted a kaiju fighter, and I hadn't played one in so long. And then when I played Giga Bash, I played through the story one time, and then I basically immediately never played it again and never really felt a need to play it again because I was like, it's not the same. It doesn't really do it for me in the same way. You don't feel like a kaiju in that game because of the way the camera is, and because of the way like it's just like the environments you're on are like you feel like a dude in a playset like fight. Like you don't feel the grandness of your character because of the way the camera is and the way the controls are. And your character is very, very quick, and he dashes around and rolls and jumps and does combos, and it's like you don't feel the weight of all your hits. In War of the Monsters, you actually hit relatively slow, and everyone had like a three hit combo, or you could prolong it and do like a 5-hit combo, but it would be like bang bang, boom, and then like your last hit would be like slow, but you would hit him and he would go flying, dude. Doug, you're gonna remember this. That last
I
hit,
loved it. Sending dudes.
Dude, you sent them
Send dudes
flying,
flying
and
through
they
buildings.
smashed through skyscrapers, and whole buildings would collapse when they smashed into the sides, and you would just watch the skyscraper tip over. Or, like, you could blow up a skyscraper. One thing that I always found that was really fun is that you could, like, destroy skyscrapers, and sometimes they would collapse in on themselves, but sometimes if you hit them, if you destroy them the right way, they would actually tip over and fall, and they could fall on top of one of the monsters and kill them. So, like, you could be fighting, and then someone destroys a building behind you, and you're not even paying attention, and it just falls on the top of your head and crushes you, and it's like you're fucking dead. It's like, damn, dude. Or, like, you could like grab helicopters out of the sky and chuck them at people, or grab cars and chuck them at people, or like pieces of buildings that destroyed. You could pick them up and smack them with giant pieces of fucking skyscrapers and shit, and they'll go fly. It was just all. It was so good.
You're still even capable of climbing on some of the buildings too, because that's what I remember doing a bunch.
All of them.
Is
Not
climbing
some.
on buildings and dropping down on them.
Yeah, not some. All
Oh,
of them.
sweet.
Every building in the game you can climb on. Yeah. Yeah, and you could there was a grapple where you would like pick them up, and then you can hit them or smash them on the ground or whatever, but you could also just throw them, and like you could, and it was so cool because you would be on one side of a city, and you would literally throw them on the other side of the city, and they would ragdoll, and just smash all across buildings and just like destroy so much shit in their way as they landed. It was really cool, guys. Gigabash did not give that same feeling. I just don't feel like I'm a kaiju in Gigabash. I feel like I'm a dude. I feel like I'm a regular arena fighter game, but you just happen to be in locations that look like small cities, and that's really it. Like it didn't make me feel like a giant monster. I couldn't get into Gigabash the same way. Gigabash is better. I mean, if you want like a cool arena fighter, then I guess Gigabash is fine, but in my opinion, it didn't give you the kaiju feeling that I was looking for, and I wanted it to. There was a sword on the Gambler's Gulch map. It was on top of the casino. I know the Gambler's Gulch map, but I know the casino. I'm trying to remember the sword. I don't remember the sword. Wait. So the Gambler's Gulch map. Okay, no. I'm thinking of the volcano level. The Gambler's Gulch map was where you fought Robo 47 in the story. I remember that. Yeah. But I don't remember the sword. I'm going to take your word for it. There was a fucking sword. But if there was a sword, did you throw it like a spear, or did you just hit people with it?
You could use it like a sword, or you could throw it like a
spear. Is that the motherfucker? Do you know, or did you read this off a wiki?
I played it.
Oh, you're somebody else. Okay, my bad.
That's a different guy.
I was totally. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I jumped on your throat. I was like, this motherfucker again with the wiki reading. No, okay, my bad. Yeah. So you could do both. That's cool. Okay, I'm sorry. Get all defensive. Why are you coming in so late? We've been talking about War of the Monsters for the past 20 minutes. You just
I've been here. I just haven't said anything because you guys have been talking.
Well, you can fucking say something, dude. We're talking about War of the Monsters. If you know War of the Monsters, talk about War of the Monsters. Anyway, so yeah, we're all comfortable with the fucking, because now we're done talking about War of the Monsters, and you didn't get to say anything. Look at that. See, I
didn't really have anything to add.
So that's terrible. Awful. Okay, next up we have Earth Defense Force.
The EDF.
They're cracked.
Yeah, they're really fucking
So,
shit. They win.
Would it be challenge pre-scourge? Like, because they have the weapons to shoot apart kaijus and deal with time travel shenanigans.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Maybe they would survive pre-scourge, because no matter what Viltrum would do, they just couldn't get them to die because they can do time travel bullshit.
Yeah, like
no, I don't think the EDF can do that. I think that's only a Primer thing.
But they do that in response to Primers.
In EDF 6, they do travel back in time.
Oh, they do. Okay, fair. Okay,
yeah.
no,
The whole game is literally about the Primers continuously destroying Earth and you going back in time several times to try and redo it.
Okay, fair enough. Damn, wow, they all busted as shit. Holy fuck.
Yeah, so they survive pre-scourge, but the question is do they actually challenge them in any way? Like, can they leave the planet?
Leave the planet.
They cannot leave the
planet.
planet.
Still survive.
Alright, they're still surviving.
It's only survive.
They're gonna fuck Viltrumite.
Joe said they could, and they just don't. Because like
theoretically they could, but every time they did,
no, they can't. They can't. I mean, we know that they're capable. We know the only thing they do leaving the planet. What? Okay, they go to Mars. That's it. Like saying that they can travel to the other side of the galaxy is a stretch.
But they go to Mars, so that's
not. Yeah, but in order to defeat the Viltrumites, they would have to go to Viltrum, which is not in our solar system.
Hold on, something I just thought about. The EDF are really good at research and development. If they capture a Viltrumite ship, because it'll crash down to Earth and reverse engineer that, they could make spaceships.
Possibly, but I don't think they want to leave Earth anymore. Every time they try to leave Earth, the aliens try to kill them.
Yeah, they probably don't want to.
And they would have to find out where the Viltrum even is.
That's true.
The galaxy's a big place. They don't really have a way of doing it.
That's accurate, yeah. It is big.
Yeah. But it's really like the only question is, will their guns be able to kill Viltrumites?
Yeah, probably. Pretty easily.
That's really the only question.
I would say yeah.
Are we counting the primers?
I mean, if we count the primers, it just goes to rape. Like, what?
They go back in time and destroy the Viltrumites before.
Yeah, like it just kind of ends, and they just fuck them. The
primers,
like they go back to like the dawn of the Viltrumite to be like, "You're gonna die." Wait, what?
Yeah, fuck you now.
Not only that, but they can just do what they did in the game and go into their alternate self futures where they are way more advanced and are more than capable of kicking their ass.
Yeah,
they can pull future versions of themselves that are more powerful.
Yeah.
And they just have to keep doing that until they eventually find a version that outpowers the Viltrumites. They can also go into the Viltrumites' future and grab things from like their shit too. So, for instance, in the game, you fight against giant ants.
They can go into the future and get the Scourge virus, for example.
If they want, technically,
or
I suppose. But like, for instance, in the game, you fight giant ants that are like the baby ants are like the size of vans, but the actual like full-grown ants are, I don't know, 7 or 8 story buildings. Like they're huge, and that is because they went so far into the future where ants had evolved to be that big, and then brought them back. Those are just ants. Those are just regular ants from the future that they brought back and just threw at Earth. Our own ants just threw them at us.
I need to know like what evolutionary obstacle came to like, hey, let's suddenly turn 8 stories tall.
I don't know. So like technically, if they wanted to, they can go into the future or whatever, and they could grab like versions. I mean, technically, if the Viltrumites, like if the primers really wanted to, this would be crazy. If the primers wanted to, they can go into the future and get Mark and the new Viltrumite Empire, and then send them after the current Viltrumites to deal with the problem if they wanted to. That would be an option for them.
That's scary.
That's a nuclear option, like.
Not really, not for the primers. That's how they fight. That would not be a nuclear option. That would be like one of the first things they do.
Holy shit.
They do it. Yeah, the primers are like one of the most cracked sci-fi factions.
Not really. I mean, it's just time travel for the most part. It's just time travel and pulling things from other timelines. That's really all it is. So they would just go like really far into the future and basically they would go into the far in the future and see what happens to the Viltrumites and like what their world is like, however far in the future. And if they see that Mark eventually overthrows them and creates his own little Viltrumite empire and all that kind of stuff and becomes king of Viltrum, he would just be like, hey, you want to come back to us and you want to come back with us and well, I mean, they don't even necessarily have to ask, but they're like, hey, we're going to come throw you at Thrag, and then obviously y'all are going to fight, and then you just wipe out our enemies for us, and then we'll teleport you back to your time when that's done. And we don't really care how it changes your future as long as it deals with our problem currently. That is one issue that the primers have, is that they
honestly, I think if we're including the primers, it just goes like straight up to like rape, because like, what the fuck are the Viltrumites gonna do against that?
Like for the Viltrumites, they can't deal with something like that.
No, they're fucked. Like they're over.
So are we in agreement that this is rape? Is everyone in agreement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rape.
So now the question is, how badly into the rape is it going to be?
Are they above?
Are they above the Cybertronians?
Yeah, I mean, the Cybertronians on a fucking time travel and shit.
Are they above the Frieza Force?
Yeah.
Are they above the Federation?
Yeah.
Are they above the Night Sentinels?
I'm gonna
Probably
say
not.
no. I'm gonna say something right here. No, they can't.
Do the Night Sentinels have time travel? I forget if they do.
They don't.
No, they don't have time.
They have dimensional travel, but not time travel.
They have dimensional travel, but they also significantly outnumber. They're a universe-spanning race, and they have magic.
They also do technically have demonic influence, so technically.
I mean, it depends on at what point you use them at. Yeah. They also have wraith energy and you know they can fucking resurrect and do all kinds of crazy shit like that. They're mage. They're space night mages on a universal scale.
That's probably the best description I've ever heard of the Night Sentinels.
Space night mages. That's what they are basically. Let's see above Mortal Kombat. Yeah, so I guess EDF is now in 3rd place above the Federation in the
That's because
EDF.
In the rape category.
Yeah, EDF is kind of
time travel.
Jason says Space Paladins. No, because Paladins are healers. They would be more like a multi-class in.
I'm sorry. Did you just say Paladins are healers?
Paladins are healers. Paladins are healers. Paladins are tanks, healers, and support magic. That's what Paladins do. Yeah.
I always think when I think of healers, I think of clerics, but that's because
clerics can also be healers, but paladins aren't like warlocks. Like they're not like all attack magic. You know, the even saying they're I just don't. Paladins doesn't work because it's not their magic isn't attuned to healing. Their magic is attuned to killing things, like really brutally killing things. So whatever that is. Probably Warlock, but I don't think Warlock really says it because they're not armored. Warlocks aren't armored enough. It would have to be a super heavily armored, like tanky ass fucking combat class that also has magic imbuements and can fuck up dudes with like magical guns and shit. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. Anyway, point is. Let's move on. Next up, a paladin is anti-demon and anti-undead. Yes, but the Night Sentinels aren't anti-demon and anti-undead, which is why they lose. they were not designed to be. They don't have holy magic to fight against demons. Holy magic actually doesn't do anything against demons in Doom. Oh, it doesn't exist. But the Night Sentinels their magic is all about imbuing their armor and weapons to become more powerful, more deadly, more explosive, not specifically attuned to fight against demonic invasions.
Yeah, like.
Yeah. Anyway, next up, who has played Stellaris?
I played a little bit of Stellaris. I didn't do really good.
So I would be the only one talking about the Unbidden. Well then Jason, get in the fucking stream, man.
Jason, get your ass.
Actually, I can't even blame him because I didn't put a link to the Discord. However, Jason has been here many weeks before, okay, and he should already have a link to the
Jason's
Discord.
Not new here.
Yeah, that's right. You've been around, bitch. You should know where the Discord is. You should be able to just jump in. I shouldn't have to put the fucking link down there. I could put the link down there, I guess, for the people.
Is that Jason?
Who don't know, but I actually did forget to put the link down. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm going to put the link down real quick. If you want to come up, you can. If you don't want to come up, and then I guess not, fine. I want to add JJK. Well, you know what you got to do to add JJK, buddy.
Fucking Nano.
You know. Well, I don't even know what the fuck Nano's doing down there. Like, he was here, right? He was in the stream.
Yeah, he didn't say a word.
Yeah,
he was here?
Nano.
I didn't notice him. He didn't say anything.
Fucking dirty ass Jew Nano. All right, let's see. Hold up. I gotta get this video up. Okay, here we go. I'm about to post it right now, guys. Give me 1 second. Here we go. All right, let's see. Discord. Stay with me. Discord link and paste. Boop. There we go. There's the Discord link. Boom. And I am going to save it, pin the message, and there you go. All right. So if you want to go into the Discord and chat and stuff, then there you go. But I can't. I don't believe you. I think you can. I think you're a dirty liar, dirty whore liar. All right, next up. So I guess I'll just talk about the Unbidden, and you guys can just respond to whatever. The Unbidden is a crisis that exists within Stellaris. A crisis is something that happens at a certain point when you get a certain many years into the game, and it's some like universe to galaxy ending threat. What the Unbidden are a race of beings made of pure energy that take all of the energy out of planets that they come across. They are not physical beings at all, and they can absorb all forms of energy no matter what, and they leave planets totally barren of all life or energy at all. They can absorb the energy out of biological beings, out of technology, whatever. Doesn't matter. And that's it. And they just span across the galaxy, absorbing all energy from planets and suns and black holes and whatever, and people, and then they just move on. They wipe out all life. That's what they are. Will the Viltrumites be able to stop them? My answer would be no, because they can't actually kill a being made out of pure energy. So I would say this is a pretty hardcore rape. Does anyone think this isn't a pretty hardcore rape? From what I remember, they are weak to kinetic and psychic attacks. I think they're ships. No, that's not true. That's not true. I don't think that's true. Wait, it's not. I don't think it's kinetic. No, not kinetic. Because by the time you get to a certain advancement level in Stellaris, your weapons aren't kinetic anymore. Like, you're no longer firing lasers and rockets and shit. Like, your kinetic, quote unquote, kinetic rounds are like antimatter and shit. It's like, it's not the same thing. You're like, if you actually shot fucking, nuclear torpedoes and shit at the Unbidden ships, it would do basically nothing. You would do practically no damage. The weapons that would actually do damage are like super high-end sci-fi weapons. But I also don't think that you can harm them with like just punching or general physical abilities at all. I don't think that's the case. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about there being a shielding systems and physical armor, and there are weapons that do better against shielding systems and weapons that do better against physical armor. And the Unbidden are essentially all energy, so they're all shielding systems, which means there's a certain type of attack that is specifically designed to take down shielding systems that does more damage to them. But I don't think it's kinetic. I'm trying to remember what weapons do more damage. It's been a while since I played Stellaris, so I'm forgetting exactly what they were. Well, no, you can beat the mid-game Unbidden invasion with mid-game kinetics. Well, that depends. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it depends. But you would also have to say like what the mid-game kinetics are. Because just because it's called kinetics doesn't mean that it's actually kinetic. Because the end-game kinetics are called kinetics, but they're not really kinetics. They're like fucking sci-fi bullshit. So you'd have to say what the mid-game kinetics are. Because the very first guns that you get in the game, you're talking about like nuclear explosions. Like not very first, but like very, very early guns are shit that's like world-ending shit to us in real life. So you would have to define what you mean by mid-game weapons. Fusion missiles, stuff like that. No, see, I don't think that's true. Swarm missiles, I think you're right. I don't think fusion missiles is right though, because you get those really, really early, unless I'm fucking forgetting something. Let me see, because I'm almost positive, like really early at the start of the game, you can get like nuclear shit and fusion technology. Let me see, Stellaris. What do I say? Weapon types, I guess. Weapon types.
You need.
What's up?
I was going to say you need giga cannons and a lot of kinetic runs, and a good strategy is to try to lure them to a pulsar system or any system that can deactivate shields.
Yeah, because energy is their whole thing. Like, it's their weakness is to things that do high damage against shielding stuff. Let me see. I'm trying to see where the okay. So you get red laser, blue laser, UV laser, X-ray laser, gamma laser, red beam projector, blue beam projector, UV beam projector. Okay, gamma beam projector. Let's see. Ancient captivation collapser. Plasma thrower, plasma accelerator. See, this is still early game weapons. Bioplasma accelerator, particle lance, tachyon lance. We're still not in high end stuff yet. Tachyons are beams that travel faster than light. Let's see, proton launchers, neutron launchers. Now you're getting into nuclear stuff.
Huh. Yeah, that new stuff.
Matter disintegrator. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. That's still considered like in the fucking what do you call it? The fucking kinetics. Phase disruptor, ion disruptor, molecular disruptor, phase molecular disruptor, psionic disruptor. I don't know. I don't remember the exact one. I'm not going to read every single one, but it gets more and more ridiculous. Psionic lightning, focused arc emitter. They just get more and more. Energy siphon. That's a good one. I remember that one works pretty much. Null void beam. I want to remind you, we're still not at the end. Like, we're still not at end game stuff. Well, no, null I think is actually pretty far in. It's not end game, but it's farish. Anyway, point is, you get my point. It's pretty strong stuff. I don't think that they're winning this. I really don't. I don't think the Viltrumites are winning this because they can literally just suck all the fucking energy out of the Viltrumites' bodies when they try to attack them, and it's very effective. And when you fight against the army that is the Unbidden is strong enough to wipe the entire galaxy of life, which the Viltrumites are not. They don't have the numbers to do that. Even if you give them the billions, they still don't have the numbers to do that. And the Unbidden can do that in like a couple hundred years. How long does it take on average? Because it's kind of difficult to say. Guy who plays Stellaris, how long would you say that the Unbidden usually take to wipe out the? It's not a couple hundred years because the entire game is basically like 300 years. So it would have to be like, it's years, but it's not like I don't think it's centuries.
I always lost to those. I always lost to those abominations.
Abominations. Gotcha.
The energy beings. Whenever that crisis comes, I always lost.
Oh, you mean the Unbidden?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okie dokie. Okay. Well, there you go. There you're saying. I think we should put it at the top because he can't beat it. That's proof right there. No, I'll put it. I'm gonna put it above. This is difficult. I'm gonna put it above the Federation. I think that it goes above the Federation. It's a life wiping galaxy spanning energy beings that absorb all forms of energy. Their ships will stop working. Any life that they're trying to do is going to stop. When the Viltrumites themselves attack, all the energy out of their body is going to be sucked out of their fucking body. And the moment they try to fight them, it's not going to be good. The Unbidden's going to win. I'm going to put that up there. But they're not fucking time controlling shit. And the Viltrumites could possibly stand a chance, maybe, if they try really, really hard to like make certain technologies and stuff. I don't think they can beat the primers. Maybe they can beat them, but I very seriously doubt it. I think it's pretty clear they're gonna lose. Let me see. All right, let me see. $30. Next up we have. Jesus, we only have 4 left. I think I'm probably gonna end this stream early. I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna end the stream early. It's relatively slow, and I have a little bit of editing left to do if I want to get a video out by tomorrow morning. So I think we're gonna end it here. Yeah. Is anybody super against that possibility? Is everybody like, no, we were really enjoying ourselves. We really needed to hash this shit out.
Yeah, I was enjoying
for another 5 hours.
I enjoyed my first time being here.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about the Click Clans another pay, but if you want, then I respect your choice.
See, that's good. That's very respectful. Black guy, you haven't even talked for like the last while. Where have you been? I thought you left. All right.
Me?
Yeah. Yes, dude. Black guy. Who else am I talking about?
I don't know. There could be another black guy.
No, there isn't. Stop pretending you don't know the difference. You're lying. Jesus, what is this? Why is it always this happens every time when I talk to like a gay dude and I'm like, look, gay guy, And he was like, "What? Are you talking to me?" I was like, "Dude, seriously?" He's like, "Wow, you're talking to May?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'm fucking clearly I'm talking to you." And then I talked to the black guy, and he's like, "Hey, brother, what's up?" I was like, "Hey, what's up, black guy?" And he's like, "Are you talking to me?" Like, why are y'all pretending like y'all can't tell what each other sound like? You know, try to make everybody else feel like they're fucking bigots or something because they can hear it in the voice. You know what a black dude sounds like. What is this game that we gotta play? Like, come on, motherfucker. You know that this white ass dude next to me talking is not a fucking black guy, and the foreigner is clearly not a black guy. That only leaves you, motherfucker. All right. Anyway, yeah. So hopefully, as long because it's still early. It's not even midnight. So I should get a video out by tomorrow morning. You should get a video in like 8.5 hours. And I guess we'll do another stream next week. I will say though, these streams are not doing well. They used to do a lot better, and they're not doing nearly as well. So I don't know what next stream is going to be. I don't have it planned out. But I do think that some changes need to be made because, I don't know, something's happening. It's getting to the point where the streams... It's not quite there yet, but it's getting to the point where the streams are no longer being worth doing. Because like normally, it used to be where I would do the streams for like 8-9 hours, but it was always worth it because we were getting constant super chats and everything was like really cool. Yeah. But like I've been doing this for like 4.5 hours on a Saturday night, and I made $30, and YouTube's gonna take 30% of it, and then taxes are gonna take another 15%. So it's like, I'm gonna make like you know, like $15 for this 4.5 hours that I've been on stream. So it's like, it's not really worth it. So I don't know what we're gonna do with the streams, but I'm gonna have to make some changes to make the streams more viable for me personally. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hey, what's up, Ethabot?
This person just joined as the stream's about to end?
Yeah, this happens sometimes.
Oh, okay. What Doom Eternal's demons?
Unfortunate
thing with the name. If like the name is saying something clever, I don't know. Put Doom Eternal Demon. Put Gate Anime.
Gate Anime.
Too late, man. We're ending the stream early. So maybe next week. Well, this is actually
ending the stream early.
This is the
last. And you'll
last.
never get Invincible again because the show's over.
Well, not until season 5 at least. Yeah. When season 5 comes out, I'm sure we'll do more. But for now, yeah, this is gonna be the last stream that we're gonna do for a bit. But after this, I don't know what we're gonna do next week. I haven't thought of it. I probably won't think of it until 5 minutes before the stream, as usual. and then I'll just like, you know, just wing it and just hope everything works out, which is usually what happens. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for people who came by. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and enjoy the video tomorrow, or I guess yes, still tomorrow because I'm still in today. And see you guys this week. Toodles.
All right.
All right. Then. Thanks for allowing me to stay. I will try and hop on next.